Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and you are tuning in to a special little free agency stream as we have essentially what is now, I would say, the de facto beginning to the free agent period. Yes, Wednesday is the day it kicks off, I guess, officially speaking, and I'll be going live on that day too. But today is really what has become now the beginning of free agency. The NFL instituted a couple of years ago a new rule change where for years, agents and teams were already negotiating and getting these deals hammered out prior to the beginning of free agency, which was supposed to be a no-no. And then this caused investigations. And then this caused some teams to get penalized and other teams to not get penalized, which then led to the NFL going, F it, throwing up their hands and saying, you guys get a 48-hour period here before the start of free agency to conduct your business and let ride what you see fit. Let ride what you need to let ride, so to speak. So we are going to have the beginning of this period today, and it has already begun with a good amount of fireworks. Well, there's not been huge fireworks yet, but there's certainly one big firecracker that is lit underneath us here within this division, which is just as the Rams start to get a little bit weaker, we see the Niners kicking off this free agency period with the biggest splash signing so far, I would say, absent unless you want to maybe point to one of the tackle deals that's been handed out here. The Niners have handed Javon Hargrave a 4-year, $80 million deal. According to Sports Track, the Niners walked into this day only sitting on $5 million of cap space. So I can only wonder what voodoo, dark magic, sacrificial thing they've done to be able to accommodate this. The Niners once again show you that they are going to make that defensive line a priority by hook or by crook. So it's going to get challenging for the Seahawks team as we move on into the future here on this. It's a good signing by them. It gives them a little bit of insurance for Javon Kinlaw if he doesn't continue to develop for them. I'm surprised they had the money to do this. I'm not sure how they're going to now squeeze in the Bosa deal. I'm guessing they're going to find a way to get it done, but that seems to be one that I don't understand how they're just so easily kind of nonchalantly going, okay, we got that handled. Like, it's going to cost you $30 million a year. You can only bury so much when you got the bonus money off a $30 million a year deal in the first year, and it's going to be substantial. And if they're already at 5 coming into this day on a contract like this that's going to average $20 million a season, you just kind of wonder how exactly they're going to pull this off. And I'm sure we'll understand more of the particulars of this deal. And it'll be something crazy like it's all guaranteed on the back end. And, you know, he's got a $1 million base with the Niners this year. But also kudos to the Niners organization from the standpoint of I harp on this like a preacher on Sunday talking about sin. And I say, you got to know when it is your time. You got to know when it's the right moment to go for it. When you've got the team on point, when you've got the Super Bowl contending roster put together, when you maybe just need 1 or 2 or 3 little extras on top to sacrifice a little of the future for the now, so to speak. And the Niners recognize how close they've been in recent seasons, and that's not causing them to draw back and try to return this around and, well, okay, let's just go back to our foundations, get young again. No, the Christian McCaffrey deal showed you last year. We're going for it. We're going to take this on. This guy's going to help us. This deal right now shows you we're going to go for it. Let's go. I'm not saying that our Hawks are in the same place that the Niners are. I'm not sad the fact we didn't sign Hargrave as we were talking last night on the stream. I was anticipating the cost was going to get too much for him. I didn't know $20 million a year was going to be the cost for him. Maybe I should have after the Daron Payne deal, but I didn't want to go that high. I don't want to pay that much money for him. He's 30 years old. That would not have been that's not good money spent at that point. It's a splashy signing, but it's not the type of signing that is really going to meet out what you think you're getting when you're signing him on the day you're signing him. And this might prove different for the Niners. His fit there is maybe a bit of a different fit than us here because they have some of that wide 9 stuff they institute, which is really going to, I think, lean into his bread and butter, which is now really wanting to be a pass rusher and just get after the quarterback first and foremost. So that's certainly going to give them that. And Damian Lewis's job at left guard just got a little bit harder in this division. And so that's worth noting as well within this. But Niners aren't going anywhere next year, folks, and they still have to figure out their quarterback situation. Jimmy Garoppolo is now signed with the Raiders on a 3-year deal, so that door is closed for them. They are not going to be able to get him back in. There's that insurance policy on their own other end, offensive end. So that's at least a little bit interesting. I've not heard as of yet any rumors connected to our Seattle Seahawks to begin things as far as we have imminent signings. We'll definitely be leaning on you guys in the chat and where your ears are to the ground on this one today, as I've got a couple of my free agent trackers, Twitter's open, all that stuff. So I'll be kind of looking over and seeing what I'm kind of hearing out there as well during the show today. Hopefully we get some breaking news from our Hawks, maybe just making just some kind of signing out there. To give you guys a breakdown on the deals, I do have it, of course, on the scroller beneath me, but you did have the Niners signing Hargrave to the 4-year, $80 million deal. The Broncos signed Mike McGlinchey to a 5-year, $87.5 million deal, which is an interesting deal right there from the Broncos. Definitely a sign there that they're going to want to try to, I think, continue to have running the ball at the forefront of what they try to do. But that's a lot of coin for Mike McGlinchey. Raiders are, as I said, signing Jimmy Garoppolo to a 3-year, $67 million deal. The Ravens have released Calais Campbell, maybe a guy to keep an eye on for potentially a guy that they could pick up to add to depth here. He's very, very old. He's like 38 years old, but still wants to play. Still, as every time I've checked back and looked at him with Ravens, has still been playing pretty well. Bears signed TJ Edwards to a 3-year, $12 million deal. David Oyamaneta signs with the Falcons, defensive tackle, to a 3-year, $35 million deal. Jared Stidham, this was an interesting signing. The Broncos also signed Jared Stidham to a 2-year, $10 million deal, which is kind of a lot of money for a backup quarterback when you're already spending on the front end the amount of money the Broncos are on Russell Wilson. That's not exactly an indicator of faith in Russell to sign Jared Stidham to this deal. I know that you can talk to me all day about Peyton Love and having good quality backups and all that, but yeah. Yeah, but to be spending the money for it when you're already got that contract kicking in, I thought was very, very interesting. The Lions signed a cornerback Cam Sutton to a 3-year, $33 million deal, and the Saints signed defensive tackle Shai Tuttle to a 3-year, $19.5 million deal. Chiefs go out and secure up their right tackle position with a 4-year, $80 million deal to Jawan Taylor. I believe he's a right tackle, which there is rumors that they are out there trying to potentially make a trade for Laramie Tunsil with the Texans in this draft, which could definitely affect some things downstream to us in the respect if the Texans now have the 2 other first-round picks on top of their pick there at 12 to trade up if they want to bypass a quarterback initially to grab Will Anderson. That could be a way now that they have the ammunition to move back up to grab one of the last quarterbacks if that is their preference in this situation. And especially if a guy like Bryce Young slipped to us at 5, they're at 12. They still love Bryce Young. They give us 12. They give us a first round pick at the end of things and maybe an extra kicker pick. Again, this is how the other deals can impact our situation, so it's worth monitoring what happens with Laramie and where he goes exactly. The Washington Commanders signed right tackle Andrew Wiley, so that's why the Chiefs picked up Taylor. They lost the right tackle. They let only the Chiefs. They lose somebody and they upgrade the position. Yeah, it's pretty amazing the way that they run their show over there, and very smartly run at that. It's hard to win the NFL when you got a lot of organizations that are doing things correctly, smartly, on point. The Commanders signed Wiley to a 3-year, $24 million deal. The Bills signed Connor McGovern, the guard, to a 3-year, $23 million deal. And the Dolphins signed Mike White, former Jets quarterback, to a 2-year, $16 million deal, which is woo. So, yeah, Mike White making some pretty good coin with the Dolphins. But then now we know with the Dolphins that does seem to be like absent Tua going down, you're probably not going to see a guy like Brady going there, right? So that definitely, there's those rumors of Brady going to the Dolphins. That kind of does close that up, I think, a little bit at this point as far as being a possibility. But the Dolphins get themselves a little bit of insurance just in case Tua happens to go down again here soon, which we all know is hopefully the kid can remain healthy, but is a good possibility. We got breaking news right now in the last 9 minutes. Well, actually, hold on. We got some refuting. So we had initially Trey Wingo saying, hearing Rodgers to the Jets is done. History is about to repeat itself between New York and Green Bay. Time is indeed a flat circle. Trey with a little bit of little bit of a reference. Oh, shoot. Page is unresponsive. Hold on. It's going so well. So then we've got Ian Rappaport kind of refuting that. So Rappaport saying, no, nothing's actually happened. Okay. So let's go to the tough part about today. You hear a lot of stuff going back and forth. I don't wonder what sources Wingo has on that one. Young Bido game. What's up, man? Dio Brando. I'd actually take Adam Thielen. I'd be okay with Adam Thielen. It's much like Robert Woods. He'll block. He can play all three wide receiver positions. The X, the Z, slot. Yeah, so we are. Mason Dale says Rodgers to the Jets just happened. Rodgers trade official. So I guess we are hearing. There is. Brian O'Connor. Hi, Nick Nolte.
It was a long stream last night. God, why is even up a stream? It's too early to stream. What are we even free agency? God damn it, I don't need free agency. Just get it out of the draft.
Nick Nolte's a tired man this morning, but not yet complaining yet. He's just he doesn't know what the big deal is about free agency. Nick Nolte's just going over. He's like,
we're not gonna sign anybody. God damn it.
Long live the king. The Niners are going the Rams route. Shaking my head. They're doing it. I love that they're doing it. This is what I would call sometimes the cost of doing business in the modern world. If you want to go be a Super Bowl contender, is in the seasons where you're ready and set up to do so, everything is all aligned. Then that's the time to go out there and strike in that fashion. And I think that they're being very smart for doing so in this way. I mean, it may not pay off. It's a big swing. It's a big risk. But look, as much as the pain the Rams are feeling right now, do they really regret the deals at the end of the day that they made? Because it got them the Super Bowl. And if it gets you a Super Bowl, I think it's a well worth it kind of situation. Megan says, dumb question time. And what's up, Megan? Glad to hear you're up. I'm sure same as me. Just I'm milking the coffee right now. It says, dumb question time. Where do the Niners get the money for the Hargrave deal from? I checked Sports Track, Megan. $5 million is what they've got as far as the cap hit stands at this moment coming into today. I don't know what great restructure they must have done or whatever, because, you got to, as I understand it, it's a 4-year, $80 million deal with $40 million guaranteed. If that's the case, then Megan, well, let me see. It might be not bonus money, but guaranteed, Megan. Let me double check this. What I saw in the report. Yeah. I think this is more a situation where it's probably guaranteed money more than it is bonus money. And he's getting his money regardless of that means as far as his standpoint. So he's willing to do that. But then that means because it's not bonus money, Megan, they can push the deal into other places if it goes that way with it. So we got to look at the final. This is one of those things where you got to wait for the final numbers to come out on the deal to really know how it was all kind of structured. He's got $40 million guaranteed at signing is the way that that's breaking out. So Megan, the key there is guaranteed rather than bonus. So what they've done on that is they've lowered down his base. They probably buried that guaranteed money on the back end of the deal, and it's not being built with base is my guess. I got to see the final numbers to know for sure, but I think that's a pretty solid guess. Sean Hines says, Ben Powers from the Ravens signs with the Broncos. Broncos kind of loading up. Donnie Pearson, the Hawks Nest, hello, Brandon and all, and happy Commonwealth Day. Happy Commonwealth Day to you too. Hope everyone's weekend was well. Yeah, mine was good. Nice and kind of chill. Megan says, so glad for the distraction today. 12's been up for 5 hours, so not sure how well I'll be going. Well, hang in there, Megan. We're going to have probably a long one here today with this. See how the stuff breaks out. Dennis McCombers, his Titans released Ben Jones. He's older, but has good PFF grades. Do you have any interest in him? Yeah, I think at a low cost option, Dennis. I don't think he would be your A or B or C, maybe as your options for looking for the starting center this offseason. But he'd be a functional piece, and that'd be okay with me. Especially if you're talking about getting him in here, Dennis, as a potential hedge against a drafted center that you take in the draft. So instead of having to count on the rookie to start 100%, you do have an older guy if it's taking him a little bit of time to develop. And that could be helpful. I wouldn't expect him to be paid a lot because, as you said, he is a little bit older. But yeah, I did check out. His grades were still pretty legit. Not a star by any measure, but just solid. Nagas says, Pratt. It looks like the Bengals kept Pratt. I got to add that to my deal here. So we got a couple of breaking signings here at this moment. We've got the Falcons agreeing to terms with punter Bradley Pinion, but who cares about that? The Bengals are re-signing linebacker Jermaine Pratt to a 3-year deal, $21 million per source. He gets $10.35 million in year one and $15.15 over 2 years. He started 54 games and now stays in Cincinnati. Interesting deal they put together there for Pratt. Okay. Let's add that to the deal here. Let's add that to the thing. What did they say? It was a 3-year, $21 million Okay. No, one of our middle linebackers is off the board. We also got the Vikings agreeing to terms with tight end Josh Oliver on a 3-year, $21 is kind of the magical number in it. 3-year, $21 million deal as well. One of the best blocking tight ends in the league by the Vikings picking them up. So, and I am hearing some back and forth as far as the Rodgers news. So maybe that's done, maybe not. I don't know. It's good to see you, Donnie, though. Happy Commonwealth Day. Mark Hoppercorn, hello. Good to see you in here, man. Long live the king. What the hell is wrong with the Raiders? Jimmy G is less a quarterback than Carr, laughing out loud. Yeah, you've got the connection of McDaniels to Jimmy G going back to the Patriots. And so he's probably thinking that Jimmy can conduct his, spitfire offense a little bit better than Carr. Or they're just trying to kind of maintain their ground for the moment, long live until they can get to a quarterback of worth. I don't think that this stops them from going out there and potentially still trying to take a quarterback in this draft or moving up in this draft either. I mean, if anything, you take Jimmy G, you're not expecting him to be a picture of health. The guy's going to break down at some point during the course of the season, so you probably want to anticipate that a little bit, especially if you're trying to contend, which I don't know if the Raiders are or not, but it's a bit much. It, again, makes you feel all that much better about having the Geno deal as you do. I would reckon to guess that Jimmy's going to make more in his first year on that deal or have more of a first-year cap hit on the Raiders than what we're having to sustain for Geno, and a lot less of the escalators on the back end of the deal. I'll say that as well. So, I don't know. Raiders are going to Raider. You can count them. You can count one thing. They're always going to do that at some point or another. Travis 303 says, hello, Hawk fans. Everybody is, yay, NFL tampering period. Meanwhile, I'm over here by myself. Yay, college basketball. Hey, college basketball is fun. Especially the NIL now. It's probably going to get a lot better. Oh, DJ Jimenez says, Barton resigned. Just kidding. Oh, man, DJ, you about ruined my morning. 2-year, $10 million. Oh. Sean Hines says, would I go after Thielen as a third wide receiver? I would love to do that. I always have liked Thielen. He runs really good routes. He's got great hands. He blocks in the running game. He gives you a guy that now you have insurance across the board, and he can play every single position. And so, part of when we were talking last night a little bit about Jackson's, Jigba was that, okay, you're going to 3 wide receivers. If you draft this guy, let's say 20th pick in the first round, but then you don't have a guy that's going to be necessarily the ferocious blocker in there out of the slot, and you're going to lose your 2 tight end sets and what you get in the run blocking game from that aspect of things. Now with Thielen, maybe you can go and you can be more of a remain that running threat if you go to 3 wide and they go to the nickel to counter you. But I think Thielen's really good. And I think the Vikings are, he's not probably prime Thielen, but he's still, I think, a competent receiver. And the Vikings are in a place right now of sell-off across the board, which as you look at a player, you're not informed by looking at Thielen by the fact, well, he's not anything what he was. He's not a good player anymore. Well, no, it's now more The Vikings are just in like, hey, we'll sell everybody. Dalvin Cook, you want this guy? You want that guy? Who do you want? Because they're just trying to turn things over, it seems like, a bit out there. And really kind of reset, as I read earlier, reset the roster. And so you want to jump on the trades with those teams that are resetting the roster, because their decision-making is rarely influenced on a given player by specifically just that player's current productivity, and much more on what's the player making? How much can we save? What can we turn back around to get out from under this in a year and get this back the other way? Dio says Tom Crosby is going to be very sad. Fingers crossed it actually happens. Rodgers just said, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think the Jets are going to probably pull this off. There seems like there's enough of they've been playing footsies on this for a couple days, it feels like. William Leonard says, hell yeah, Hawks Nest. Hell yeah, William Leonard. It's good to see you, man. 12 man for life. Rodgers needs a hit of ayahuasca before he makes up his mind. He does. He's going to be in the New York cab, pulling up to the facilities. A little ayahuasca and a little tiny teacup in front of him, He's looking at it. Looks at the cabbie. Cabbie's like, you going to get out? We've been here for 20 minutes. And then he's like, shoots it back. And he tries to say something cool, like that he thinks cool. He's like, let's go, New York. It's go time, New York. Let's take a bite of this apple. Kyle says, good for the Niners to use all the cap space on defense, knowing you need a quarterback, left tackle, assuming there's retires. Just lost the right tackle and the defense gets tired. Good luck, Niners. Entire offense is glass. They certainly are creating a little bit of a potential Achilles point for them this season. That if it gets snipped up, they're going to be definitely having a hard time being full speed. They lost McGlinchey here now. They don't, I believe, still have a first-round pick in this upcoming draft. And, the tackle run's going to be pretty strong at that point. They're not going to be picking through the prime bunch by the time they do select, when they are selecting. I think Williams is going to continue to play. He's announced he's coming back, Kyle. That's true. But he is 35 years old, and he's had his share of injury histories throughout his career. I've been kind of surprised he's been able to stay up and as healthy with the Niners as he has over these past few years. But, not a lot of guys at 35 years old playing in this sport and playing at a high level. And Whitworth was able to pull it off for years and years, but I do wonder with Williams how that goes. And if they're trotting out a rookie right tackle and then Williams goes down, as used to your point on that, Kyle, it kind of won't matter what the Niner defense is constructed as or how it looks. It's, Kelly, what's up, Kelly? How you doing out there today? I hope you're having a good Monday morning or afternoon, I guess we're into now. Says, hey, B, got me and my dad watching in the car. What's up, Kelly's dad? Hope you're doing well as well. Having a great Monday. I'm having a good one. We had a late night stream. I'm kind of a little rummy, but I'm feeling it. I'm kind of excited. Just waiting on with bated breath what our Hawks are going to do and how they're going to go and which way, all that good stuff. But good afternoon to you. William Leonard has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 11 long months. Thank you, William Leonard, for that long dedication to the channel of support. Do you have confidence John and Pete will knock it out of the park again this offseason? Why or why not? It's a great question, William. Fantastic question. I think I'd pair it into two different places myself at this point. I think when it comes to the draft, I have a ton of confidence that they're going to knock the draft out of the park because I believe, as John Schneider has, I think it felt like about 4 or 5 different occasions that he's gone on interviews over the past probably 6 months, has pointed to this fact time and again, over and over and over. And that is that they really, truly led into their boards for value, for best player available, that there was almost kind of a change to how they used to do things in that respect of things. And that brought about their success. And if that change happened and it was a new change to last season and they saw the success from it, I would have to think that they're going to continue that process on down now into this year's draft as well. When it comes to the free agent market dollars, I'm not quite as confident on that side of things, William, because we've been so persnickety in the way that we've spent our money in recent years, even when we've had a lot of money to spend. My tendency would be to think they're looking at the Niners right now already of kind of being above them, and now they add Hargrave, and they already were acknowledging at the end of the year that we're a little ways away from the Niners. I've got to feel like if this is truly a team that's saying we want to compete next year, we want to get up to that spot, they know they've got to make a variety of moves to do so. But I've also thought that this wasn't really an NFL free agent period, William, that was one where you wanted to attack wave one, the most expensive guys, because they weren't that good this year. In Hargrave's case, for instance, he gives them a pass rusher, but he's a guy, since he's left the Steelers, who has kind of bailed out on his run duties a little by little every year, as he's gotten little by little every year a little bit better as a pass rusher. So there's a little bit of flip you get for a guy on that's a $20 million a year player you're paying for at that point, which may just still be well worth it for a defensive tackle that can pass rush. But if they go into wave two of free agency, and they just go a little bit more active into that place of things, I think that they could be very successful within it. But we've got to see how they spend the money. And certainly some of this, William, will be impacted by potentially, how much are they able to be active out there from spending money, depending on if there's a future sale. So it's a little bit harder to say when it comes to how our Hawks are going to spend their cash. That sale thing could be a big sort of, Acme anvil weight hanging over the whole situation. Thank you, though, William. Appreciate all the long-time membership. Megan says, I've been up for 6 hours, B. Can you explain what you mean by base and whatnot, please? Yes. So the Niners, this is actually a good contract to kind of illustrate this one on, Megan, because of the fact that it's clean numbers. It's 4 years, $80 million. So no 80 point this or 81 point that. So you got 4 years, $80 million, and $40 million are guaranteed. And as I always say, Megan, the first place we got to start out on these contracts is what did they get in bonus? What did they get in guarantees? Because bonus is money in hand instantaneously, big check for tens of millions of dollars. Guaranteed is money that I'm going to get for sure 100%, but I'm going to have to wait a little bit to get to it. And so in his case, what I would reckon to guess here, Megan, is that a lot of those guarantees are not going to be necessarily bonus, and that they're going to click in let's say, year 3 of the deal. So you have the Niners sign a 4-year, $80 million deal. They take down the first year, and I'll explain base in a second, Megan, but you got to understand what these other numbers are to get to base. So you got the 4-year of the deal. There's a little bit of bonus money, which, like we've talked about, would spread over the 4 years. So let's say the bonus money is down to like $15 million. Well, that's going to spread over the 4 or $20 million. That spreads over the 4 years evenly at $5 million per year, the bonus there. Now, the guaranteed money clicks later on in the contract, so it doesn't count on the front end. It's just going to count more substantially on the back end because you're waiting longer for that money to then click in versus the bonus money that gets instantaneously. Now what they do, Megan, is they lower down the base on that to what for him would be $2 million. And you take that $5 million chunk of that yearly, because it goes $5 million year 1, $5 million year 2, $5 million year 3, $5 million year 4, that it counts on the cap. So you take that $5 million, you add it to what's his base. The base is the base salary he earns that year, Megan. So that's what he's making in base salary that's not bonus and not guaranteed money. That's where he's getting literally a check every week from the NFL. And here's your weekly salary. Here is your, whatever, monthly salary, whatever you want to call it at that point. But that would be comprised on Hargrave's case next year of about $2 million, or little less than $2 million, I think is the vet minimum. But that's the very minimum that you can give any NFL player who's been in the league as long as Hargrave has, as far as the lowest you can pull down that base. So you get that low base with that small amount of bonus money. It only comes out to like feasibly a $7 million cap hit in year 1 for the Niners. They move a few contracts around. They can get easily under that cap amount by still adding him in there. But what they've done there, Megan, is that rather than him getting that $40 million in bonus money right off the top, which would have then split evenly 4 ways, right? So if I take that, then it's 10. The bonus money hit yearly, if it's at $40 million, if it's bonus, is $10 million. And so that, because they got those guarantees later in the contract, and the bonus money's not so substantial on the front end, they'll have to eat it later. They're going to feel the pain later when they get to year 3, and now those guarantees kick in. Wow. Okay. Now you've backloaded the deal, so to speak, Megan. But that's how they can get around that. This is the new creativity that the Rams implemented with their signings recently in the year that they went for the Super Bowl, the last couple of years. I probably was a mix on that, Megan, but yeah, base is there's 3 different places. There's 3 different places your salary is composed of. There's base, which is just the amount you make. There's the bonus, which is the amount you're given at the time you sign the contract. And then there's guarantees, which is the amount you're going to make as a kid. It's going to be like a bonus kick in at certain parts of the contract. Travis says the cap means nothing. All these teams, it doesn't matter where they are on the cap, under it, over it, whatever. They always seem to find the money somehow. A little bit, Travis. You can stretch this a little bit. As Brandon, who I think originally came up with this one, you can. It's like the rules in the Matrix. You go watch the movie The Matrix, and the guys are able to just kind of run off the wall for a second, or go extra super fast, or survive a fall. You can bend the rules, but you can't break them. And the thing with this, Travis, is this is what everyone was saying for years with the Rams, is the Rams are never going to have to not pay for this. They just every year they just find a way to. Well, look at what the Rams are doing this offseason. They're in complete fire sale mode. You eventually do have to pay that price. It's there is no way to get out of it, but there's a way you can finagle and you can get creative and all that type of stuff, and you can push the can out far down the road to where you eventually, you can just keep pushing it if you really want to a degree, but eventually it's going to click in, and if the longer you wait in pushing it out, the more the pain is going to hurt when you do that, and that's part of the reason that the Rams are getting ahead of it, I think, this offseason and going, no, let's start this process now. Let's not wait here. Let's jump on this. Carl Nearney, thank you for the $10 donation. Sorry, I'm a little slow on acknowledging there, Carl. 15 minutes ago, my bad, man. It's like almost morning time for me, man. I'm a little slow today. Hope you're doing well out there, though. I think you're out there in Calo, out there in the Calo. He says, draft question: what would be another Jordan Brooks pick that would send you off the rails? Oh, what a great question. Another Jordan Brooks pick that would send me off the rails. I'm looking right now, Carl, at my horizontal board at the moment to see who would be that guy. I don't know if there'd be an offensive guy. I don't know if there's an offensive guy that stands out to me. So let's go back to the defensive side of the ball for that one. I think if you took Noah Sewell in the second round, Carl, if we took Noah Sewell in the second round, that might be an equivalent to annoying the hell out of me. I can get on a board with a lot of the guys in this draft of where you pick them in the spots. There's not as many of I don't think reach picks, but that would be one. Andre Carter in the second round would be one that I would just probably not be a happy camper by. Those would be two that stand out to me, I think. But Noah Sewell in the second, that certainly has flashes in my brain of Jordan Brooks. Yeah. Because I did have that late round. I had that middle round grade on Brooks at the time, and I'd have to find a guy like that, but has some skill, has maybe some speed to him. Sewell's going to have some skill. He has some physical ability. So that's my one, Carl. I'm going with Noah Sewell. He should be really a 4th, 5th round linebacker in this draft, but because of his reputation coming out of Oregon, and some guys just get these reputation points where it's like they haven't really earned it. It's just kind of they just are given it, and it just sort of carries them they sort of are being carried on a cloud to the draft by their rep. And Sewell is kind of one of those guys to me that if he eventually gets picked in the second round, I'm just going to shake my head. Really? What did you see on the tape from that? What in God's name? But Carl, thank you for the $10 donation. I think that's my one, though. I like that one. Oh, man, Thomas Cox. Sorry, I missed your dono too, man. Thank you for the $5 donation, Thomas. I do appreciate it, man. And I'm sorry I'm a little slow today. I'm slow today, guys. Give me some room, okay? I'm slow in the morning times, and we had a late stream last night, so it's going to take me a second to get up on my toes here a little bit. It says, what low-cost players will Seattle go after? Hard to predict on the low-cost players, because if you're talking low-cost, of course, you're going wave 3 at that point, I think would be, I'm not trying to speak for you on that, but I would think you are looking kind of wave 3 guys at that point. So if I was to say low cost, they could go for a Justin Pugh, Arizona, if they want to go look at the guard position with a guy like that, potentially. Dalton Risner, I don't think is going to cost a lot for Denver at the right guard spot. He'd be another guy. They could go kind of, I think, cheapy creepy on the guard because there's just not any good options at guard. So they just go, let's just make do with it this year. So something along those lines, I think, is absolutely in play on that spot. I think they'll try to put a little more quality into the center. Center's another spot, though. Theoretically, you could go a little bit cheaper on with a couple of guys that are out there. The guy the Titans just released certainly would maybe be a possibility. He's not going to cost you a whole lot. John Feliciano. It's Ben Jones. Sorry, I was spacing out there. So there's a couple guys. Rodney Hudson, older player. You're definitely old, but I think those are two places they could look to go on. I don't think they're going to go with cheap at pass rusher or edge, I should say. I don't know that they're going to go cheap at inside linebacker. The only guy a couple of guys that have stood out to me, and that's a place they could, actually, I should say, because you do need to get a bit of a hedge here for Jordan Brooks if they're counting on Brooks coming back at some point, but they want the fill-in starter for 4 or 5 games who gives them depth. I've long liked Denzel Perryman. Thought he's played pretty well for Vegas last year. Alex Anzalone for the Detroit Lions last year. He's nothing special at the position, but he's all right, and he's not going to cost a lot. Those would probably be the guys I would look at a middle linebacker. There's been some connection with Eric Kendricks there. I don't know what his cost is going to be. He's only 31, but his play has definitely been kind of going a little bit backwards as of late. So he doesn't excite me a lot as an option. I think with edge, they would look more to like the draft and really addressing that. Obviously, defensive tackle is one you could maybe look at trying to see where they could find some value there. Hard to predict on that one. It's a very lean defensive line class. Linval Joseph, older player. You're looking to get maybe a rotational guy in who would be like maybe you're thinking he can be an upgrade over Al Woods at his age right now, and you flip out Al Woods for that. That's possible. Who else do we got here on my list? I wish I could give you more names, man. It's just it's so light. If we're talking about, like you said, these kind of deal guy players, good bargain-based contracts, so to speak, players. It's going to be a little light. Michael Brockers, that's one that would be a low-cost signing, I think. 32 years old, a lot of familiarity with this defense. Could make sense there. What do we got going on here? All right. Well, Wingo's is the only one reporting on it being done with the Rodgers situation, so we'll just have to see what's up with that. What's up with that? Thomas, thank you for the $5 dono, and Carl, thank you too. Sorry, a little late on the acknowledgement. Kelly, late on yours as well. My bad. Sorry, Dad. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says driving with Dad. Joe, as Nino says, bring Bobby home. That's right. Yeah, Joe's on point with this one. Let's get Bobby back in the building here. Let's make it happen. Pratt's off the board. Tremaine Edmonds is about to go off the board. This middle linebacker crew is going to get a little bit leaner as we go along here over this next day, potentially. And we've got to get 2 guys in here one way or another. And boy, to get Bobby back in the building, had a solid year last year. You're not going to expect prime Bobby. You're going to get him a young buck to run alongside him. You're going to have Jordan Brooks there to back things up. But that's the move I would like to see here, Kelly. I really would, and I think it'd be a good way to start things off here for this offseason and start helping this defense out. We need a variety of help from a variety of different areas, and Bobby could certainly be kind of the beginning of that, so to speak. But hopefully you're having a great drive out there. Stay safe. Roadways have gotten a little crazy lately. Hope you're all doing well. Ryan, also just like the Rams, the Niners will have to release a few good players next year after contracts start hitting the cap. Bingo. The stuff does hit. And Travis, you're not wrong in that you can stretch it, man. You can, it's like Laffy Taffy. You can pull that stuff, like an accordion, just stretch that thing across. But there will come a point where it snaps, and then you're gonna have to pay the piper at that point. George Samuel says, finally a convenient time for your stream. 9 p.m. is nice for a change. I got you, George. I know I gotta do some more earlier streams for my international folks out there, European and in your case down there in Egypt, and I gotta round it out a little bit more in the schedule. That's for sure. Sean Hines, Draymond Jones or Zach Allen. I think Draymond Jones may come to a spot where he nearly makes double that of what Zach Allen does. And I like Draymond Jones. I do. But do I like Draymond at double the price of Zach Allen? Probably not. I would go for more of the cost-effective player on that than Draymond. But Draymond's fantastic. He's a player on the rise. He's a menace inside. I wouldn't mind that at all. Wouldn't mind at all. Ethan Techworld says, sweet kitty pumpkin. Yeah, she's having a nice little nap right now. She's got a little smile on her face. Like her little lips turned up like this, you can see her grinning. She's chilling. Josh, great signing there, man. Your Bengals kept Pratt. I can't believe, Josh, I can't, am I an alternate reality? Have we split off into the multiverse? Your Bengals are spending money? Your Bengals are keeping their own free agents? What is this world I'm in? I want to go back to home. I want to go back home where things make sense. And Mike Brown squeezes pennies out of his nickels. Mason Dale, do I think the Jeffrey Simmons trade is realistic? Kind of depends on what the Titans are intending to do right now. They released out a lot of different money. They just seemed like they were looking to make some kind of move. But now, especially with Rodgers going to, if he is going to New York, what is their, what are they looking to roll here with? Are they looking to do a reset like a couple of these other teams are throughout the league right now? Or is it different? If it's a reset, then they're going to trade him. And if they are going to trade him, yeah, I'd certainly be in on board on it. And I think it would be realistic because he serves a need. But you're going to have competition for his services out there. People do like him. He's got a good reputation. Jonathan, what's up, man? Kediju, Simeon, how you doing? Hawks are the best. You're right, they are. Thomas, what are these quarterbacks thinking? Russ and now Rodgers going to the AFC? Do they know Burrow, Mahomes, and Allen are in the same conference? I think with Russ, he had the audacity to believe that, he was going to, on his own, like a rising tide, lift all of the Bronco boats or the Bronco horses in the stable, whatever. But, he thought he was going to be able to make that happen. I think in Rodgers' case, this is just like a soft pillow landing for the career kind of thing. Like he goes out there, tries to let it rip. He's kind of got that nonchalant half-ass, I'm in, I'm out, kind of like, whatever. I mean, I'll just, it's close to retirement anyway. I'll just go do what I got to do and, we'll just kind of roll with that. So I don't think he's really like juiced up to the nine, with that hungry spirit. Maybe this is like where he does the whole, like, I'm going to show them thing. But just the fact that he's following in Favre's footsteps to New York and the path he took with his career, and it is a little odd to me. But I'll tell you what, I don't want to be in the AFC right now trying to go for it because that is a tough conference, and it's not getting any weaker this offseason. It seems to only be getting stronger. Meanwhile, our NFC gets just a little bit weaker, a little bit lighter. Jerome Blossoms asks, who is the most overrated Seahawk of all time? Wow, great question. Very good question. Very good question. I'm trying to give a good thought here, Jerome, because there's obviously a real straightforward answer here, but I think it's kind of a lazy answer because I don't think that he's necessarily overrated, because there is a bit of a diverse opinion on him, and it varies. And that's Sean Alexander. But I don't know if I'd call Sean necessarily overrated because I think he's considered in the right pathos from a career standpoint. Who would be who would be the most overrated player? Wow, great question. Good boy, I don't know. I like all of the good players in our history, so this is a tough one for him. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. I just can't recall. Maybe Michael Sinclair. He was he had more production. It was like he was a perfect fit for the Kingdome and the artificial turf that really took advantage of his quickness. But I never really thought he was all that good. And he was here for a few years. I think they even paid him at one point. I'm going to go with that one. Sean's the obvious answer, but I think Sean is looked at correctly historically by Seahawks fans. Egg James says, I wish we got Javon Hargrave, not going to lie. Understandable, man. He would have suited and taken care of a big need for us, one of our biggest need this offseason. Undoubtedly, if we'd gotten him and you started to take care of that with the first move you would make. It's a lot of dough, though. It's a lot of dough for the Niners to spend on this particular deal for him. So, they're going to have to pay the price on that one downwind a little bit with it. But I get it. He's a good player. Kelly says, bring Bobby home. Bring him home, Kelly. Bring him home. I need my Bobby Wagner brought back home. He has been too long led astray. I need him brought back into our home, back to his place where he needs to reside. Can I get a hell yeah? John Robinson says, I would sign Calais Campbell for $7 million. John, I saw Calais Campbell released, and somewhere Schneider went from 6 o'clock to midnight real quick. You know what I mean? When he saw that, Schneider's had himself a longing for Mr. Calais for quite a bit of time. So I wouldn't surprise me if they make that move. Somebody's asking about a low cost move. There you go, right there. And he's an older guy, but you flip out the money that you're spending on Al Woods for Calais Campbell. I think you and I, John, would both be like, all right, I'll do that. Jerome says Jamal's overrated. I mean, that's a hard one for me to do that without necessarily Jerome be in that spot with him on that. I think Jamal has not necessarily been put in always the best circumstances here with Seattle from a schematic standpoint. And then there's the injury situation. But as a player, he is one of the best run defending strong safeties in the league. And he can cover better than I think some of his reputation in Seattle has been put out there for. But I can understand if that's one you would point to. I think for me, that's the part on this one. I think Jerome about overrated. I don't usually apply with the health thing because the player can't really control that. And that's such a random thing that can come up, Ryan Wilson says these contracts are getting absurd. Honestly, what is too much a year? 50 million, 80 million, 100 million? Yeah, the price goes up for doing business, man. And I think some of this, Ryan, is there's a realization somewhere at some point the Amazon money is going to kick in. And when that kicks in on a given year, on a given salary cap season, what that's going to do is elevate the cap by 40 million. I think teams are anticipating that's coming here at some point, and they're building that within their cap structure. What's up, Nicholas? Hope you have a good lunch. Ryan Ball says, I think the Ravens and the Hawks are the first teams starting to fight back against the quarterback, asking way too much. Agreed. It's one reason I really want to go down this lane, Ryan, and try to take this philosophy on from an organizational standpoint. And they have with the Geno Smith deal in many ways, as you look at this contract. But that is to not go the way of everybody else that's being a dodo bird or a lemming that's jumping off the cliff. And it's, there's only a couple lemmings that actually got the wings to fly off the cliff and keep going. Your Mahomes Burrow types. Everybody else is going over the cliff and they're taking the rest of the franchises with them on a yearly basis because of those contracts in a lot of respects, in my opinion. And so I think there's going to be smart organizations that come along and they see everybody going this way and they go, nobody's even trying to go this way. Like nobody's even trying. Everybody's stacking themselves up to run themselves off the cliff that way. Why don't we try this method and approach? And just see if by doing it differently, going outside the box, I mean, that's where you find brilliance. I'm not saying it's guaranteed to work, but we know the failure rate going this way. Travis is the Hawks Nest. In response to your answer to Megan, would you say they get around the cap because of dodgy accounting, or is it calling it that not really fair? I don't. Travis, I was seeing people already bringing up on some of these deals being brought up that somehow the NFL teams on some of these deals are getting around the cap, or that they're doing something like cheating or whatever. What you're doing is you're still paying the price. You're just choosing to pay the price later down. And as I said with this earlier on, Travis, with the Rams as my example on this, that's what people were telling me about the Rams the last 2 years. And when I was, I'm sure you were on the channel at the time, I was very consistent at that time in saying, I hear where you're coming from on this, but the Rams are going to have to pay the check at some point. The party is going to end at some point. And they got to tip their waiter and all that stuff. And so with the Niners here in this situation and how they're putting their money in their cap and all that, how it's working out, they're going to be in the same spot here at some point where the price will come due to be paid. They're going to have to take the pain. The Rams, as we're seeing right now, Travis, they've just offloaded Jalen Ramsey for a 3rd-round pick. Far cry from the 2 first-rounders they got done a couple of years ago. They gave Bobby up for nothing. They're about to give up Leonard Floyd for nothing. They've said everybody on our roster is open for business for you to come get if you want to come get them, and we're not going to ask a lot, absent Aaron Donald, Cooper Kupp, and Matt Stafford. So the price came due pretty quickly for them at that point. But what they're doing is they're just taking that if you take the $40 million guaranteed and just lock on that part, for instance, with Hargrave, that $40 million used to be bonus, but now due to some of the practices of these teams in the NFL, they've turned this stuff into guaranteed money. And from the player's standpoint, the key for him is, I want my guaranteed money. I want to know that I'm going to have that money in hand. And the team goes, okay, we're going to make sure you get this money in hand, but you just have to wait a couple of years to get it. That smooths the books out for them initially. But all that is doing, as I was saying, if to put it in basic terminology on this, they're essentially backloading the deal rather than front loading the deal. You could have the option of front loading by putting a huge base salary through the moon, not giving them very much bonus at all. Going that route, players aren't going to be likely to agree to it. But you could do that on the other way. There's nothing that prevents you in the rules from going that other route if you wanted to, especially if you want to try to set your cap up into the future to keep the cap hit low so you sustain higher on a player on a given year. Teams just always do it the opposite direction, Travis, where they're instead pulling it into that other way of things. But at the end of the day, 1 + 1 = 2. At the end of the day, the salary cap is the price it is. And you can take from $20 million in a future salary cap point, but when you get to that future salary cap point, robbing that $20 million from it, you don't get that back magically at that point. You're only hoping on the fact that Amazon money kicks in and that salary cap starts to elevate to a point where you can now sustain yourself or have to cut and trim and cut. By they, I don't mean just the Niners, just any team, but the Niners are just one you're talking about. Well, the Niners are doing basically that. And I'm kind of harping on the Niners with this, Travis, because this is the Rams model that the Rams were utilizing with their player contracts. If you look at the Stafford, the Donald, the Kupp deals and see how they structured it, look at how much guaranteed money is buried in the back of that deal. You go to Sports Track and go to the year 2024, 2025 when you look at the Rams, and you're going to see that guaranteed money clicking in there. Where you got the base here, you got the bonus below it that they've got listed, and then you're going to see like roster bonus, whatever they call it there below, this third item brought into play. And that's the guaranteed money that kicks in like a bonus money on top of those other 2 numbers that also exist there. So there's 3 numbers that then make up that price of that cost of that player, but not this year. It's a year from now, it's 2 years from now, but that bill does come due. And so that's the model really that's being enacted here, Travis, where nobody's messing with anything. They're taking, instead of doing the bonus money on the front, they're saying, here's what we're going to do. We're going to lower down your base. We're going to give you more total guaranteed money in this contract than you would get in just that base money. But then you allow us to stretch the money out a little bit. So player gets a little bit of he gets to wet his beak a little bit deeper on the payment for the guaranteed money, which he loves. Because if you tell a player, hey, I'll give you $35 million in bonus money now, or in Hargrave's case, let's just say, hey, I'll give you $30 million in bonus right now, or if you can let me stretch this out, I'll give you $40 million in guaranteed. By year 3, you'll get that money, but you give us a chance to stretch this cap out and make a potential more of a winner. Player goes, okay, we're going to be a chance of being more of a winner initially. I get $10 million more. I'm not going to have signed another contract in that time period anyway. Win, win, win. Thomas Cox says, it sounds like Peyton is really unsure Russ can get back to the level he was in Seattle. Absolutely, that's what that Stidham contract says. Because if he had any faith in the situation with Russ, or a moderate amount of faith in Russ, then he would be looking at the draft and just taking a quarterback in the draft at some point and letting that guy develop behind Russ because the position's costing so much. To put money into the position, as I've thought with this process for a long period of time, Peyton is already looking a year ahead on this one. And Russ is going to, as much as this is a situation about Sean Payton coming in and fixing Russ, this is as much about a situation of Russ proving to Sean Payton that he's good enough to be somebody Sean should be rolling with. And I think people get lost on that concept a little bit because I think there is more of an out for the Broncos after this deal once we get to next year. There's not a great out. It's not a fun out. It's not a happy out, but there is an out. And if Peyton's looking at Stitham as, okay, I'll have Stitham and I'll bring a rookie in at that time. Bump, 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 bump. Peyton's showing his hand a little bit with this. I agree with you, Tom. I agree. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. He says, I've seen content on Pitt running back Abanikanda. There's some names in this draft. I'm not going to be able to pronounce any of these. This is going to be the great butchering. I'm becoming like Clayton with the pronunciation stuff. Clayton at the end with the pronunciation. I am absolutely becoming that. I always used to laugh at him, and I'm now becoming him. No! He says, I've seen content on running back Abanikanda. Might be a great pickup for the Hawks around the 4th round. I like what I saw. What are your thoughts? I really, 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 really liked Abanikanda's tape quite a bit. Let me see where I actually end up putting him. I think I had him higher than that. Yeah, bam. I've got him actually as a 3rd round grade right now. So you can understand that I did like him quite a bit. Let me bring up my notes on him. There we go. Okay. So 5'11", 215. And what stands out to me right out the gate with him, long live the king, that I really like is that you have running backs in this draft that there are some guys that are a little smaller, a little lighter. Your Deuce Vaughn types at 5'6", 176, right? There's some decent sized guys too, but there's some other size guys across the board. He's well put together. He's a yoked up, I got it down here as a yoked up power strider, burst and speed guy. So he's a one cut, just rocked up guy. He'll use his vision to make his one cut, puts his foot in the ground, and then he goes. And he's got the burst you like ideally on running backs. So he's got the prerequisite size at 5'11", 215, right? Not too light. He can get through that hole, and you're not going to just drag him down with a side arming, one arm tackle up on his body. You're going to have to wrap this guy up. And then he just explodes. And so that opens him up to big runs. He had great production this past year at Pitt, 1,400 yards, 20 touchdowns. And that production was spread out, which was, I like to see that a lot when I was looking at kind of how he got his production. Is every week he was producing for that team, every single week. He had over 100 yards in all games but 2. He's also a tough runner for how fast and explosive he is. He's not a dancer. This is why I've got this guy elevated to the 3rd round, because he's got that explosion. He's not going to dance. He's going to run hard. He's going to get through the hole like lightning. And you can be effective in the NFL with this kind of running back. I think this kind of running back's got upside to him. It's going to be very interesting to see where his pro day lands, because I didn't have him running the 40 at the combine or doing any of that stuff. But I'm very interested to see what he ends up running, because if he puts up what I think he'll put up, which is right around a 4.4 for the size he is, he's going to put up a Jahmyr Gibbs like times, but he's, essentially at that point, 20, 25 pounds heavier than Jahmyr Gibbs. So that will be impressive to me. I mean, he'll probably come in his pro day at like 209 to get himself light, but 20 pounds heavier, at that point. But I liked Abanikanda, long live the king. I was really impressed by him. Didn't get too many catches out of the backfield, but that was as much just as the tape I watched. That was Keldon Slevis just not deciding to throw to his running backs. But no wasted motion, finishes runs, and his quickness through the hole was eye popping. He gets through that thing like nobody's business. Thank you though, King. Appreciate you. Danny McCormick says nothing surprising so far, but Draymond Jones is still on the market. Ooh. John says you have to be on the roster to make the base. If you're cut, you don't get any of the base left. That's correct. Base is not guaranteed money. Ryan, because they can front load contracts such as Earl Thomas. The Earl Thomas debacle. That's true. Ethan Magani says, I guess there was some kind of rumor we were trading for Myles Garrett. I don't know. Saw Corbin Smith tweet about it. Let's take a look, man. Thank you for the heads up. I appreciate you guys letting me know on stuff today too, because I know stuff's going to be breaking and I'm talking and yakking my dumb head off. So there could be some stuff kind of going on. Let's see what Corbin. It might have been the bread man. Now, you didn't get taken by the bread man, right? Might have been the bread man. Because I don't see Corbin's on fire right now. Corbin's Twitter's just rolling. I don't see anything on here from Corbin. So I hadn't heard anything. That would be interesting if they were to pull something like that off, though. But one thing you guys got as Hawk fans, make sure is that bread man doesn't get you. There's a bread man on Twitter. That damn bread man. That damn bread man. Even Tyree Wilson at number 5 would be disappointing. It would be like, you're hyped up, and then you're just like, that's good. You know what I need that, Ethan? I need my oh God, there's a meme I'm trying to remember. I need to have these memes on hand. There's one this basketball player on the bench and they've caught him like going through something in his mind about the game, and he's like realizing 4 things at once. He's like, Alonzo Mourning. There's an Alonzo Mourning meme where he does this on the bench that people use. He's like, And then he eventually comes around at the end of all these thoughts he's having on the bench. His teammates around him. Nobody can see him like going through it. And he eventually comes at the end and he's like, That's basically what it'd be like picking Tyree Wilson. Blake says, I like Noah Sewell personally, but maybe in the 4th, but he is violent getting off blocks, plugging gaps, which you need, could develop into a solid starter. We're on the same path, Blake, at 4th. You know what I mean? We're on the same path at 4th. I've got a 4th round grade on Noah Sewell. But the question was poised was what would be kind of an equivalent for me with Jordan Brooks? And if you're taking Noah Sewell with the 1st pick in the 2nd round, that would be pretty close to what I had for what we did with Jordan Brooks. Jordan would still be worse because that was a 1st round pick, but it would still be pretty close to me as far as an equivalency goes. But yeah, if you're in the 4th round for his physical potential, that's fine. If you'd taken, to me, Jordan Brooks in the 4th or 5th round with his physical potential, that was fine. But for the holes in their game and the issues that they have, you can't take him in the 2nd or 3rd round when there's so many better prospects that are available to you instead of going that route. But you're right. He'd be fun. Free Truth says, I saw a vid about Travis Kelce from the Eagles. I love a good center coming from a tackle spot in high school, college. Absolutely. Get those guys you bump inside. You get that athleticism that's hard to find naturally from within the position. John says, it's like making a deal with a guy on Craigslist to do your roof, but with the volatility of the market, you tell him half now, half later, and he only gets all if he finishes. Money up front is a bonus. There we go. Perzon says, damn, Ethan Posick went back to the Browns. Let's see what we've got here. I'm sure we've had some breaking news since I've been yakking it up here a little bit. Yeah, Jimmy G is going to make more money on his first year hit next year than by a substantial amount than Geno Smith. Bears are securing their offensive line. They're signing former Titan guard Nate Davis to a 3-year deal. Former 49er defensive tackle Hassan Ridgeway is expected to sign a 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Von Bell is going to the Panthers. And that's been all that's been breaking here so far on my side of things here. So nothing super cray. Pretty normal stuff. Jerome says, do you think Seattle looks to limit Jamal Adams snaps next season? No, I think it's more of the make or break it kind of thing. We're going to throw you out there. You've given us nothing. You've been injured all over the place. We haven't been able to get out from under this deal because of the way it got signed and how the parameters of this worked out. So you've got next year to show us something. And if you don't, then we'll just get out from under the deal, save our money, eat the dead money, and move on. So it's more of a, I think, in my opinion, Jamal's got to kind of prove it. Not to sound harsh, but free truth, in my opinion, Jamal Adams is in the Rashad Penny zone. He is too injury prone. Well, there's no doubt about that. Kelly says, my dad likes Troy Reader. I think that's the middle linebacker. He's all right. He's good. He's solid. He's a gamer. He's gritty, and especially if you're talking about a little bit maybe a lower cost option, Kelly. You look at some of the funny money prices that some of the middle linebackers are making out there or are going to make with Tremaine Edmonds, Pratt. I think Bobby's going to get a bag. Taking a guy that's maybe a little bit of a lower cost option that can still give you functional play for the position is, I think that's, as we look at this free agent period, that's as smart a way to go as any, rather than just paying the high market prices, in my opinion. BTW Rextro says, what about the Marvian Overshawn? I can't remember if I took a look at him or not. Well, let me take a look at my notes if I've got him or not. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I've had a chance to take a look at him quite yet. I'm sorry, man. I think I've had him on my list and I just didn't get around to him. Check back in with me on Monday morning show or Wednesday morning show. BTW, I promise you I'll take a look at him. So I've been meaning to check him out and I just have not gotten around to him for whatever reason. Free Truth says, can I say that I hate how the contracts are being manipulated? Yeah, I get it. It makes things more confusing. It does make it feel like teams are getting built-in benefits other teams can't take advantage of. I understand completely. Matt Get Buckets says, I find it funny that the Eagles didn't re-sign TJ Edwards. He was their best defender. The Bears just got a stud. Their best defender. Holy moly. A lot of good players on that defense, Matt. Yeah, the Eagles are definitely suffering some losses here, aren't they? I mean, this is what happens when you go to the bowls. You're going to have your guys getting plucked and taken right and left. But it would certainly seem to me like maybe the Eagles are being a little bit conservative here in their approach, looking towards that contract with Hurts here a little bit. This is where those quarterback contracts start to affect things even before the ink has been inked on the contract. Before the contract details have even been hammered out, teams got to start to prep in advance. And okay, losing Hargrave, losing Fletcher Cox. Well, we were able to bring back Brandon Graham at least. Oh, there goes TJ Edwards. We're going to have to release out Darius Slay. Got to accommodate, especially when you're talking about the numbers, funny numbers they're talking for Hurts, which could very well be up around the $50 million mark. Ouch. 99 Madman or the Jalen Ramsey trade. Why would they let him go for that? Get a first round quarterback because Matthew's old. Well, they don't have you can only get what you can get for a player and what people are willing to offer you. And I don't think there was a lot of people out there offering more than what they got in a pick. So it comes down to that's you're only going to get what you're going to get. And he still has some money coming due to him. He's an older player. He's not prime Ramsey anymore, 99 Madman. And so teams understood as well that they were eventually going to have to release him if they didn't trade him with where their cap situation was at. And so they found what they could get out of the market, which wasn't much. Kelly says, is Jerry active today? Laughing out loud. He's happy with Dak. Oh, he's already talking about this last offseason. It's funny listening to Jerry talk because he's sitting back there. He's like, it's hard. All right, I'm going to tell you it's hard right now. Okay? When Dak's making this money he's making, it's hard to build much team around him. All right? When he was in here as a rookie, we were able to put a great line on a getter. I've got Tyrone Smith up there. I've got Hall of Famers across the board. Now I just got to pay all my money to him. I got to lose my Amari Cooper. It gets hard. All right? It gets real hard. We're trying to build a balanced team out here now. And it's just, no duh, Jerry. No duh. No doubt. But Kelly, I think he's circling his Texas wagons around Mr. Wagner at this point. I think they're kind of trying to save the little bitty bag that they created for that. I like me my Bobby Wagner, right? I like him as soon as at Utah. I like him as a pro. All right, we need that in our defense. Our middle linebacker position has been bad for years now. Okay, you got to take care of business. We're the Cowboys. Emmanuel Mendehan, long time no see, bro. Just got married. Do something, Seahawks. Good to see you in the chat. Congratulations. Nicholas Newton says Pumpkin wants salmon treats. We'll definitely get her some. She's too tired for salmon treats right now. She's exhausted. It's been a long morning of licking and eating kibble. Yeah. Yeah, 99 Madman. Why would the Jalen Ramsey? Why would the Rams trade Jalen Ramsey for nothing? This is a little bit impaired in a conversation we're having right now around 99 Man. I can't say your name, man. That's a mouthful. I'll just call you Man. This is a little bit around the conversation we're having right now, which is, the cost becomes due for players. People like to talk about the last couple of years that the Rams were playing with monopoly money and that the rules didn't apply to them. But the rules indeed did apply to them. But they were sacrificing the future for the now. We're now in the future. And that means that the cost comes due. That means there's no way out of it. That means you've lost your flexibility and you have to start making moves that are not built around how can you best construct your roster, but now how can you best manage this cap situation, which is a little bit, to put it kindly, perilous. So that's what drives that decision-making, 99 Madman. And that's why it's not always the best route to just go all in and spend all of your money and, go for broke. And you want to make sure if you do it, you're going to have a championship coming back as a return because you will eventually then pay that price. Luckily for the Rams, they got their championship. So they probably stand back saying, hey, it was well worth it. But make no mistake about it now. They're putting Band-Aids on. They're stitching up the wounds. That's the way it rolls. How about Emmanuel getting married? How about that? Bosworth was the guy I was thinking about on the overrated front. No doubt about it. Megan, I didn't say Jim Zorn. I didn't say Jimmy Z. He's viewed correctly historically by Seahawks fans. Ionatan Barbacar. What do you think of Ivan Pace Jr. from Cincinnati? He's a very specialistic type of middle linebacker. The guy's tiny. He's legit 5'10", insanely quick. Insanely quick for his size. I think his blitzing reminds me of Lofa Tatupu, where he just has this really crazy knack for being able to get home as a blitzer, getting skinny, getting off blocks, using his hands, turning into a pass rusher from the middle linebacker position post-snap. He's one of the more incredible middle linebackers doing that I've seen in the last few years. But it's really his one specialist skill. He is undersized. He's going to have short arms, but he's very fast. He can hit. He tackles okay, but again, those short arms come into play. The smalling, being a smaller sized guy, comes into play when it comes to the tackling just a little bit. I've got him, I think, in the 4th round right now. But if you draft him, Ionaton, you've got to commit to turning this guy loose. You can't have him. You're not going to have this guy spot dropping in zone 24/7. If you're drafting Ivan Pace, it's because you're going to have a blitz heavy scheme, which probably does remove him from any kind of potentiality of coming to the Seattle Seahawks. Kelly says, I'll never forget when I met Jamal and he gave a shout out to my dad. Super nice guy. I remember that. Yeah, he sounds like a good guy. I've heard nothing but good interactions with him in the 12s. Ryan Ball says, after we lost touch, Alexander was exposed. Yeah. But I think Alexander is viewed historically, because the question is who's overrated. So how is one guy really highly rated in hockey? And I don't think Alexander is necessarily viewed in this, he walks on water kind of view of things. I think it's more like, well, it's good, but people recognize the line and its impact with that. Joe Mann says, if you watched Boz, you knew he was good. He gave up highlight plays, but he was good. No, he was. His body just broke down on him, Joe. That's as much as anything with him. Jacoby Bell says, would you sign Shaq Mason? And if so, what for? Is he a free agent right now, Jacoby? I don't think he's a free agent. So if he's on a restricted tag or whatever, let me take a look here. I haven't looked up a lot of Shaq Mason because he's not been obviously on my radar as far as being a guy even available. 68.9 PFF grade last year. Pretty good year. Only allowed 1 sack. Really good season in 2021. Really good season in 2020. Pretty good season in 2019. Yeah, but I'm only giving up like a 4th rounder for him. So I'm not paying a big draft pick price for him, Jacoby. Well, I'd throw a late round flyer on it. Jonathan Magana wasn't worried about Posick. Even McGovern will probably want 3 years, 25 million, I think Brennan said. Yeah, it's going to be right around that. That seems the magical number. I mean, the magical number today has been Jonathan, 3 years, 21 million. Seems to be what everything's signing for. Madi says Posick got 3 years, 18. Okay. Oh, that's not that costly. Hawks probably, if Hawks were out on Posick, I think it's as much because they don't feel like he schematically fits as much from with the mobility stuff. And then they're probably a little worried about him from an injury standpoint because he had a lot of injuries while he was here. Space, so what's the word? What's been happening today with free agency? Nothing major to impact us outside of when Hargrave signed with the Niners is, I think, the biggest thing that's kind of come to pass today. That I've seen. But Inlet asks, is Geno the best quarterback in the NFC? Ooh. I think you got an argument to be made here. Maybe I'll just piss off all the NFC teams out there and do a Geno's the best quarterback in the NFC video next. You give me a good idea on that, bud. That would definitely stoke some fires. Eagle fans alone would be just twisting. But, I mean, yeah, I think that coming off where he is off last season, if he's sustaining that level of play, I think that that's better than everybody else. Who's better? Hurts might be more productive, but so much of that's relying on him with being able to run the ball with his legs, and maybe he edges out Geno because of that a little bit, but it's neck and neck. AI says, okay, my picks. Carter, 5, love it. Cansey at 20, love it. 37, Henley, love it. 52, Smith. I think you're saying Nolan Smith there on that one, I believe, because there's always a couple of Smiths in every draft. But Smiths, AI. Okay, I was going, man, Nolan's not going to last that long. I love it. AI, that would be a beautiful draft. Those first 4 picks, stand pat, take your selections, let it roll. That would significantly help this team out across the board. I love it, man. That'd be beautiful. Beautiful. Roger Dat says, do you think Atlanta still finds a way to get Lamar Jackson? Kind of. Sort of feels like they're the last kind of person really sitting there wanting Lamar in any kind of trade. I mean, who else? Raiders are off the board now. I don't know if they were likely to be anyway, but Jets are off the board now, taking Rodgers. Who's the other team? Panthers are going to go with their quarterback. Other teams are going to be picking. They're picking high. Who's the other team that stands out as a real potential there at that point, Roger? Seems like it to me. Sam Dog, the infamous, is pretty pissed about not getting Hargrave, and now he's with the hated rival. Yeah, it sucks, Sam Dog. It does suck to see Niners continuing to, the good get better. And I'm not feeling great about that either. I wouldn't have wanted to pay the price they did, though, Sam. I mean, $20 million a year for Hargrave. He's 30 years old. And yes, he was a really good pass rusher from the inside and one of the best in the league in that respect of things. But he's also seen his run stuffing ability and that go backwards in recent years, along with taking the steps forward as a pass rusher. And so to pay that at $20 million a year from my standpoint, that would have been a little bit expensive. But nonetheless, you really would have liked to have seen him go somewhere else. Orthodox Russ says Clayton could never get Tyler Lockett's name right. Always called him Taylor. I laughed at John for years on this stuff, and now I'm starting to realize it's like there's guys in this draft I've already taken like about 30 shots, 30 swings to try to get their names right, and I butcher it differently every single time. And it's going to probably start to turn into a meme on this channel if I don't start to get my enunciation more on point. That's right. I mean, I just can't. Some things you can't say as you get older. Your mouth just stops being able to move in that direction. Megan says, I miss the professor at this time of year. Me too. He's sorely missed this year. Funky, when are the damn Hawks going to do something? We missed out on some studs. We're going to wait till we'll probably wave two-ish. But they've got money to spend. They're going to do something here. Something. Ryan says, we haven't been big on the first few days of free agency lately. I personally don't expect much, but we will see. Exactly. Historically speaking, we've been pretty chill. Dan, where do you think Lamar will land? I'm seeing Indy as a possibility after the Panthers trade. Indy's possible. Danger Dan. Indy is possible, I suppose. Their owner's crazy enough to kind of do that kind of move. They are sitting in a spot, I feel like, right now where they're going to have still an opportunity to take a quarterback in this draft. And the thing I've come back to with Indy recently, Danger Dan, is they've gone down this road of trying to take somebody else's quarterback. The last 3 quarterbacks they've brought through that. Are they going to make that a 4th now? Or are they going to just try to go back to the draft? And I've always thought they would be driven to try to go make this happen at the draft when it's all said and done. I do think Atlanta is the team that emerges here as the team that makes the most sense. That division's wide open. If Atlanta brings Lamar Jackson in, they're instantly now the favorite to win that division. It just seems to line up a lot for me in my mind. I don't know why that wouldn't make more sense for them to just kind of pull that and go with it. Absent them doing it, who's really in a position at this point to try to make that happen? I go through these teams in my mind. I'm just like, no. That team can't do it. That team's not good. They got a core. They're happy over there. They're doing it over there. You know, it's tough. There's not a lot of landing spots for Lamar right now, so strangely enough. Gerard says, breaking news, Tremaine Edmonds to the Bears. Bears are taking advantage of that cap space, I guess. So indeed, we've got, let's take a look here and see what their draft tracker's got to say on this one. Draft tracker, my free agency tracker. My friend. So Tremaine Edmonds signs a 4-year, $72 million deal. That's a lot for Tremaine Edmonds. So good deal by the Bears. Helps out their unit there. Kind of wonder, you kind of look at that deal and go, why didn't you guys just sign Roquan Smith? But, yay. Okay. Bears definitely making some moves out here in free agency. So another middle linebacker goes off the board. Pratt's gone off the board. You got Levante David and now Bobby Wagner as your 2 true blue top-end middle linebackers that are available now at this point with these guys gone. Interesting. Evan Ryder, not Garrett again. Yeah, that Brett, they got us last time with him. Didn't they have a Green Rider? Like, I think that was like a bitter Packer fan trolled us like a couple years ago in the Myles Garrett talk. It lit up the Seahawks Reddit for a day. Everybody, like, he got everybody in. Somehow he convinced. He got even onto I think a radio station, and then he's like, "Yeah, I just faked it. I just hated you guys for what you guys did in the Fail Mary game. Like, you bitter son of a." Folks, do me a favor if you like what you're listening to right now. Do me a favor and please do hit that like button. And if you're not subbed up, get subbed up to the channel. It doesn't cost you anything. And I would really appreciate it. Ethan says, Brandon, the way you described Tyree Wilson at 5 is exactly 100% exactly spot on how I would react. Yeah, I'm going to have that meme ready, Ethan. If he's picked, I promise you, I'm going to be like, here is my reaction without any words to the Tyree Wilson signing, or to the Tyree Wilson pick. Madi Gubalesi says Bears just got Tremaine Edmonds. Yep, great signing by the Bears. Preacher B. Wags is a must-have. I keep saying it. Got to get it done. We got to get it done now. It's getting lean in that middle linebacker market. It's going to be either Bobby or Anazole. Bobby or Anazole. I think it's a different Bell, Jacob Haas. I don't think it's Le'Veon Bell. Von Bell. Yeah, it's Von Bell. That's right. Nick Guzman, good afternoon. Thanks for spreading the love around. Hopefully Brendan had himself a good stream this morning. I saw he had a bunch of people in there. He was kicking ass. It's good to see. Jeffrey, I think Bobby wants to retire here too. I think it's going to be about the money. Is somebody going to offer him a check, you know? The bag. And maybe. Travis says, the Hawks Nest, this is a little off topic, but did you ever give your opinion on the Bears trade to Carolina? Did you have an opinion who won the deal, if any? Other opinion? Other opinions? Yeah, we talked a little bit about it last night, but I don't mind talking some more about it. I think that the Bears made a very smart trade. There was a reason why, Travis, for a very long period of time, I was targeting the Panthers as the team that I would like to move up from 5 to 9 with. They get their quarterback, and then I rolled the dice trusting the aspect that they're not necessarily going to be great next year. And so I think the Bears have done that same kind of rolling of the dice and picking the Panthers to be the team they trade back for. I view the DJ Moore as basically a de facto first-round pick. You can call it a late first-round pick as far as his equivalency. But in my opinion, that's a first-round pick. They get 2 other first-round picks, including one that they know for sure is a top 10 pick, which still is going to allow them to get one of the tier 1 players in this draft. And then they still have next year the gamble of the pick on Carolina to potentially get back into the top 10, which there's a good chance of that, potentially even into a top 5 state of things at that point, Travis. So from this standpoint, I think the Bears won this trade. I think the Panthers had to pay the going price. I don't think it's a horrible move by the Panthers, even though the Bears win the trade, because they didn't have necessarily a clear pathway to going and getting their next quarterback. And they could very much have found themselves with that defense into more of a middle of the road, or like where they're picking again next year at 8 or 9 or 10. Again, not high enough to take one of the top quarterbacks in the draft. So you're going to have to maybe make this move at some point or another. And if you understand that that's going to be the reality, best to do it sooner than later. So the Bears did win, but understandable why the Panthers would make the move. And it's not the horrible deal for the Panthers. But I think the Bears were smart on this one. I don't think they would have gotten much more by waiting. I think they would only have gotten maybe a little bit less. Ethan says, Brandon, isn't it true when Jerry Jones learned about the great state of Texas that he thought that Utah was basically Texas? It's all Texas. I'm telling you, it is all Texas, okay? I'm telling you, Ethan, right now, all right? This is Jerry Jones talking to you here. His name Brandon's Jerry Jones talking to you, okay? The whole southern tip down there is all Texas. It calls itself other things, but they got them cowboy boots. They got them 10-gallon hats. For all intents and purposes, they're all Texans. They just don't call themselves that, but we still consider them that. And yes, Utah is the Pacific Northwest of Texas, okay? You're the Pacific Northwest of the nation. That's the Pacific Northwest of Texas, which is the nation because we're America. Fei Wu Hong, Rams are irrelevant for the next 2 years. Very possible here, Fei. They're leaning into this rebuild. Leaning. Like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Free truth, as things come out from the players that played with him, Baldwin was one who sold me that he's a prima donna, that he gets Seahawks. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. The Seahawks never do anything day one. No, they don't. It's always low key. We were hoping this year would be different. I was hoping this year you'd do something. Yeah, Nick Hurts is the only quarterback that's got an argument, even with Geno. And even them, I think, are pretty closely aligned to each other when you consider really the full skill of what Geno does versus Hurts and some of that simplified nature of that offense. Nick Goff's number 3. I think he had a good year last year. He's got every right to claim definitely being up in that 3 spot, maybe. I think he's better than Carr. Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with it. Chilled 9871 says, I just got an update from a source within the Cardinals. Arizona still will suck next season. Yeah, Scammy says Geno took a discount to sign tier 4 players. That's why we don't get far in the playoffs. A lot of Ziggy Ansahs and Greg Olsons. Sean Payton, not only 2 months in, is already building a team for Wilson. Oh, I understand where you're coming from, man. Let's wait and see. Look, if they take that approach to it and they go tier 4, I promise I'll be waylaying the team as much as anything for not taking advantage of the Geno savings. But let's see where it kind of plays out still here. We're early in the process. The tampering period began 3 hours ago. It's not everything has to be done initially right now, just as long as we come to the culmination, the totality of everything being good at the end of the day. Jeffrey says, Geno's actually good. Carr is mediocre. Agreed. Travis says, I don't think anybody is going to get Lamar. I think Baltimore is sitting back waiting for somebody else to make a deal with Lamar just so they can say, thank you. We match it. Lamar is ours. Well, we'll see. It might be. I'm not sure what the market is from right now, Travis. That's the problem, is I haven't heard really a lot of teams chomping at the bit for Lamar. I know there's this whole alleged collusion thing going on, but it just doesn't seem to be something we're hearing about. Dream Forge says they'll probably keep some money for the trade deadline. I'm sure that they're going to keep a little bit for that. They've got a good chunk right now they can play with. And the fact that they freed this money up just prior to free agency, to me, is indicative of the fact they plan in some way to be active here in free agency. So I'm not expecting them to necessarily just sit and do nothing. I think something's coming down the track somehow, some way. Nick says, I think nobody wants to give up 2 first-rounders for an injury-prone quarterback while simultaneously having to shell out a huge contract. Huge, fully guaranteed contract, or mostly guaranteed contract, Nick. Yeah, I agree. Who's jumping up for doing that? I mean, that's a huge amount of risk. Megan says, Hawks better make a move on Bobby or I'll be pissed. I hope they do. Come on, bring him home. But Kyle, I think for Atlanta, it doesn't really make sense for Lamar. They just got out of paying Matt Ryan, and that was a horrible contract. Getting Lamar is nice, but it doesn't guarantee anything. Their D is garbage. Yeah, it doesn't guarantee anything. I think that what I would be looking at if I'm Atlanta is that division's wide open, the conference is wide open. You bring a guy like Lamar in and you post him with what you got on the outside, and you start to maybe see what you can do. You got a creative offensive mind there in their head coach who could maybe take advantage of Lamar's skill set from a fun standpoint of things. And it's not that I see it as just this best pure fit to go to Atlanta. It's as much as, like, for me, Kyle, the options have been removed for Lamar, right? Like, there just isn't those teams lining up. It would seem like even of the things we're just mentioning about, like Nick was talking about, there being, who's going to sign up for 2 first-round picks and spending all the money and then having a quarterback with that injury risk. But just say nothing of just a team wanting him. Who's the team jumping out that just wants him, even like 1 first-round pick? Who's that team, and then spending that money? I don't know. There's a lot of teams wanting to do that. One sec, folks. I'm going to get a little more coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Ryan Wilson says we need more of a coverage middle linebacker than a true run stuffer in the 3-4. Yeah, I think you could use a little bit of both. Like my plan on this, Brian, would be that if you brought back Bobby, then you go get Deion Henley, who's maybe the best coverage middle linebacker in this draft. So you kind of pair those two together a little bit. But that's definitely something we need right now. Travis says, I'll tell you what, you say one negative thing about the Seahawks, true or not, and they gang up on you like you committed the worst sin ever. Who's that, Travis? Or they will sit back and see no team want to make. Landon Edwards, has Aaron Rodgers been confirmed to the Jets? Not yet, Landon. It was kind of falsely confirmed. It sounds like it's maybe going to happen. Travis says Geno has no playoff wins and one playoff appearance as a 7 seed. He is going to have to do way more than that to show me how good he is. Yeah. I mean, it's, again, he's not, as I said last year, part of with him getting the opportunity last year, Travis, with it was that he didn't have an opportunity at other times once he left the Jets. And we see other guys don't always get the second opportunity really fast after they, essentially don't flourish in their first stop coming right out of college, instantly being asked to start from day one. So it's, I mean, when you say that like, well, he only has one playoff win, well, he's not been having the opportunity to go out there and play much. Does that have to do with the fact that he didn't have the talent to go out there and play, or didn't have the talent to go out there and succeed? Or did that have more to do with maybe the fact that there just wasn't a team that wanted to give him the opportunity to start? He did it for only 1 year. I'm not taking that there isn't more to prove there with it, but you look at the rest of it's more about when we talk about Geno being the best quarterback in the NFC right now, Travis, it's more about how weak it is as far as the rest of the quarterbacks in the NFC more than it is about how strong Geno is. Who's the better guy? That's really where, for me, it comes down to on it as much as anything else. Michael Myers says, someone got him it. Thank you, Michael. Michael, we didn't get anyone as of yet. Unfortunately, sorry. Travis loves the Jones impression. It's my world, Travis. All right, it's Cowboys world. We're going to take your Bobby. Oh, we're going to take your B-Wags. He's going to be our B-Wags. I'm going to put a little turtle backpack on when I meet him too for y'all. All right? I'm going to put a little turtle. I'm going to put a little hat on him with a little turtle backpack. Okay? Ninja Turtle. I like Ninja Turtles. You don't know this, but Jerry Jones is a Raphael man. Okay? I'm a Raphael man. I like 2 knives in each hand. All right? Because I'm dangerous either way. I'm an ambidextrous man out here in Texas. Okay? I give it to you either way. Left or right. Left or right. Spencer, I wonder what his incense and purposes are. Oh, Lordy. Soon love the Nolte impression even more. Howard is number 2. There we go. I got a couple of them in the bank, man. But Nolte will make another impression today, I'm sure.
This got early done down.
Still lots more to be doing on soon. We're not finished yet. Travis says, though, I can't blame Lamar for expecting that kind of contract because somebody sprung for a huge guaranteed contract for a quarterback who had a lot of personal problems and hadn't played in 2 years. No, I agree with you there, Travis. I think, this is one of those places where everyone kind of in this process, I think, has kind of a leg to stand on and be considered that I know I get where you're coming from on it. I understand where the Ravens go. We don't want to give this guaranteed money to this guy who could maybe be injury prone. I get other teams going, we don't want to give up multiple picks, pay the money for the guy that maybe wears down and is not as healthy as he has been at the start of his career. And then I get Lamar expecting that I should have a deal that matches Deshaun Watson. I've been an MVP. I've put my body on the line. I've earned it, and he has earned that money. So it's one of those places you do feel for Lamar on it, where I want to cast any aspersions on him. Cliffy says, coming here from Brendan's stream. He just took a break right now. Well, it's a lot. It's a lot. You know, Brendan's not used to these 4 or 5 hour streams. He's got to take a little bit of that breather on it. So I get it. He was doing good. He was on fire this morning. He was cooking. Kyle Mulkey, Jesse Bates to the Falcons. It's a great signing by the Falcons. Absolutely fantastic. Ryan Wilson says, we don't need free agents or draft picks for our front seven. We have Collier and Monet to save the day. That's right. Well, I'm glad to hear you're not worried, man. I'm not worried either. I'm not worried. Klevik says, indeed, we didn't even try to sign Javon Hargrave. Not at $20 million a year. It's too much. It's too much. Freacher, that we need a solid center to anchor our line. I heard Travis Kelce's name mentioned. I just don't think he's going to want to. That would be a dream to pick up Kelce. But to think that he's going to leave the Eagles at this point after playing his whole career there, I don't know. Ryan Wilson, yep, Shelby Harris was indeed released. He was released. CR says, hey guys, I'm back. Just came in from my other favorite B. Actually, I think with no good high-end signings, they probably are not going to spend all the cap space. We'll see. So they may leave a little bit for the trade deadline. And let's remember too that this team has at times taken on salary or taken on space to fill up their salary with a deal right at the start of the year. So that's also not something that's holding you back from doing something like that as well here with this, I would say. Yeah, Hargrave got overpaid in my opinion too. Agreed. CR says, hey B, why not connect the stream with other B and make spontaneous B&B show as not much free agents moves right now? We just didn't get kind of synced up. And I've got some of these ones where I just like doing it on my streams on days that are kind of breaking like this a little bit. We've got our shows kind of locked into now, CR, with where once a week we do the shows. And during the season, we got the twice a week. So we kind of got things, locked in as far as our normal slotted time. And that kind of keeps that over there and just got the other stuff going the other end of things. So I don't know. I'm not anti it, but we got things kind of cooking along. So I think we weren't really sure as well as if there was really going to be any news to discuss today. Like the Hargrave thing would be the only thing we'd really be kind of talking about for the most part. Logan Simpkins says, my free agent wish list right now is Greg Gaines, David Long through free agency, and Shaq Mason through a trade as he's clearly on the verge of being cut. We don't succeed in free agency, so let's send a fifth. We can afford it. I'm good with that, man, Logan. I'm good with that. Mason would be an upgrade for us, that's for sure. Orthodox Russ, the Falcons signing Jesse Bates. So another big free agent goes off the board. Looks like we're getting Jesse Bates going for a 4-year deal worth $16 million per season. Goodness. That's a lot. So, Jesse Bates. Oh, shoot. Let me do this right. Falcons sign Jesse Bates. 4 years, $64 million deal, I guess is what that'd be. Let's get a couple of these signings in. So nothing, I knew we weren't going to look at taking, obviously, Bates. So Bengals do get a little bit lighter there on their side of things. Jeffrey Nicholson says coffee equals God water. You better believe it. I run on coffee. Martin Kearney says hi from the UK, guys. What's up from the UK, Martin? We got a few folks out in Britain listening in today. We're doing well. Liverlock says, I guess that's a fair take. Lamar has only one playoff game for what it's worth. Yeah. I think it's a tough situation. Gambling goat. When it comes to the D-line and linebackers, I say draft one and sign one. I like it. That'd be my approach as well. Flags emphasize, I would hate for us to go all in on Hargrave. Yeah, I would too. That's eating up basically almost all of your free agent money then for that. I'd rather kind of spread that a little bit across the board more than just for him. if he was a complete defensive lineman, if he gave you as good in run stuffing as he was giving you as a pass rusher, that'd be one thing. But I just don't think he is. And Clifford, I'm with you, man. We're going to sign some defensive players. I guarantee we're getting a couple guys. I don't know how good they'll be, but we're going to get somebody. Ryan Wilson says, have a great day, 12. Seahawks country, let's ride. Travis says, the Hawks Nest, I probably exaggerated a bit, but I had quite a few people come after me a bit when I said I thought Carr was better than Geno. I think quite a few are better than Geno right now. I mean, I'm not going to come after you with it. I definitely don't, I mean, you're definitely, it's not, I think, a situation where one is supremely, shown themselves to be amazingly better than the other. But I do think that Carr is a little bit overrated, in my opinion, Travis. I look at his history, and he's gone through a lot of coaches, a lot of offensive coordinators, had a lot of different personnel come through there. He's never been all that good, he's just a mid quarterback, and Geno may be a mid quarterback too with that. But I do feel a little bit like that's sort of who David is a little bit and what he's been throughout the course of his career. He's Carr for his career. That's probably the wrong car there. Hold on, let me get the right car. That's David Carr. I don't want to do that. So. He's had some good statistical seasons, but I don't know. It's probably all close. It's not even really worth arguing at the end of the day. They're close enough that it's like half a dozen, 1-6 another for me, Travis, But I think right now Geno's playing at a better rate coming off last season than where Carr played. And Carr is showing some signs of regression in his play, I think, a little bit in the immediacy. CR says, how about getting McGovern, $13 million, Draymond Jones, $17 million, Bobby, $8 million, and Penny, $3 million? Could make it work with a few restructures, extending, and cuts. Would be a perfect start to go to the draft. CR, I'd be okay with going that route. I think what you do with that in a lot of ways is that you would take care of needs then in free agency to then open yourself up to go with BPA, best player available in the draft, on the downward swing of that. And I think that'd be very smart. Thanks, Travis. Ethan says, Brandon, you could do legit stand-up comedy of the Jerry Jones impression. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Ian Gervasi, I hope we get someone with how weak the NFC is. This is the time to strike. I'm with you, Ian. Let's remember what there's 3 different places you have to bring on salary at different places in the year. You got free agency. You've got just before the start of the year in training camp when teams will make moves and deals. And then we've got the trade deadline. And oftentimes on those latter half, on the ones that is at training camp or the one that is at the trade deadline, you can oftentimes get a pretty good player. You can get a much better player for a lot lesser price. And if you've got, it becomes a deal not about at that point, oftentimes, whether you actually have the salary pick to flip that back for. It becomes about whether or not you have the cap space to take on the players, what he's got remaining on his contract. And so keeping that space in other times wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing to do, especially with the weak free agent class. But I am hoping I am expecting that we're going to see them do, something here. I would. Soon. Thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. Says, impression, Jones versus Nolte on the Hawks free agent spending. Well, I'm going to tell you something right now. First thing I have to get soon. Your Seahawks are funny to me, okay? You $50 million, $60 million, then what do you go out there and spend it on, okay? You go down to the dollar store, you go down in that bargain basement bin. I know what it is in the Pacific Northwest. I know you like your outlet stores. That's what that Macklemore used to talk about, right? You guys like all your secondhand clothing up there and your hippie videos up there in Seattle, okay? We don't do that in Texas. We pay top market prices for top line players. You're trying right now to buy Bobby here for about $7 million. That's not how we're doing down here in Dallas. We know what Bobby is. We know what he's going to do. We know how he's going to be, okay? And that's how Dallas does. That's why we're America's team, okay? So we're going to go down there with Bobby. We're going to say, Bobby, we ain't going with $8 million. You're a double-digit man out there, okay? You ain't a man that resides down there in the single digits. We're going to go $10 million a year for you, Bobby. Don't listen to them Seattle teams. They don't know how to spend money out there. They're tighter-fisted than a grandpa that's been living through the Depression. You know what I mean? So you ain't getting nothing from them out there, Bobby. I'm going to tell you that right now. But Nick, what do you think? You think these boys are gonna actually spend some money?
I don't care if they're gonna spend some money. No, I give a shit. I don't care. I like football very much. Seattle never spends any money. They're a dumb team. They just want to save it all. They're gonna sell them anyway in a year. God damn it, I don't care.
Nolte just can't be bothered, you know. He just can't be bothered soon. Dom H has been a member of the channel for 9 long months. Dom, thank you for that long support of the channel. I really do appreciate it. He says, good day, B. How's things on your side of the pond? Really good today. Nice chill, almost a spring here. Starting to get a little bit of the winter melt has gone away, thankfully, over here on my side of it. We got free agency. We're at the edge of the draft, almost about a month away from the draft. So it's all kind of bated breath for me right now, Dom. I'm just waiting for the kind of the shoe to fall here. You know, the happy shoe to fall, hopefully. And our Hawks to make a little bit of noise out here. Niners just made some noise. Let's us make some noise. Mick says, Hawks Nest, I need Howard and Jones talking to JS about Bobby Wagner going to the Cowboys. We're getting crazy on the impressions. Give me a sec on the impressions. I remember making the 7 hours last night. The voice is definitely not at tip top. I'll try to pull that one off. That's a lot with that one. Howard and Jerry talking to John Snyder about Bobby Wagner going to the Cowboys and Seahawks. Oh my goodness. That's deep. That's a tough one to pull off on the fly. That might be too much on me on the fly. Jason Kelsey, the Eagles. That's what I meant on that one. Yeah. Yeah. Jason's going back to Jason's going back to the Eagles. Ominous Jerry says, B-Wag's a real possibility. Not really sure who's worth it other than him. Yeah. Levante David other than him, Ominous. You know? So, I guess we have Howard's on. Howard would have to mediate between John Schneider. Now, I'm going to tell you, Jerry Jones, that's a very mean way to put how Seattle spends money. Some teams are smart about how they spend. Others, like yourself, throw money to the wind as though it grows on trees. Not everyone can be so emboldened in their brazen proclivity to spend entirely as you do. Don't talk to me about spending, okay? You tell a Texan how he spends his money, you might as well tell him how he loves his wife, okay? I'm going to spend my money how I spend it. And it's not my fault if you don't know what a good asset is out there in Seattle. Now, you hold on there, Jerry. This is John Schneider right now. We know what a good asset is, but he's our guy. He's not your guy. You've had your middle linebackers come through there, Jalen Smith, Micah Parsons. Why you got to take ours too? Don't you have enough? We can never have enough in Texas, okay? Can never have enough in Texas. Now, Jerry, I'm going to tell you this right now. You have had too much. You have bitten off more than you can chew, and that's saying something from somebody who resides in Dallas, Texas. Yeah, you guys all shut up. I'm going to give you my Bobby Wagner no matter what now. I don't care what all y'all say. 10 million, Bobby. 10 million. But I think Ominous, yeah, he's a possibility. Levante David's still a possibility. Gunk, do we re-sign Ryan Neal? We don't have to re-sign him, Gunk, because he's a restricted free agent, so he is already ours. Orthodox Russ is reporting that the middle linebacker market is becoming even more thinned. Alex Anazole is re-signing back with the Lions. Well, boy, it's getting light real quick at the middle linebacker position. Mr. M, if the Hawks don't get any free agents, D-line, I'm okay with them drafting Carter at 5, Cansey at 20 with their first 2 picks since they rotate their players. I love it, man. I'm with it. That would be a beautiful start to the draft for me too, Mr. M. Sign me up. Magic Vlog says Kelsey announced he's going back to the Eagles. There we go. Patrick Peterson to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Casey Brown says Seahawks country, let's fly. Let's fly. Flag Sabbath, why are people using Russell Wilson's Broncos slogan for the Seahawks? Because I don't know, it makes people laugh. Yeah, makes them laugh, makes you laugh, huh? Ron Duffney, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. B, are you in somehow, some way with R. Neal and RD? I don't know about Adams health-wise. Don't quite know what you're saying there, my guy. B, are you in somehow, some way with Ryan Neal? Ryan Neal's going to be a restricted free agent, so he's coming back. He's not a free agent. Free Truth says, I feel for Carr. Someone told him he's an elite quarterback. No worries, Megan. I'll see you in a bit. Darren J says, don't know if you talked about this, but how do you feel about Carter and Smith from Georgia at 5 and 20? I would love the Carter pick. I still maintain Darren. I don't know when it comes to Carter. I think we've got to remove a little bit of the character stuff because we don't know, and I'm going to trust in Schneider's opinion on that, Darren. You know, if you draft him, I'm going to think that he at least passed the mustard with Schneider enough to feel that that's not as much of a concern as some people are wondering about. With Nolan Smith, I'm not as high as others are on Nolan Smith, Darren. I feel like a little bit of his value is being souped up by the combine performance. But with that being said, if you were to take him at 20, I guess that would be okay value at that spot. I certainly would like, if you've got Brian Breesy, for instance, on the board at 20, if you've got Kalijah Cansey on the board at number 20 there, there's some other guys I think I would lean towards rather than going edge there, Darren. I mean, hell, I might even go John Michael Schmitz at 20 over going with an edge. It's just not as much of a need for us as these other places that are desperate needs. But I wouldn't hate it if they did. Howard Ma, would I like the Seahawks to get Kalani back? I would. Yeah. I don't think he's necessarily the player he was in his prime, but I think he's still a very functional guy. Time to streak. CRB, that's my thought. Don't want to be forced to draft for needs and waste capital. Get the veterans to prepare the rookies so you could also gamble on later talents. I like it, CR. I'm okay with that. You know, I think that's a smart way to go with it. You know, with me, as above all else, and how we spend our money in a free agent standpoint, is when it comes to team building, I want to be able to operate on our drafts with the best player available mandate at the forefront of our head. You know, I want it to be like the ring that Rick James pumped into Charlie Murphy's head that said unity on it. I want that to be us when we go into every draft with all of our front office members when we walk in the draft. Just Schneider having a ring that says, you know, BPA on it, and he's just slapping everybody in the forehead with it prior to the start of every draft. Like bam, 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 you know, and everybody's walking in with the imprint, you know. So I love it. I love that road and that method because I think best player available is what leads you to having the best drafts, which then leads you to having the best teams, which then allows you to have sustained greatness, sustained opened up window for greatness potentially. Gambling Goat, Steelers signed Pat Pete, best corner on the market, gone. Oh no, laughing out loud. Yeah, I mean, Pat Pete's definitely, he'll get you some interceptions over the course of the year, but he'll give up in share of plays as well. Howard Ma, would you like? Yeah, it's definitely Howard Ma. If we can get him back, I'd take him. Sorry, I didn't answer that. Kyle, Space, is there any other free agent middle linebackers out there if we don't get B-Wags, Hawks Nest? Levante David. But then past that, it starts to get very, very thin. You get down to like Jalen Smith guys that are just, you're in a Flyerville at that point. CR, Mike Jackson, Neal are on the team, so we don't have to worry about it. They're under restricted. They're our guys. Those aren't free agents. We got them. Megan says more JSB. It says Jazz wouldn't stand for that from Jones, and you know it'd be. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. Kelly, Jerry's son. Dad, you gotta stop being so mean with John Snyder, John. Dad, it's not good.
Shut up, boy. I'm negotiating here. Okay? I'm doing what you failed to do. I should be retired right now. I should be living out in a villa in Puerto Vallarta. Okay? That's where I should be right now, okay? Down in Mexico. But you got my ass up here trying to fix your team. Drafting Taco Charlton just because you like tacos That's a stupid name. That's a stupid reason to draft a boy. What are you thinking?
Daddy, I didn't draft him because his name Taco. I like tacos and I drafted Taco. It's not, they're not connected, Daddy.
Oh, really? Why are you holding a taco right now then? Tell me that.
It's not a taco, Daddy. It's a burrito.
What's the difference, boy? Texan doesn't know the difference, okay? All in the same to us. God, what I got to teach you everything over and over again. When you going to learn?
I already learned, Daddy. I know how to do this. You just got to let me be. Guys gonna let me do this all day. I'll just go on this rant. I'll just do Jerry and Son all day long. Hangwoo says I'll only be pissed if Wagner goes somewhere else. Yeah, me too. It'd be annoying. Travis says HawksNest, understand this is a Hawks channel. I understand your audience, but if you could, I'd like to hear your opinion on the NCAA tournament winner bracket, etc. I haven't been as much on college basketball in recent years, Travis, to be honest with you. So it's, when guys were going in for a year and most of the town skipping the NBA, and it's just like, it didn't get me as much in recent years with the college brackets. I think it's going to come maybe back to prominence now as these guys stay in college a little bit longer and you can actually have time to learn the names rather than the guys come through on a 1 year thing and you're watching freshmen in the tournament trying to essentially kind of win the day a little bit. But it hasn't really always caught my attention as much. So I don't have as much opinion on that. I'm sorry. Haven't had time to watch it. This channel basically, Travis, for me is nearly a 24/7 gig, So it's like, last night we wrap up a 7-hour stream. Bam, I'm back up this morning. Before the 7-hour stream yesterday, putting the thumbnail title. Before that, putting the video together that launched out this morning. Got to finish up the thing today. I'll have to scout probably 3 or 4 players, which will take about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Get the next thumbnail and videos posted together tonight. Then get on to work. So it's like, dude, it's just the time of the day right now is just like... Kraken Hawks says the way this free agency is going, I bet we have a big trade for a defensive tackle in the works. Ooh, I like it, Kraken. Let's go. Hang with Lee, who are the Niners going to cut after the Hargrave signing? I don't know if they're necessarily going to have to cut anybody. They're just going to probably restructure some contracts. Like Zappa says, Dalvin Tomlinson and Zach Allen.
Make it so, John. Make it so. Number 2.
Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, 3rd or 4th round pick for Cooks. I do a 4th rounder for him, Jose. Probably not quite a 3rd, but a 4th rounder would be fine. Still a good player. Free truth, I have had to get the perspective that nobody can understand what I've been through, and it's not their fault. You have no idea what I went through. You can say whatever you want. I know myself. Oh, okay. You were talking to him. Sorry. You weren't talking to me. My bad. Megan says, B, can you explain the restricted and unrestricted thing? Yeah, there is on guys that come out of the first 3 years of their contract of rookies, Megan, and they get to the 4th year. You can put a restricted tag on them where essentially they're just exclusively yours. They play on a 1-year deal. They'll be a free agent after that 1-year deal. No other team can then sign them. They are still basically, for all intents and purposes, under your control. Or a team can sign them, Megan, they can sign them, but they're going to have to give you back a pick to do so. It's not a first-round pick. It depends on what the restricted tag is placed at. But if they're unrestricted, then that means the team has no more control over them, that they can go to any team that they want to go to and sign whoever they want to sign for whatever money they want to sign. But when a player tends to be restricted, he's going to still belong to that prior team. And that's the case with Ryan Neal, and that's the case with Mike Jackson. They still belong to us essentially by that restricted nature of things. And so that means they will be returning to the team and not at a very high cost. Robs, we have not gotten anything done as of yet, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Nothing to report as of yet. Robs, who's going to quarterback for the Raiders? Jimmy Garoppolo. Travis's burrito and taco. It's all tortilla, vegetables, and cheese and sauce. It just looks a little different. It does to Jerry. He doesn't care to need to know the difference. Yeah, no on Shaq Griffin, Jason. Put Shaq Griffin in the same place you'd put Frank Clark. where it's like these are guys that we might have a fondness for, but they're not players that are very good players. And we can do better than those two guys. Jimmy G's a Raider. Ethan says we literally had to tell Brandon to stop the stream and go to sleep last night because he had to get up early. It was exactly how I went. I know. I couldn't get off last night. I was having fun. Rob's free agency has so much talent. It does have talent. Like, hell yeah, I'd take Calais. He'd be a great mentor to Carter. I would too. I'd be on him. Kraganoff, Jeffrey Simmons, sign me up. I'd be a hell of a counter to them getting Hargrave is to bring in Simmons. We see your Hargrave, and we up you a Jeffrey Simmons. Ryan says, I swear Seattle never does anything in free agency. Well, they're not a wave one guy, Ryan. You know, they're not wave one folks. They never have been that way. Quite honestly, though, wave one is not really, if you look historically speaking in free agency, where you find your most successes at. You know, you tend to overpay for guys. You tend to pay for past performance, but you're not actually always usually getting a lot of good, necessarily quality for it. I mean, I maintain on this is that you go out and you sign a Zach Allen from the Cardinals. He's not Hargrave, but he can give you a lot of what Hargrave can kind of give you. And he's got maybe even a better run defender at this point than what Hargrave is in his career. But you're getting it for a lot less of a price. And that can be a little bit of a smarter way in roster building. Niners have already kind of the built up roster, so they can afford to not just kind of find that guy that fits to just one thing specifically they're sort of looking for and then overpay for that process. But we're in a little bit of a different state, I think. Kelvin says you get no pass rushers. Niners got to collect them all. I know. It's Kelvin. It's lame. Ethan says, I've got some great news today. I passed my calculus class. I've been sweating it here. These prerequisite classes at UW are so freaking hard. Hey, great job, man. I couldn't do it. So good on you, man. I would not be able to pass that test even if I had a chance to study for it. Igor Malderman, Seahawks are getting scraps. Hang in there, guys. Hang in there. I know it looks a little bit dark right now, but they'll pull something through on this. I promise. CR says, who are your favorite late round targets for me? It's McGuire, Wheaton, Hull. All those are good players to name. Michael Wilson, I would add in there. Andrew Voorhees, who I think will dip down a little bit. Keandre Coburn, I think, will dip a little bit in this draft. Caillou Kelly, another one that I like a little bit. Riley Moss, depending on where he, potentially falls to. Thomas Einkum. A couple guys for you there that I kind of like, but the guys you mentioned are good too. I think I've looked at all three of those guys. I liked it. Their tape. Hull's the grinder, man. He is a grinder. Mr. Turtle. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Mr. Turtle Hats 12. What would you think of taking Ringo with the 20th pick and turning him into a free safety? I'm glad I'm not the only one that had that grand idea with him, Mr. Turtle Hats. That's been what I've been kind of pumping here. I don't know if you caught me saying it recently or that was you've had that same idea for it, but I've thought that he could have the same kind of move that a Malcolm Jenkins had coming out of college, where you start him out, they're a corner coming out of college, you move him to free safety, and they actually are able to fit there really nicely. I think he could be an outstanding free safety. He can tackle. He tackles upper level for a cornerback. Free safeties, of course, don't have necessarily the tackling responsibilities of like strong safeties, but he'd have the speed to play all the single high stuff back there. He can come downhill. He can hit. I'd love it, man. I'd love it if they were willing to do something like that. He plays corner in the interim, and then you move next year to transition him to free safety. He's got the arms that are a little bit short, I think, to play on the outside. So he's going to have to be moved probably somewhere. Rob's, ever since the Bears, and if you look at him, Mr. Turtle Hats, the thing that kind of convinced me of this is if you looked at his like metrics and numbers and size and speed and all that, he'd be the best. He'd be by far the best athlete of the free safeties entering in this draft. And it wouldn't even be close. So I'm with it. I'm sign me up, man. Outside the box, but it's smart outside the box. Robs, ever since that Bears trade, I'm feeling confident in getting Jalen Carter or even Will Anderson. Me too, man. And you should be. We're going to get one of those two as an available option to us. Jason E says, could it be possible to trade the 20th pick for Josh Allen from the Jags? It could be. I don't think you're going to have to pay that kind of price for him, Jason. I think he'd be more of a second round cost than he would be a first round cost. He's a solid but not a great player. And for a solid player, I don't think you have to take more than a second rounder to get that done. Especially because I think you're going to have to pay him if you trade for him. CR says, it seems like the only competition in our division now are the Niners. They're just lucky that they were lucky with a quarterback and don't have to pay a QB. Need a bridge till the young guys are healthy again. Yep, they are the competition. We're back to 2013 again. It's us and them. So we'll see if we can make some moves to kind of counter what they've done. Their quarterback position does remain one that's a scary proposition for them moving forward here a little bit. Flag Sabbath, yeah, maybe I'm with you more. 4th, 5th round pick. I didn't want to do a second round for him. I really don't want to trade for Josh Allen. Kraken Hawk with Payne re-signing. What about trading for Jonathan Allen? I'm open to it if they're open to moving him. I've heard no indication that the Washington team is on point with wanting to do that. CR says good choices, especially Voorhees. Oluwatimi maybe also drops your Stromberg. I love both of those two, CR. And I think in Oluwatimi, you have kind of a guy that's low-key the best schematic fit for what you want from a center in the offensive line. He's got the mobility stuff, and I know the testing numbers don't show, but like you watch the tape with him, he's getting to the second level. He's pulling out into space. He's hitting his reach box consistently on tape all over the place. And he's being asked to do it a considerable amount of the time with the Michigan offense. With a lot of these centers in this draft aren't being asked to do the same type of thing at the same type of rate. I thought Oluwatimi just on pure tape was very impressive and a great fit. So yeah, if you have him sliding in the 4th, 5th round, that would be a beautiful selection to go get Oluwatimi. Beautiful pick at that point. Who says the Niners have too many injury-prone players getting overpaid? They've got a Jenga. Their Jenga's set up right now. And it just takes a couple of those pieces pulled out from their Jenga stack for that thing to tip. Ethan, Brandon, to this day, I still can't believe we pulled off the Abe Lucas in the 3rd round last year. Just insane value. I remember your scouting analysis video too. I was so hyped even though he's a Cougar. Yeah, I got hyped up on him too. You know that, man. I had a late first round grade on the guy. I can't believe you pick up in this day and age an offensive tackle of this quality in the 3rd round with a guy whose tape was that clean. And I think Washington State, unfortunately, with guys like Andrew Dillard who've come through there, there's just not always been a great reputation for the offensive linemen coming out of Pac-12 schools, and certainly maybe not out of Washington State. But the tape was legit, and you could see it. And anybody watching the tape for a good amount of time should have seen it. But it's crazy. You know, you look at the prices, look at what the Broncos just paid for Mike McGlinchey at right tackle. You know, or Jawan Taylor with the Chiefs and the money they're making and the value that NFL teams put into these right tackles in this day and age. To have this guy, again, for the next 2 years on a cheap rookie deal for the level play he's going to give you, and I think he was at 67 or something like that, 68 on PFF. I expect him to be up in the 70s realm, maybe even touching into 80s next year. You have a star kind of on the rise at the position there, Ethan, and you should be jacked. You should be excited about it because these are hard to find. Coopery says, yes, Carter, yes. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Mumbles. He says, man, who doesn't name their kid Jason when you've got the last name Voorhees? Shaking my head. Such a good opportunity wasted. Yeah, that's a lost opportunity right there. It is. Though you knew he was going to get, it's a good and a bad thing because you name him that and you're like, this is going to follow him everywhere for the rest of his life if I do this. But you've already got the Voorhees. It's already going to be tracking you one way or another, you know. You got an uncle named Jason? Do you like to go to lakes? You ever go camping? Yeah, right? So you're already in, I feel like you're already in that well. You might as well own it, you know, lean into it a little bit. Moko Spoko says, opinions on linebackers Ivan Pace and Dorian Williams in the draft. They look like a couple of meanies on film. They indeed are two guys that arrive with bad intentions when they do arrive. Dorian Williams in particular is quite the hitter at the position. It's interesting, I think, Moko, that you bring those two guys up, pairing them together in your question, because I don't know if there's two linebackers in this draft that have the burst those two guys have, where they go from stop to full speed and they get there, it feels like, instantaneously on tape. And most other linebackers kind of get the build-up speed thing that happens where there's a little bit more of just, it takes them a good 6-7 yards to kind of get there. With these guys, it just feels like it's 0 to 100, you know, like they're right up to that full speed. It's part of what allows them to deliver the hits they do, Moko, is that they create speed to power and to violence because they're arriving so fast at their size, and they are legitimately fast. There's a little bit of a difference between them. I think Dorian Williams is a more complete middle linebacker in the position. I think he's bigger, so he's going to be able to sustain just a little bit better than Ivan Pace. Not by a lot. I don't think that there's I do like Dorian Williams, but I think that there's like maybe a round difference between where you're going to see Pace go to where Dorian Williams goes. So, or even really kind of, as I look back at it right now, they're really kind of in about the same round at this point. I might have those guys almost going back to back in their selections on my horizontal board in the third round. So I see them both as third rounders. Dorian is a little bit of a better player to me because of the fact he's a little bit bigger. Pace is the better blitzer, though Dorian is fantastic as a blitzer. Pace is just freakish as a blitzer. Dorian's better in coverage. Both of them have some struggles in the running game. Both of them get eaten up at the second level by second level blocks. They just can't get off. You know, if you get an offensive lineman coming downhill, they don't get around those guys. Like, they just get swallowed up, which is understandable because both are kind of a little bit slightly, maybe just a bit undersized to a degree. So that's your real big worry. Dorian Williams, I was watching actually some of his tape last night, and he does take some really bad angles to ball carriers. You know, he gets blocked up and he'll take this big circular route when he's chasing a ball carrier across the field, gives up another 10, 15 yards of space to get up there and eventually make the tackle, rather than trying to kind of find the straight line approach to getting there to make that tackle, especially with his speed, knowing he can get there. So both of them have some highlights, lowlights on their tape. Both of them very similar players, especially when it comes to blitzing. Probably your two best blitzing inside linebackers in this entire draft, and two of your better hitting middle linebackers in this draft. Dorian is absolutely violent. He will hurt you bad. Space, have you seen the video where Carter picks up the LSU quarterback with one hand and fist pumps with the other? HawksNest, I have indeed. You don't see that very often on a football field, do you, Space? But yeah, he's freakishly strong. Freakishly. Travis, speaking of 49ers quarterbacks, what is the health status of Lance and Purdy? Is San Francisco going to have to start the season with a third string quarterback? I hadn't heard. Lance will be ready by the start of the year. Purdy just undertook surgery, which is supposed to take 6 months. So theoretically, he'll be able to come back by a little bit after the start of the year, though I wonder with that if the rehabilitation won't take a little bit longer than that for him. And then where is he at after that surgery? It's a major surgery. There's a lot of question marks, I think, with Purdy on that. And I think they'll probably find another hedge out there, a Matt Ryan type or something else, Travis, to get themselves somewhat protected in that realm of things. Rob says, did you see the Brett Coleman video about our mock free agency and mock draft? It's actually interesting, the talent on the board for this draft. It is very interesting. I started to watch it. It's a 45-minute video. So it's 45 minutes for me right now is a lot of commitment. But I do intend to check it out. I like Brett's work. I think he does solid stuff out there. And so I do want to check it out. But yeah, I just got to carve out the 45 minutes. Time's tough for me right now. I just don't have enough hours in the day. It's brutal. Brutal! Free Truth says, I lived in Spokane and Lucas is the real truth. He is the truth. Funky says, the HawksNest, what do you think about Alex Singleton for about $4 million? I like it. He's a good functional player on the inside. Oh, we got San Fran getting Sam Darnold in there. Dun, dun, dun. Well, just as we talk about their quarterback, they go out there and fix it. They fix it. All right. Okay. Obo Orokanowoa is signing with the Browns, a 3-year deal for $19 million. Jamel Dean's re-signing with the Bucks, and I don't see anything updating on my deal, but I guess the Niners are signing Sam Darnold. Megan, how they afford it? They're going to sign him to like a vet minimum deal, so he's not going to make any money. Lions Garcia, John Snyder, and Pete Carroll right now sleeping. Oh, CR, I just imagine Wilson crying if we ain't able to put up a elite young line this year, 2 future Pro Bowl worthy tackles, solid left guard, just need to find a right guard, should be hard and proper center. Oh, I'm sure Wilson be cursing under his breath. He couldn't do that for me. Come on. Travis says, the Hawks Nest, your impression just now talking about Voorhees makes me think you'd do a great Elmer Fudd impression. That laugh sounded a little bit like Elmer Fudd. I used to be able to do an Elmer. Yeah, it's been a while for me on Elmer. I saw a putty cat. Yeah, I'm going to do some other impression off my Looney Tunes. My old brain can't take it on it. But I used to be able to, yeah. It's in there somewhere, Travis, deeply embedded. Hong Wu says the Broncos are building a great offensive line for Sidham. Truth. Gluten Taco, I'm trying to understand Sam Darnold to the 49ers. Well, Sam knows he's not going to get a starting opportunity anywhere else, really, right? Who's signing up for Sam Darnold at this point? Nobody. The Niners, as I was just talking about with Lance, coming off his injury and not having Purdy back for maybe a majority of the season side, you might have Purdy out all next year, with his rehabilitation. So the Niners were going to have to find a backup quarterback somewhere. Sam Darnold becomes the guy that's not a great opportunity for him, because if he comes off the bench and he's just got to beat out Trey Lance at this point. So if he goes into training camp from Sam Darnold's standpoint, I go to a stacked team. I take a little less money than maybe I get to be a backup somewhere, but not a lot less money. All I have to do is beat out Trey Lance, who is not a certain thing. And if I do beat out him, I've got one of the great situations to operate from in the NFL as far as an offense, with an offensive mind of Shanahan to help me out. So it's a win-win deal from both sides on that, I think. Stoner Television says, would you consider drafting a deep threat as a wide receiver 3 at 5? Quentin Johnson, DK Metcalf, Lockett in the slot would be deadly too. 6'4" beast with speedy Lockett in the slot. I'm not as big on Quentin Johnson as others in that respect, Stoner Television. I like him, but I think he's got some flaws in his game as well. He's a bit of a body catcher. He doesn't run the most precise of routes. I think to spend the number 5th overall pick on basically a deep threat out the gate who can give you some yak stuff would not necessarily be the best utilization of number 5, in my opinion. You want to trade back and then go for him, I'm with it on that, Stoner, but he should be more picked in like the late teens more than the number 5th overall pick. Stoner Emmanuel Forbes at 20. Still, again, just maybe a little early for me on him on that. I do have a 2nd round grade on Forbes, but an early 2nd round grade, so it's not that far off from where you're at with them. But with the value of Stoner Television that we get from getting corners later in the draft, why spend such high amount of draft capital for one there, especially with the log jam you currently have at the position? Especially because there will also be great value there in the 4th and 5th round of this draft because of how deep a draft it is for cornerbacks. Cool Breeze says Niners burnt out, traded away a lot of assets, paid a ton, and are not going to be as good the next 2 years, IMO. It's possible. I still try and figure out what they're going to do about the Bosa thing. They don't got most money to spend on Bosa now. Like, what are you doing with Bosa? What's the plan here with Bosa? Jack Maloney, isn't Darnold bad? He is. I think people are a little bit fearful of him, Jack, because he beat us last year with Carolina. But he still is what he is, which is not good. It may be bad. TP says Darnold to the Niners. Man, we're stuck in the 2nd for the future. Not necessarily, guys. Not necessarily. Have faith. Have faith, my Seahawk brethren. Free agency has just begun. Let's see how this all shakes out when it's all said and done. Jason E says, what would it cost to bring DeForest Buckner in? Well, I think it would be a On the high side cost, Jason, it would be probably a first round pick. On the low side cost, it'd be our first second round pick would be if you could kind of, if John Schneider can woo the Colts on that one a little bit and get them to flip him out. He's only 2 years removed from going for the number 12 overall pick in the first round. And he has still been a great player for the Colts since that trade. He is a couple years older, but he's not ancient. He's not old. And so I think that you would still have to probably give up the second round pick minimum, but it might even go up as high as that number 1, depending on what kind of other action there is out there for him. Keldon says, I like Donald to the Niners. He's never really had a good coach. I'd agree with that. He certainly has not had a mind of like Shanahan, Keldon. I like it as a fit on both sides, quite frankly. As I was saying, I wouldn't have liked to see your Niners just going out there and saying, okay, we'll roll with Lance and we'll just wait on Purdy to come back. That would have been a bad path for them. But this gives you a little bit more certainty at the position. Yeah, Seahawks Gaming, I thought the Niners have to pay Bosa. Maybe Keldon can speak to this. Keldon, how are you going to pay Bosa at this point? He's going to want over $30 million a year. I can't see you talking him into playing another year on that rookie deal. That would be crazy if you pulled that off. We'll see in a bit there, Megan. Dwayne Nowak, yeah. What are the chances the Hawks take Carter with the fifth pick? Would you? I think the chances are very good of a potential of them taking him with the fifth pick. He'll certainly be available when they're there selecting. It's a tough question to kind of unpack here, Dwayne, and the place that I'm going to kind of lean into is this. When it comes to evaluations for folks like you and me, we don't have any of the background character stuff that we're able to do. We don't have private investigators that we employ. We don't have sources at Georgia. We don't have scouts doing the legwork on the scene to do the background checks on these players, as teams will do, especially when they're looking at Dwayne, a pick that's going to be a top 5 pick in the draft. You are going to be under a microscope in that respect of things. There's too much at stake for it not to be the case. And so where I come down to whether or not I would draft him is this bottom line, Dwayne. If I'm John Schneider and I'm sitting at the desk and I'm looking at my Jalen Carter materials and I've got all of that background checks and I've got all that private investigator work and I've got all of my scouts at the scene and the notes that they've given me on what they've heard, and I'm coming away with all of that and I walk away from that and I come to find out that the racing incident with Jalen Carter, that the questions and the rumors we're hearing about character concerns are not only exactly true, but that's just the tip of the iceberg of what we've been seeing beneath the surface, of what is beneath the surface. Well, at that point, Dwayne, then I would be out on Jalen Carter. If he has that same report and that same report is saying, okay, the kid's got some knucklehead issues here and there that have popped up, but he's not a bad guy. He is all about ball. He was a building block player within this program, a foundational piece within a team that's won the national title back-to-back seasons. That's who he really is. Yes, he's got to grow up. Yes, he's got to mature, but what 21-year-old kid doesn't, kind of thing. Now, if it's that report, Dwayne, then I would go, hey, sign me up on that. Sign me up on that. So, yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it as far as going with him if he's got the clean background, or not the clean background, but at least where they feel like it's not some huge character risk or some massive swing you're making. I don't want this to be some like huge bet they're taking at 5 at that point, but I'll take a little bit of risk for that player. I think he's Dwayne the best player in the draft, bar none. Kraken Hawk, Devin Bush sign anywhere yet? Seems like a John Schneider type signing. It does, doesn't it, Kraken? He tends to go for those firmer first-round picks that are picked very high, who have got that physical ability. Nope, he has not signed anywhere yet that I have seen as of yet. Terrence 2 times. Bobby's going to go to the Cowboys. Don't say that, Terrence. Come on, man. It's already been a rough day. It's already been a tough one. Braden Larson, I get not spending big, but man, I wish just 1 year we could make a splash that's not in-house. I'm with you, Braden. I'm with you. I share your frustrations with that, where you just like to see the team at some point be active somehow, some way, and they're just always so hesitant with that. I get it. I do. It is frustrating. CR says, speaking of quarterback, who's going to steal Lock? Tampa would love to keep a backup with that untouched potential. Tampa's trying to make a run at Baker Mayfield, which I think would remove Drew Lock from them going after him there. Not not really sure of where Locke lands at this point. I don't think that there's a very straightforward, certain path here when you look across the league about where he lands. I'm really not sure. Hard to say. Sunsun says, Nolte upset with free agency and starts talking about your mama. Thank you for the $2 donation, Sunsun.
Why don't they sign somebody? God, just sign somebody here. I need a player. We need defensive tackles. We need middle linebackers. Come on. God damn it.
Nolte's angry. He's mad right now. He wants to see a signing.
I got up at 9 in the morning for this. I just got slapped. I'm so tired.
He's upset. Soon. Nolte wants to see a signing here. Flag says, I'm all in on Carter now. Hey, I've been here. Tim DB11, good things about not signing anyone yet. There are no bad signings. Agreed, Tim. And I know that there are people that are kind of wringing their hands a little bit and would like to see the activity. And I get where you're coming from. As I say, just hold on with this. Hold on with making the assessment or the final determination or, coming to a judgment state on things and where they stand. Let's see where this really does met out to the end of this free agent period. Let's see where we land out on a week from now through this period and see what we've actually walked away from, see who the players are exactly and where we land with them. And then if they're bad, then we can certainly get souped up at that point, but let's let the process fully play out until we can kind of make that assessment. Nick Rader, can you say get to the draft room now in Arnold impression too?
Get to the draft room. Get to the draft room now. Get to the draft room now. Get to the draft room. Got it, man. Get to the draft room now. Pick him. Pick Jalen Carter. Pick Jalen Carter. Get to the draft.
Sorry, my Arnold impression's not great. You guys want the impression? I did 7 hours last night on the stream, so the voice is ham-boned right now a little bit on the impressions. I gotta admit, they're not their strongest. Arnold likes Jalen Carter, though.
I like Jalen Carter. He lifts a lot of weight. He's a big man. He's not good.
Hongwu says we'll trade for Nick Bosa for the 7th round pick. There we go. There it is, Hongwu. There it is. Cool Breeze Carter is the truth. 100%. Gluten Taco. Should we fear the Niners with Sam Darnold at the helm? No. No one should ever fear Sam Darnold. If you're ever saying you're fearing Sam Darnold in any situation, you should slap yourself. We're perfectly, Sam's not a threat to us. He's not. It's a good fit for Sam. It's a good fit for the Niners. But this is the Niners situation at the quarterback position is still going to remain going into the season with how they're going to ride with this point. Still very much a question mark, and that's not something that they're succeeding because of, but in spite of, I would say. Jacob, yeah, they're going to give all the money to Bosa. I still got to hear from Keldon and one of my Niner fans in the chat about how the hell they're pulling this off. Space, I got Megan on the Jalen Carter stuff. We got her already taken care of. She's talking the big talk right now, but we'll get her back in as soon as it happens. She's not leaving. Keldon, there's a guy in the front office named Parag Marath. He's always been a very good contract guy. He can figure it out. That's above my pay grade. Yeah, it's weird to me, Keldon, because you walk into it, you guys have to have money for your draft picks, right? Yeah, I know you have a lot of draft, but you have like 5 third-round picks. You're going to need some millions for that. You walked into this day with $5 million in cap space. You just signed a guy to a $20 million on average per year deal. Bosa's going to want over $30 million a year. And you can bury some of that money, I guess, to a degree, but I don't know how. Even if you go 4 years, $30 million is $120 million, and then he's going to want 60, 70 guaranteed. Well, 40 million of that's then going to be guaranteed. I would think 50 million of that would be at least bonus money. Well, then that means that's going to be like 13 million, and means Bosa then turns into a 15, $16 million cap hit this next year. Maybe. I mean, I know he's on his last year of his 5th round option thing, which he makes a good amount of money on that on the base, but Doing some voodoo stuff, Keldon. Voodoo, I tell you. J.R. Sanchez, what do you think about trading for a defensive tackle, Simmons from the Titans? Seahawks 20th pick for him, then extending him, then possibly get Carter or Tyree Wilson to pair with him as a 3-4 defensive end. Love it, JR. Very creative on your part. Coming with something up with that. I like it. Simmons, I think, is I put him in the same class of a guy like Buckner. I think he's actually a little bit younger than Buckner, so I would be maybe a little bit more willing to go with that 20th pick than with Buckner. I'm looking more second round. But he would be a better player than what you'd be getting at 20. It would just be the fact you're then paying him, which is kind of irrelevant at that point. But he is certainly better than the guy you're getting at 20 at this point, I would think. You're getting maybe Brian Breezy, which Simmons has got a lot of, to me, similarities to Breezy kind of, but Simmons is who you hope Breezy ends up hitting at his top end, essentially, in a best case scenario. And Jeff We Trust is, what do I think we do at center or guard? I think we attack it in the draft. In Jeff We Trust. You passed on Posick. I'm not sure they're going to look at Connor McGovern. That's a possibility here. Bradbury with the Vikings, possibility. They can go for some low-cost options, but those guys aren't going to move your needle as far as performance goes. At the end of the day, what will move the needle is probably getting guys in the draft that can perform and that can get it done. And the tough part on this is it's not a tremendously great draft for centers or guards, but it's also not a great draft. It's also not a great free agent class for centers or guards. It kind of is what it is with that in Jeff. So we're going to kind of have to make do, I think, on both aspects of things. Hongwo, I do prefer Tanner Muse over Barton too. Nick Guzman, Barton to the Commanders. Yeah, good luck with that. That's right. It's actually a good part for him. You guys know that's a good fit for Barton. I've long been saying with Barton, he needs to go to a 4-3 defense and be a middle linebacker in a 4-3 defense. He's going to the Commanders to go be just that. That's a beautiful move for Barton. It's very smart for him, and it's smart for the Commanders to get him. He was not an inside linebacker in a 3-4, and he was not a will linebacker in a 4-3, and he was not a Sam linebacker in a 4-3. He's a middle linebacker. He's a Mike in a 4-3 defense. So Barton's going to the right spot there. Better fit than what it was with us. Blazers in 6. Get Bobby for cheap. Recent linebacker market hasn't been too expensive. Draft Carter Anderson at 5. Smith or Richardson Levis. Smith and Jigba at 20, or Nolan Smith and Michael Schmitz later. We should be set up well. We should be. I don't know if Wagner is going to be cheap. Blazers in 6. The middle linebacker cost today is getting more expensive rather than less expensive at this point. I don't think he's going to cost top market money, but he might cost a little bit more than cheap. Nick's very happy he doesn't have to see Barton in a Seahawks jersey again. Yeah, me too. One-Eyed Willie 093 says, they don't talk enough about how Carter used his NIL money to help a struggling walk-on to get a meal plan on campus. I have seen him done some charity stuff, man. I have. He did do some of those other stuff on that other end of the scale of things, which is good to see. And I'm certainly not painting a broad brush with him quite yet. I think he's definitely a divisive figure at this point in the draft process. But I land as I think most of the people do in here. And going, look, if he's there at 5, I'd love to take him. He's going to help this defense out. Pug 91 says Barton the Commandos. They pulled it off. Comanderos got themselves their middle linebacker. TV1 says, I feel like Barton is our first free agent signing. Addition by subtraction. Randall McDaniel says, Barton signs with the Washington football team. Washington signs with WTF is who they sign with. It makes sense there, Randall. Thank you for the $2 donation. I think that makes sense. I do. It adds up. He's going to the right situation. Smart. Cool Breeze says, how does Pumpkin Treats draft board look like? I love salmon treats are probably projected number 1, but what else? It's salmon treats are there near 1, but she definitely goes back and forth between liking the shrimp. The shrimp's right there with salmon for whatever reason. Chicken's bottom of the stack. Beef kind of bottom of the stack. Salmon's kind of it. I got different iterations of salmon she likes. You got the salmon pate. You got the salmon where they got a little bit of the gravy stuff set up there, you know? And I go back and forth with them on those. The wet stuff is they would kill for that, literally. Ryan Chambers, did you see the Seahawks getting Bobby Wagner? Not as of yet. Not as of yet. I have not. Jason says, you do great impressions. Your R needs work.
It needs work. My impression of Arnold Schwarzenegger is not very good. I sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger's cousin from Bulgaria. I can lift weights too, Arnold. I can be strong as well.
Seahawks gaming, 49ers saved $12 million cutting McCaffrey. They're not going to cut McCaffrey, though. I can't see that. Possible, but yeah. As I think about it more, I think that the base of Bosa this year is pretty low. And if they want to just back in and put the deal together with Bosa where you give him an incredible amount of guaranteed money, backload the deal like you did with Hargrave, you could probably make it work. Bosa's making $17 million. So, you just remove off of his base deal. Yeah. It makes more sense to me as I think about it now. Because within $17 million, you can bury the bonus in the base of the first year of the deal. So he essentially doesn't count any more than he's counting right now in the cap to make that happen. Damn it. Not cool. Not too cool. John says it'd be sweet to get Buckner and Campbell. It's a good combination. Yeah, guys, let Megan have her opinion on Carter, guys. It's okay if she's not for Carter. We don't have to sign her up on Carter. As I say in the chat, like, if someone's got their opinion, they got their opinion, you know? Like, it's all good. As I said, me and her disagree. I'm cool with her being not good for Carter. I think she's got her valid reasons for taking that approach to it and other players that she'd prefer to go with. I mean, you guys, I love Carter, but I don't expect everybody to have to be signed up on it if they don't feel it. You know, it's not the spirit of the channel. Keldon, while the Rams are spending unlimited amounts of money, even paying quarterbacks, at least the 49ers aren't paying quarterbacks. That's true. It's true. Robs, we're hearing different things on the Aaron Rodgers trade. It does sound like he's going to go to New York at some point or another here. I don't know when, but at some point here. Haven't seen what Barton signed for quite yet. Random McDaniel, thank you for a double donation. Another $5 donation. Appreciate you, brother. Hope the baby's doing well. Any chance you have an updated free agent big board with the guys who've signed removed? Boy, I don't, man. I'm sorry. I'd have to kind of put something together like that in advance. I just didn't have quite the time on that one. So I don't at the moment. I'll see if maybe by Wednesday, Randall, I can put something like that together for the Wednesday show in the morning. Get a little bit better understanding what we're looking at a bit. TV1 says, I heard they paid Barton in Silicon Valley bank stock. Go Hawks 2023. Watch Barton go to the Pro Bowl in 2023. Laughing out loud. It might. I mean, the thing is that you didn't have a place for him in middle linebacker in a 4-3 year because you moved out of the 4-3, but he's in his best fit now. He's in the best. He's living the best life at this point, and he's got a hell of a front four in front of him at this point, right? He's going to have some real good protection in there. Orthodox Russ, how much does Tyreek Smith fit in for the plans at linebacker, being that we missed out on his rookie season last year? I think he fits into the same realm, Orthodox, as Alton Robinson. You certainly like that these guys are in on the mix, but you're not counting on either of them being absolutely part of the plan, or that you're counting on them. You're going to put somebody else up there to be in that spot, and if they can win out the job or they can be a useful player at that point, it turns into a bonus. So I like him a lot. He is still, at the end of the day, a 6th round pick who's missed a season. It is a little bit in that flyer mode of things to a degree. But he's an interesting player. Interesting player. Seahawks Gaming, you know what's crazy is Niners might get a comp pick even though they signed Hargrave with the losses of Jimmy G, Mike McGlinchey, Aziz Al-Shar, and 10 free agents. It's true. Yeah, they had 25 total free agents at the start of this. So, yeah, just Hargrave, they still might recoup a third rounder in this. Travis says, Pumpkin eats better than I do. When I come from salmon, it's rich people's food. Yeah, she's not getting high quality salmon, I'll tell you that. It's not the best of the bunch, you know. You wouldn't want to be in this stuff. But yeah, she does. She's my baby. She's my baby, dude. That's my little girl. Nothing but the best for my little girl. Right? Yeah. Nothing but the best for you. How can you not get salmon treats? Jesus Tudor, yeah, it does sound more like Bulgarian. It's his cousin Franz Schwarzenegger.
Just because I'm from Bulgaria and I'm not that strong, Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger doesn't make me bad.
Probably more of the, my Arnold always goes to the pump you up SNL sketch from my childhood. So I always become one of those guys that it just always drifts into that. Go Brazy up. Dan Quinn wants Wagner. You know he does. You know he does. Megan says the Hawks Nest, the Falele jersey is over the back of the chair and will be until the 5th pick. You know what you have to say and do if you want me to stay. I know it's a stake. I know what's at play, Megan. I do. And I feel very comfortable where we're standing right now. I'm not worried. Chat's worried about you leaving. They're worried. I hope you can see the fear, a little worried there on that. So, I'm just saying. Hogwood Lee, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it, man. He says, super chat for Barden missing tackles against us. There we go. Do we play Washington next year? I think, don't we? Don't we play Washington? Are we NFC East next year? Next week? Next year? Isn't that who we take on? Are we going through that 4-stack? But I like it, man. I like it. Let's watch Kenneth Walker just dance around him, have him miss multiple tackles on one play. Just keep falling right on his face. He missed him once. And he missed him a second time and a third time on the spin move. At some point, Barden will find his way to tackling Kenneth on this play. Carl says, no offense. No one is saying she should be with Carr. Yeah, she can be at Carr. May's not going anywhere, folks. I've got a trump card on this one, okay? Always remember, Brandon's always got a backup option. I always got a backup plan in play, okay? CR says, not signing Barden or Tanner Muse yet gives me hope we're bringing Bobby back. I want time to teach our next generation of linebackers. With picking someone like Simpson and Henley, you could use B-Wags more specific. Agreed. Very much agreed. Free truth, Rodgers needs to go to New York. That is where quarterbacks go to die. Flag says no longer have to watch Barton break into the backfield and run past the ball carrier. Yeah, it's going to be nice. No more missed tackles. No more of that. It's good. Joe Man, do we have any linebackers right now? Radigan? John Radigan and Brooks. So we got one linebacker with one knee and another guy that's not played very much. Jason, should we let Miles Adams start and get more reps? He's been playing well when we give him a chance. I think he's a guy that can work his way in the rotation here, Jason, but I don't think you want to make him like a key component of starting or whatnot at this point. I don't think he showed you quite enough to feel that comfortable with taking him out there and having him roll like that. But definitely as part of the rotation. And I think rotation when it comes to the defensive line play is really at its most important, Yeah, Jason says Barton will have better defensive talent in front of him. Might make him look pretty decent. It really could, Jason. And again, I think with Barton, as you saw with him at the end of the year, when Bobby Wagner went down last year and he played the last couple of games at middle linebacker in a 4-3 defense, he looked functional in that role. I think you put him with that protection up front and he gets to run around from the middle linebacker post. He's way more comfortable in that than as a middle linebacker in a 3-4 defense that's going to be taking on second level blockers a lot of the time. So, I think he's going to be at his best. He's picked a good spot for him to go to. Kevin Klein, will we re-sign Wagner or will we sign Wagner? I don't know, Kevin. I think they're going to try to, but there's going to be competition for his services. Joe Man says, Wagner, draft or busted linebacker then? Well, don't discount Joe Man. There's Levante David out there as well. If you missed out on Bobby Wagner, Levante David's not some great drop-off that you're going to at that point versus Bobby. They're very equivalent as far as in totality what they give you as a player. Levante's better in coverage. Bobby's is better as a run defender at this point. But you could go that way with it too. Seahawks 02 says, man, the Bears are making some deals as of late first with the trade and now some stud linebackers. Indeed. I think they came into this offseason though as well with like the most cap space to spend of anybody else in the NFL. So, you got to use it. You lose it, you don't use it kind of thing, Hongwu, we should absolutely run it at Barton when we play them, which he's in the middle, so it'll be easy to run those A-gap runs right at him and test him out. I just try to get second-level blockers on him all day long. Travis, I'm Hans and Franz, and we're here to pump you up. You're good, man, not lifting your weight. You need to lift your weight, good, man. Micah says, does Bobby want to be in Dallas, though? I don't know. I mean, maybe some of it comes down to who's going to pay him the most on this. If we're offering some $8 million a year and Dallas is offering $12 million a year, does that factor into it? Nick Bloor is our starting linebacker right now, CR. That's right. If there was a game tomorrow, Nick Bloor might be our starting Mike 1. Raj Ho, has Earl Thomas retired for good? He was going to try to come back at one point, but I don't think there was a lot of interest in his services. Megan says, I'm getting very frustrated that I'm not being taken seriously, B. In what respect? Schneider and Neil, we're here to pump you up. Come on, Gulliman. Lift your weight. Brandon's man of the plan. That's right. I agree with you, Kevin. I do think Carter's a game changer as well. Flag, I wouldn't mind a minimum Tanner Muse deal, not relying on him to start, but playing his sub packages. Me neither. I'm with it. Jack, that's right. One linebacker with one ACL. Kamek 27, don't we still have Muse and Barden? I've never seen a guy tackle his own teammates more than him. Yeah, me neither. I thought Muse was still on the roster, but I was taking a little bit of what people were saying that maybe he wasn't. Let me take a look at it and see if we do have him under. He might be in a restricted situation, which is where it gets harder to evaluate where he is or what he is or what's going on with him a little bit there. So I don't think he's currently counting on the cap. Take a look here. Seattle's sitting at probably right now like a lot of cap space. So Tanner Muse isn't listed under Sports Track right now. So he might be a restricted guy. I'm not sure on that. I have to look that one up. I'll have an answer for you on that with Wednesday. Keldon says, oh, you all want linebackers? Sorry, we collect those too. Oh, we'll get our linebackers. Don't you worry about it. Jason says, we don't need Seattle linebackers. We don't need no stinking linebackers. We're running a 407. That's not an area code. That's our defensive structure. I love it. We're in the 407. Oh, you got a 4-3? We're a 407. Ayanatar Babakar, who would you like to see the Seahawks draft at quarterback if they do? I think the two main guys that stand out to me as real possibilities would be Hendon Hooker in the third round or Dorian Thompson-Robinson out of UCLA in the 4th round. Both of those guys, I think, would offer a quality backup for us. You're picking them late enough where they're cheap. Both of them have different kind of skill sets a little bit. They're both kind of similar players, but Hooker's a little more bigger and traditional sized, I think. But I think both of them can run a full functional offense at the NFL level and would be good backups. But those would be my 2 guys. Hang Woo says Hooker might be better, but he can't play next year due to recovering from injury. And if Drew Lock comes back, he's not that much older than Hooker. I've heard that he's supposed to be back by the start of the year, Hung Woo, with Hooker, that he's supposed to be ready by the start of the year. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I have heard that that's been the reality of it. CR says, seems like Vikings won't extend Kirk Cousins. I guess would the landing spot be for Drew Lock there? That might be a spot he could go. Yeah. And it does look like they're going to try to finally ride out the last of Cousins and then move probably on after this year. So you are getting Cousins one more year out there. Megan says about leaving if Carter is taken at 5, Hawks Nest. Well, I mean, I can't make the rest of the chat be where I'm at on this, Megan. But like I've said, I understand like someone goes like it's got to go. You got to do it. You know, we got a difference of opinion on it. You know what I mean? Like you think how you think, you feel where you believe. I feel where I believe on it. You know, like I said, I'm trying to be pretty open on this, Megan, but it keeps getting kind of hammered as a subject on this, Megan, which I'm trying to kind of push off of it a little bit because it's like, we know where we all kind of sit, you know what I mean? But we all kind of sit where we sit with it. You know what I mean? And I get where you stand. I don't begrudge you for taking where you got to stand. Everyone's got their right to be on their spot where they're sitting and say, this is where I stand with it. But I stand where I stand as well. You know, there's not a lot I can do about it. So it's like, I've tried to make the arguments to you. I've passionately tried to make the case. I've said, okay, what about the background checks you can't see? What about what Schneider can read in? And it doesn't move your needle. And if I make all of my greatest debates and arguments and propositions and present it and give everything in the biggest way I can, I'll spend hours on it trying to plead my case. But if I ride after hours of pleading my case and somebody goes, no, I go, okay, I've done what I can do to make my case. I can't convince you. You know, it is what it is at that point. I'm not going to turn my hands over on it. It just kind of is what it is at that point. You know. Big boy Jez, Jalen Carter, Jadeveon Clowney, Zach Allen, Uchenna Nwosu, and Al Woods looks kind of scary. It does indeed. Does indeed. Jacob says, somebody tell Bobby we got throwback jerseys this year. I know. Maybe that'd be the final thing to close it. Michael J says, always get excited for free agency, then it always is like this. Laughing out loud. I get it, man. And they got us all hyped up the last week because we made some cuts. You know, we snipped out a little bit. Gabe Jackson, no Shelby Harris. You're like, ooh, we're going to do something big. We're going to take a swing. Here we go. And then it's kind of like first day of, we're through the first we're through the first, 6 hours of free agency. And we got a lot of nada. Mr. Turtle Hats, what would you think about picking Saika in the 5th or 6th round and turn him into a new Al Woods? I'd fine with it there. The problem I've had with Saiki through this process is not that he's just a bad player. He's got some usefulness to him, but the usefulness is not one that I need to go into the 2nd or 3rd round to go grab. Even the 4th round. I think the 5th round is about the right place for a guy who's going to be a rotational run stuffer at the next level. And that's what he is. Megan says, I want the larger jersey behind you, 2B. Oh, now you're getting greedy, Megan. Now you're getting greedy. You ain't getting that large jersey. No. No. We already agreed on the cost should the conclusion happen. You've already given the word on that one. Jose, how much space do we have? Well, we're listed right now by Sports Track as having $30 million in total cap space is where they've got us listed at right now. Now, they don't have the Geno deal clicked on there, I don't think yet. Let's double check this. Nope, Geno's deal is in there. So they have Geno's deal included in there as well. And so $30 million. Frankly, I think with the money that the Falcons have spent, the Bengals have spent, and maybe the Texans have spent today, we might have right now like the 4th amount of most cap space in the entire NFL as we stand right at the moment. Jeffrey Nicholson, isn't microphones, thumbnails, clickbaity as F? So cringed out. I haven't seen it. Does he have a nuts one? That sounds right. I can't place it, but I've definitely seen his videos somewhere. Flags Abbott still sucks. Q Jeff is somehow hanging around. I know. Clint Hurd must love him for some reason. Let's go. I think he'll be cut at some point. I agree with Hang Woolley. Eventually he's going to go. Jonah the Whale. Aloha, Brandon. Aloha. I hope you're doing well. Mark Holmquist at the Hawks Nest. A friend has one of the Seahawks Super Bowl win 12-man flags signed by all the players with the provenance. Are you interested? I mean, yeah, but I'm not interested in buying. Not buying it. No. I don't know where I would put it behind me, honestly. But I'd be interested if you want to. I like gifts. But no, I probably wouldn't be. When you use the word provenance, that usually is an equitable to. Seahawks 02, I know we need both offensive line and defensive line in the draft, but sometimes it just sucks watching other teams take superstars that we could have got. And for me, I can recall me shouting at my TV for us to just draft JT. I get it, man. I think a lot of us share kind of that frustration about like, come on, let's get active here. Let's do something. You got the money. Let's go. What's your excuse? You're not spending a bunch to the quarterback. You've got the money spent. You saved money on Geno. You already had some cap space in addition to that. You've cleared extra cap space releasing guys. Let's go. I get the impatience with it a little bit. I do. And in recent years past, we've seen in this point that they don't just get through wave one. They go into wave 3, and it's like more disappointment a little bit. Where it's like, really? This guy? But luckily, look at the Barton deal. You didn't bring Barton back on a 2-year, $10 million deal, giving him $5 million per year. You understood, nope, let that walk. That's not a helpful asset to us right now. But let's see where we're at a week from now. Let's see how this whole free agency period kind of shakes out. And if there's a lack of activity, I'll certainly jump on it. That's for sure. Jonathan Babakar. To me, the quarterback from UCLA reminds me of Terrell Pryor. Who would you compare Hendon Hooker to? It's kind of a tough comparison with Pryor and Dorian because Dorian's so much more smaller. I mean, Hendon, you're talking about Terrell Pryor is 6'6". Dorian Thompson-Robinson's like below 6 foot tall. Who would be my comp for Hendon Hooker? Good question. Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't know if I've got a really great comp for Hendon Hooker. Maybe the chat can help me out with this one, but nothing's popping up in my mind that is one that's like, oh, it's this guy here. Let me think about that. But I'm not sure. He's kind of he's an unusual guy because he's got the arm strength and he's got the mobility, but he's also got kind of an awkward mobility to him. He's all feet and elbows and arms, running every different direction when he's moving. So I'm trying to think of who would be a kind of a comp for him on that, and I don't have something that's jumping out to me out the gate. Maybe kind of some Geno in him. You could kind of see some Geno in him, maybe a little bit. But I don't know if there's maybe not a great comp out there for him, Ionton. Oh, Hangwoo. They're actually comparing Hooker to Geno. So there we go. Somebody else made the comp. That's not bad. There's not a good one. He's kind of just an unusual athlete and how he, but that's on base with it. Mega says, that's the base cost. I want incentives. Now you're renegotiating. That family car sales background comes up, Megan. Renegotiating. We agreed on costs, and now she's thinking she can get a little extra, a little bit more. No. Bruce Spring, thank you for the $14 donation. I really do appreciate you for that big donation. Thank you, man. He says, have you seen the Rogan episode with Derek Wolfe? Before every game, he used to microdose mushrooms, take Adderall, and think of his childhood for controlled rage. You want your defensive tackle to be dogs. To your point on that, Bruce, they're programmed a little bit different. And it's like the double-edged sword. And the thing that makes him this is also the thing that makes him that. And if you look at the NFL history with guys that maybe have been a little bit of the wild childs, out of control kind of guys, if you look at the combination of offensive line to defensive line, it tends to be those defensive line guys, right? It's your Lyle Alzados, your Howie Longs, your just all of the guys through the years that have been the inside that are just kind of mean and have that edge to them. It does kind of go hand in hand. They've got to play with a certain abandon and deal with what they got to deal with. And yeah, I listened to a little bit of it with Derek Wolfe, so I intend to check out the whole episode. Thanks for the recommendation on that, Bruce. But it's pretty incredible. Microdosing on shrooms and the Adderall, and I take the shrooms to bring me down, the Adderall to bring me up, and the childhood rage to just put me in a complete state of anger. And boy, it's like it just goes to show you, it takes your mentals have got to get to a certain special place to play this game. It ain't the same as a baseball or basketball. You got to put on a different type of hard hat to go out there and play the NFL football. And part of why I respect these guys and love this sport as I do is, the sacrifice and the body that they got to take to put out there to go out there and win. I know Wolf did talk about the stuff that he had happen to his body throughout the time that was pretty scary, including becoming paralyzed at one point for a little bit of a short period of time. But these guys lay it all on the line. And when you do talk about those guys down the defensive line, they're a different breed down there. They've got to operate from a little bit of a different mindset. And it's got to be one that's rugged, fearless, reckless a little bit. And that same thing that makes them good on the football field can then oftentimes be the thing that does hurt you off the field too as well a little bit with it on it. But yeah, that was crazy. The microdose on shrooms and Adderall for a game I wouldn't want to do that in public, being around people, just normal, you know what I mean? Like I would be uncomfortable in that to do that where you've got 70,000 people in a stadium watching you, millions on the television watching you. I would get very self-conscious about that, Bruce, real quick, even in my quote unquote high. I'd be like, there's so many people watching me right now. So it'd be hard to be in that zone of like, you're a killer, you're a warrior, get it. Flags says, Jesus, every time I microdose, I get giggly and laser focused. Oh, maybe that's what it does. I've heard it works good. That's what those guys out there in the valley do, right? In Cali Valley, they all do those microdosing things. Hank, whoa, didn't Jets have a problem with Zach Wilson being a jerk? Rodgers has the same problem. But he's a very talented jerk. Irish Hawk says, typically we let the initial dust settle a little before we get going in free agency. Agreed. They don't tend to be a wave one team. They did when they first walked in the door in Seattle, but it's been a long time since they've delved into that region. Well said, man. Stephen Patel says Hooker's a mini Stroud. Yeah, kind of. He's got a little more mobility than Stroud. Stroud's got the better arm. Space, I do think Rodgers will go to the Jets. I do. And Bruce, thank you again for that $14 donation. And well said on your part, too. Well said. So I'm not the only one that was seeing Geno and Hooker. Okay. Yeah, I could see it. I wouldn't go Bridgewater because Dwayne, he's got a better arm. Hooker's got a way better arm than Bridgewater did. Mark says there were only 12 made. My friend bought it from a Seahawks charity with pics and receipts. Oh, nice. It's great buy on his part. Well, I'm a cash strap guy right now myself. So. I think says Wilson was a third rounder, so his Hooker's looking like a third rounder. Could be interesting. Could be. Mark says Bobby and draft Carter. Travis says, I haven't laughed this much in a long time. Goodness, thanks. Hey, man, anytime. Anytime, brother. Kurt Bernard says, let's ride 12s. Ha ha ha. Breaking news. Russ is going to get benched this year. Well, Jared Stitham is certainly breathing on his neck right now. How you doing, Russ? Hey, Jared, what are you doing? Get back. You like your job? Yeah, I like my job. I'm starter. What are you doing? You know why Sean bought me here, don't you? Don't you, Russ, huh? You know, don't you? Don't you, dangerous? Stop whispering in my ear, dude. What? I'm trying to study here. I'm here. I ain't going nowhere, Russ. I know you're not going anywhere. You're in the damn room. What do you want? You know why I brought me in, Russ. You know your time's running out. Shut up! Shut up! Aaron Brooks, I like that one. Bacon soda with a great comp for Hendon Hooker. Aaron Brooks, former Saints quarterback, they traded from the Packers for. That's a good one. That's probably the most on-the-nose one that's been mentioned so far. Pretty good. Yeah, my cat's hella chill. She ain't got nowhere to be. Dwayne says, if we bring back Bobby, should we just play him more like the Rams did last year? I'd like to, especially when it comes to blitzing, Dwayne. I think we've vastly underutilized him as a blitzer throughout his career because we've had such a hesitancy to blitz, and that Carroll just doesn't like to do it. I'd love to see it though, because it'd be fun. I think he's a really, really top of the line blitzer for the middle linebacker position, and he could provide a great benefit in that respect of things. But you got to be committed to doing it. And luckily, we have the defense in place here, Dwayne, where theoretically it's the same defense he was running in with the Rams, so you could at that point run that if you wanted to do so. Microdose talk. Kyle, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate it so much. It says Devontae Adams is pissed on IG. Apparently the Raiders didn't include him in the Jimmy G decisions. Would love to send a second round for him. What defense is stopping DK, Adams, Lockett, and K9? Nobody. Yeah, that would be a hell of an offense to go out there and run out. And then I've been hesitant to look running with a 3 wide receiver look, but Devontae Adams with Tyler and DK is good luck. The one problem with making that move, I think the Raiders might be willing to do the second round to get that off-boarded, maybe Kyle, maybe, but again, I think they just gave up a first last year for him, is they have to eat a lot of dead money on the bonus money with him, Kyle, which I don't think they'd be willing to do. And then he's still going to carry a pretty mighty cap hit if bringing him in, which would probably eat up a lot of your functional space to try to deal with the defense. So it would make your offense supersized, but your defense is now going to be severely probably lacking throughout the course of the season in making that move. So he's probably just going to be stuck there, Kyle. I don't think he's able to go anywhere. He can kind of get mad as he wants about it, but it's like, you sign the contract, we own you. We own your rights, not you, but own your rights. That's part of what happens with this type of deal when you sign the deal, you can't be the free agent. Kind of have it both ways. John says Lamar's going to seriously have to lower his standards, or he's going to be dancing alone sitting out this season like Bell. It's possible, John. Very possible it breaks down like that. Tiago says, I'm so divided between taking a developmental quarterback at 5 or using the 5 on a defensive player and getting a guy like Hooker at the 3rd. I do like at this point with having Gino here on the team-friendly deal as he is, Tiago, and knowing that to just kind of stand pat and let it ride and go with the best player at 5 rather than the quarterback at this point. Mark says 49ers signed Sam Darnold now. That's funny. It is funny. Kronos, I feel that the A-Rod trade was an attempt to find a leader inside the clubhouse. Yeah. They're also desperate at the quarterback position, and they don't probably want to have to give up the draft capital to trade up in this draft. So, as I always say, desperation drives a lot of these quarterback decisions as much as anything else. D-Man, I know the Bengals are re-signing players. Pinch me? Am I sleeping? They're actually re-signing their own guys. They did let Jesse Bates walk, so you let one of the best free safeties in the sport go, but still just them making some of the moves they're making is pretty interesting. I hear they're going to try to get Jamal Williams in there as a short yardage back. That could work. George says, got to go now, 12 a.m. Hope we make some good moves. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, George. Thanks for checking me out there. Hope you have a great evening. Kyle says, just because we aren't involved in free agent signings doesn't mean we aren't involved in trade discussions. Exactly. That's why I say be patient. We never know how this might kind of roll kind of fully out when it's all said and done. Nick says, word on the street is Stitham once sailed in a balloon around the world and did a high knees the entire journey. Oh, Lordy. Goodness. Cool Breeze says, the Broncos win, say, 5 games again in poor fashion. Do they realistically think about cutting Russ? Yes. I think the Stidham signing already shows you there was indications here by Sean Payton and what he was telling you about. Did you come to this job because of Russ? Was that? He said, no, that's not why I'm here. That's not why I chose the Broncos. He made the decisions outside of that. And he's not married himself to Russ at all. I think Russ is in a prove it mode this year. And if Russ doesn't improve mightily upon his performance from last year, the Broncos are just going to cut bait, call it a day, take their pain, bleed their blood, and then try to, turn that thing around as quick as they can. Wu-Tang says Donald can't be worse than Jimmy G in that system. I don't know if he's as much a fit as Jimmy was, Wu-Tang. Jimmy had the accuracy on the short stuff. Shanahan's offense is all bread and butter is on the short stuff and being accurate with that. Darnold's not as accurate in his throwing ability. There is a little bit of a backtrack there. Now, Darnold can move better than Jimmy, but Jimmy was a good fit for Shanahan's offense on that short stuff. Irish Hawk has got Hooker comp equals Jeff Blake. That's a good one too. Old Cincinnati Bengals quarterback. Yeah, Ethan, I don't think Devontae Adams should have a say in that stuff either. You signed your contract last year, You signed up for the Raiders experience. You could have done a lot of other things and you went that way with it. Tommy says if he's pissed in who his quarterback is, I wouldn't be interested in Adams. Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I don't want to hear it from him, Same place. Mr. Turtle Hats 12. Imagine if Bobby didn't sign just because Diggs stuffed the ball in his face after picking off Baker. I think they're good friends. Will Valdez, Brandon, do you still have Levis going in the top 5? I do indeed. Yes, sir. Probably he will be, I think. He might be the 4th quarterback taken at this point, but yeah. I still do think he's going to probably go in the top 5. Richardson's on his heel, Will. Richardson's even getting talk of going number 1 overall. So Richardson is flying up boards as far as where he's going to go at this point. But it's a fluid situation too, I think, a little bit here, Will. Rodney, how much cap do we have? Sports Track has us right now with $30 million to spend. You've got about $16 million of that, of course, is going to go to your draft picks, approximately speaking. So, 17, 18 million right now to spend in functional cap space. House, just heard the great free agency news. Barton signed somewhere else. Anyone know if one of his guaranteed incentives was he would be out of the position 90% of the time? Barton getting some shade today. Oh, funny. Hey, he earned it. Colton Strickland says, I hope we sign Al Scherer and Zach Allen. Those would be solid signings, Colton. We got Keldon here talking about Niners. We'll just take one of your Niners linebackers, Keldon. How about that? Huh? Show you. You got Hargrave. We'll get Al Scherer. Take that. TP1AZ trades out. And 4 quarterbacks taken with the 4 first-round picks. We settle for Anderson. A win, IMO. That would be a win. John, I like Dante Foreman. As long as he's a low-cost option, I'd be with that. He's a good in that role of hammerback. He would provide you that. Yeah, Austin Eckler, Jeffrey, I wouldn't be in on him. He does want to be traded as well. I have heard. John, yes, Desmond's going to replace Russ. You know it. Adrian XA, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you, Adrian X, and hope you had a good day at work. He says, hey, B, just got home from work. Any Hawk news? We've been on button. We've got our finger on the pulse all day in regards to this, but not as of yet are we hearing any news from the Hawks, unfortunately. So it has been all quiet on the Western Front as far as things go. Looking to see if we got any updates here as far as the ticker. The Buccaneers have re-signed Jamel Dean. The Titans have agreed to terms with former Eagles Andre Dillard, former first rounder. Raiders are signing safety Marcus Epps to a $12 million deal over 2 years, $8 million guaranteed. But no major deals coming through here as of yet. The market's kind of been a little bit cold here. It was going hot there around midday, and it's definitely kind of slowed down just a little bit now. It's a little bit of breather on this, but nothing yet. Adrian X looking for no rumors, nothing breaking, just everything quiet. Charlie Malberg says Condota said on Twitter that Eckler is a Hawk. Expensive though. Did we go for Austin Eckler? Let's see here. I don't know where you're seeing that Bob Condota tweet. I don't see anything about Austin Eckler and Bob Condota's. Yeah, I don't see anything in there about Bob Condota's tweet. So you might want to double check that tweet on it because I don't see him, unless I'm looking in the wrong place. I don't see him with anything mentioned in here. Let's check his replies. Yeah, I don't see anything in there about that with Eckler. Scully 13, greetings from Spokane. Any chance the Hawks take a running back in round 1? I think it's highly unlikely, Scully. I think Bijan Robinson would be the only guy they would consider doing it with. And it would have to be at 20, and I don't think he's going to last to 20. But absent that, no, not likely. Very, very low probability of that one. Charlie, I'd love to know where you got that Condota Twitter thing. Double check on that for me if you could, because I just looked up the Twitter feed on it and I didn't see that. Dwayne Nowak, who is your favorite center in the draft this year? By far, Dwayne, for me, my favorite center is John Michael Schmitz. Every other center that I took a look at had some question marks surrounding them. I think he is a pretty clean center. Not perfect, not going to be a superstar in this league at the center position, but a meat and potatoes type of center that's going to get the job done, be better than league average, I think, over the course of his career. Can do all of the mobility stuff that you need from a schematic standpoint in this offense. I would be very, very much on board with going that route with it. I would. Absolutely. But probably I'd like to get him in the second round, Dwayne. You might have to go high as the first, but really, if we get him in the second, it's the place to grab him. Ionataran Biocar says, how do I have the top 20 picks breaking down? I mean, I've got to see how kind of the full free agency breaks out on this a little bit before I can make the assessment quite yet of which way I see this going. Because you got to get through all of free agency to know what's going to be teams' needs and, where they're going to go. I ran a mock about a month ago. I had CJ Stroud. It's kind of funny enough, folks. I ran my mock draft across the NFL and I literally mocked. In fact, you know what? Why don't I just bring it up here for you? So this was the mock that I ran, folks, about a month ago. And what's interesting about this mock is I actually had the Carolina Panthers trading up to 1. So I knocked that one out of the park on my mock on that one, didn't I? Let me bring it up here. There we go. So here was my mock from a couple months ago there. As you can see on this, I had Stroud going number 1 to Carolina. I had Bryce Young going to the Texans. Anderson 3 to the Cardinals. Levis going to the Colts. Seahawks taking Carter at 5. Lions taking Tyree Wilson. Richardson going to 7 to the Raiders. I think he definitely starts to go up boards from where this was before. Then you got Miles Murphy, Johnson, Bijan Robinson, Paris Johnson, the tackle, Brian Breesy at 12, which I think he dips down further than this. That's probably Lucas Van Ness or something at this point. Brian Branch at 13, Peter Skoronski at 14, 15, Michael Mayer. That's not going to be the pick now at this point either. That definitely is going to change. Probably, I don't know what else next. Probably Jackson Smith and Jigba or something there. But Devin Witherspoon, Gonzalez, Skulls would now go ahead of Witherspoon in my mock. Cam Smith at 18, Ringo at 19, and then 20 I had us trading back at that time. But we would have our pick at that point at 20 between, I would think, Joey Porter Jr., Kalijah Cansey, Jordan Addison, and Trenton Simpson would be, I think, the guys on the board, available picks for you for the Seahawks that would be fits for us and what we might be looking for. But that'd be my top 20. And I'll be doing a post mock draft, post free agency, full 32 pick, first round mock here once we get to the other end of free agency on this and we know where guys are being signed at. John Robinson says, I kind of like the take of Colin Cowherd about all the jacked quarterbacks not being very good because they got to be limber and whip-like. I think he should lose some muscle for mobility. You mean Russell? Or are you talking about Hendon Hooker? Hendon's not super jacked, is he? Mumbles, thank you for the $10 donation, Mumbles. I appreciate it. Man, Mumbles coming back to back with 2 big fatty donations. Brother, I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you. He says, Carroll with blitzing reminds me of the Steelers coach that for his first play of every drive game of the quarterback, dive up the middle so teams would stack 11 men in the box. Part 1 of 2. Ownership said, why not just do a pass? It'd be an easy touchdown, then forced him to do it. The coaches did it. It would have been an easy touchdown, but he made a player stand offside, so there'd be a penalty to get it called back. Coaches get married to their philosophies, and I've seen this, we've seen this absolutely on display with Coach Carroll at times, and that it's a for good and for bad. It's good in that, when the storm is raging, the waters are rising, you will stick to your philosophy and you can find your way out of navigating yourself through those troubled waters. But then on the same respect, when you need to make change, when something's going wrong in a way, Mumbles, where you've got to recognize it, you need to alter course, you need to change your philosophy's direction, that they will not do that. And even when it's smacking them in the face, as to your, and I do vaguely remember that, that instance of happening. And I guess you're talking about Steelers head coach. I'm trying to think of the guy's name, and it's way back. It's their legendary coach, and it tends to be those guys that are like that, Mumbles, that are legendary ones that have been around for a long time, that are set in their ways. Nobody can tell them nothing about nothing because they've forgotten more football than you can ever know. And so somebody coming in and telling them that, it can sometimes be that clear and that right there in their face as far as the clarity goes, and they still won't look at it. And then when you start to pull that thread a little bit more, Mumbles, you tend to find that being like, getting older, don't like change, don't like new, stuck in your ways, right? The rigidity of age that comes along and just is always sort of a part and parcel of that a little bit for the most part, at least more often than not. But it's when we see, man, Mumbles, and I think you bring up a great example of this that absolutely could be related back to a guy like Coach Carroll at times, and having that same process, especially the way he looks at things defensively, where he has been so hesitant to want to adjust himself defensively, where he's just like, I like what I'd like to do. I want to do what I want to do. I want my soft zone defense. I don't want to give up big plays. It's just hard as hell for those guys to move off of it. And I kind of don't know why for the life of me, Mumbles, because any coach that's followed the sport of football for 4 or 5 decades as these guys do and coached in the sport would know that the game goes through different iterations and ups and downs, and running the ball wins the day right now. Now we're more of a passing league and finesse wins more. And now you need more down dirty, giving up the big plays. You want to stop against that. Oh, that's not as big a problem now in this modern age. Like the adjustment of strategy a little bit within that, you would think would exist with these guys through the years, but instead, no. It's again, back to your original point. Thank you for all the donations there and $30 in donations, man. You're very kind as always, Mumbles. But it does come back to, again, just they have their philosophy that they have developed at some point in time in their life. They're holding on to it with two hands, squeezing it with a white knuckle grip, and you're not going to get them to release it. And if they do even release it a little bit, even as we've seen with Carroll on going to this 3-4 Fangio defense, they'll only let a few fingers off of it, right? They ain't giving it all away and just fully releasing. Like, I'll give you, you can touch it. You can touch it. You can't grab it. You can touch it. Okay? There. That's all you get. That's all you get. You know? It still becomes a little bit of like that. And it's frustrating as hell, man. Because again, I think there's points and times where even a person that's a layman or just looking at this stuff with a casual eye could come away going, you need to kind of do that thing over there. And yeah, we all know, you know. Thank you, man, for all the donos, though. Appreciate you. Very, very kind. Prince with TY says, hey, Brandon, would you rather take Will Levis at 5 or Jalen Carter? Just got into an argument with a Seahawks fan who says Will Levis is a franchise quarterback. I am indeed very high on Will Levis, Prince, so I do like Will Levis's upside. I do view Jalen Carter as the best player in this draft. And if I could land at number 5 in this draft and take just purely the best player in this draft at number 5, regardless of position, I think that's the pick to make. But I don't think that necessarily is any shade over onto Levis. I know Levis has got a lot of difference of opinion out there as far as where they stand on him. Where I personally stand on him is I do think that he's going to be a top 10 pick in this draft minimum and probably a top 5 pick in this draft. I've been thinking that for a very long period of time. He had a poor supporting cast he was working with, did Levis out there at Kentucky, and that did impact his performance mightily. And mightily in ways where he could have even a clean pocket at times and now looks bad behind a clean pocket, but he's been hammered so often and had the hell beat out of him so much that some bad habits get developed a little bit within that. But Carter's my number 1 guy, so I roll with that. Bacon Soda says, maybe Levante David for a 2-year deal. Thoughts? I think you got to come out of this free agent class at this point with Tremaine Edmonds off the board, with Pratt off the board with the Bengals, some of the other even middle linebackers being signed like Anazoli in Detroit. You got to come out of this free agent class with one of Levante David or Bobby Wagner at this point. You can't be often going into this draft addressing both of the 2 middle linebacker spots in a draft that's very weak for middle linebackers as it is already. I would think that would be a tough pull to make off. So yeah, if they want to go with Levante David instead of Bobby, or that's the route they go, I'm perfectly fine with that. But I think one of the two. Seahawks 02, thoughts on the Cardinals offensive line who called out Kyler to become a better leader? I think you're hearing that in a variety of different places, and you've heard it enough about Kyler at this point that it's not even rumor or innuendo or just people are guessing about. We know it. And that the kid's got to do a lot of growing up, and he needs to become more of a professional, and he needs to understand that the quarterback position, you don't get to act like a petulant wide receiver diva type. You got to act like the leader of the football team. And he has yet to do that. And you've heard a variety of Cardinal players come out, like Patrick Peterson's come out and said the same kind of thing. You're hearing it over and over and over out there. It's going to be on Kyler to decide whether or not he's going to take that step forward or not. But I think it's telling when you got offensive linemen calling out their quarterback. When it gets to that stage of things, you're pretty far with that train down the tracks. Yeah, John, I agree. Will Levis is a Schneider quarterback. Kelly asks, hey, B, what do you think about Drew Tranquill, linebacker? He's okay. He's got familiarity with the defense. He's a little bit like me, like a Denzel Perryman of the Raiders. You know, he'd be functional in there for you a year. But Kelly, he'd be at the end of the day kind of just a stopgap. Yeah, I figured it was a fake tweet on that. Was it the bread man, Charlie? Was it the bread man? The bread man will get you. He'll get you. John, where does Skinner go in the draft now? He tore his pec. Probably 4th round. Maybe 3rd at the top of the top. John says, I thought the Chiefs franchised Orlando Brown. They franchised him last year, John, but they're not going to franchise him a second year because, of course, the cost becomes exorbitant for the franchise tag cost price at that point. Sounds like they're going to try to maybe make a run at Laramie Tunsil of the Texans. Rodney says, Brando, you still think we are taking Carter at 5 or trading back? I think you're probably taking Carter, but I think the option of trading back is built upon whether or not one of the top 4 quarterbacks is available when you pick at 5. So that answer doesn't get answered unless you're there. If 4 quarterbacks go in the top 4, there's not a trade to be happen. You take Carter or Will Anderson. But if there's a quarterback there, if Anthony Richardson's there or Levis is there, some team's probably going to want to move up and try to grab him at that point. Andrew Rajenko. How you doing, Andrew? Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we better get O-line. Niners are loading up on the defensive line. They are. Yeah, we got to get our guard and our center position on point. That's the luckily the good part of this, Andrew, is that you don't need your whole offensive line retooled here. You got the toughest things to find, which is the tackles. You got your left guard, which is another tough position to find. Now we got to find kind of the easiest 2 positions to find the offensive line to improve, being center and guard. There aren't necessarily clear pathways to getting that done, but that does tend to be traditionally how that works out, that you can find answers there. You know, there's somebody out there that you'll be able to pick up. But you're right. We're going to have to match them on this to some degree. Big O, Tanner McKee. I'm not a big Tanner McKee guy myself. I think he's like a lesser version of Jared Goff. The tape I've watched on McKee has been very, very, very underwhelming. He's got a big-time NFL arm and not a whole hell of a lot else, in my opinion. Dennis, I remember a few years back, there was a few games in a row where Pete would say, I wish we would have adjusted sooner. It just made no sense. You're the head coach. Adjust sooner. He gets stuck. He does. It's a thing where it's just, he doesn't want to move off the spot. And I get some of it, Dennis. You know, I mean, he's had tremendous amount of success running the defensive machinations in the exact manner by which that he's run them here for 10 years. To the tune of going to back-to-back Super Bowls, to the tune of winning multiple national titles at the college level. He's seen it proven over different decades. So why shouldn't it still work now? But that's unfortunately the nature of football, is not that something that you comprised and put together through the 90s and early 2000s is going to work now at the same level in 2023. It needs adjustments and modifications, additions. And there's not enough of that within Coach Carroll's game. You know, the big part of this that remains at the forefront of me on this, Dennis, is that the philosophy was informed by data that he pulled from the 70s, 80s, and early 90s regarding how teams won football games. And at that time, you had quarterbacks way more on board with throwing interceptions, way more on board with taking those shots down the field where they were going to take some risk, trying for the reward, but there was some risk there. So if you had a defense that was built to take away the deep ball, to keep the deep play off the table completely, that eventually the offense was going to throw into the teeth of that defense, and now you're going to get your interceptions. Well, the flip side of that, the modification of that, the evolution of that has been that the modern offenses now are now going to more of the dink and dunk stuff. They're now more perfectly happy with just saying, hey, we'll do a death by 10,000 cuts to you over the course of a football game. You know, 7-yard route here, 8-yard route there, 7-yard in-cutting route over here. You know, Shanahan provided an absolute masterclass against the Coach Carroll defense in that last Niner game in the playoffs in the type of routes that were attacking our defensive weaknesses. And they're there every single week, and there's never any adjustment for them. And I don't know why at this point they're still at a place where they're thinking, let's just keep doing the same old, same old. But even when they adjust, you know, like I had this talk with John Robinson in the chat. I remember early in the season we were talking about this, or late in the season, about how, you know, they're running a lot more man with Tariq Woolen this year. And so you'll hear this talking about like, oh, well, they ran so much man with Tariq Woolen. And it's not man, it's cover 3-man match. You know, so even when you're making the adjustment, he still won't embrace the full man aspect of things. No, now what you're doing is you're still playing cover 3 initially, and then coming back to the adjustment of you playing man after you're sure the guy's not going deep, which that's not pure man. That's asking a cornerback to do 2 things at once on a given play, which means he's likely to do neither of the 2 things particularly well at that point. And so, you know, the adjustment just hasn't been there defensively. It's one of the biggest worries I have about this team going forward. Not their ability to add talent, not their ability to create an environment that will foster a winning attitudes across the board and get the most out of the players from that standpoint, but that schematically on the defensive side of the ball, we week in, week out, continue to get our butts whooped because our coaches don't have schematic advantages built in to give our players those benefits that help them get a little bit of a leg ahead at times, get them a cheated step forward a little bit. Xavier McDaniel, Cody Barton side with the Commanders. We can draft a linebacker and bring back Bobby. Does the likelihood of that go up with him leaving? Maybe a little bit, Xavier, but it's probably just a couple percentage points. It's not a substantial shift on that, I would say. William Leonard, can we move off of Brooks? No. It's going to cost as much to move off of him as it is to keep him. I think it's like $3.5 million. Can't do it. John Chaney says, Diggs has posted a tweet of Wagner captioned, I don't have all day. God bless Quandre Diggs. He's out there pushing it. It's good to see. Connor, who are the main free agent targets remaining that you think would be a good signing for the team? Wagner, Clowney, Rashad Penny. I'm thinking through. That'd be it for about right now. I don't have anybody that's jumping out to me outside of that. It's not a very deep free agent class, guys. That's kind of the thing here. It's not a stocked lock, stock, and barrel with just a bunch of guys that are fits for what we need. You know, there are good players out here, but there's a lot of good players for positions we don't need. Center position, Connor McGovern's still a guy that you could look at from the Jets who's available out there. Wouldn't cost a lot, but that'd be a place they could put a little bit of money into. I don't think there's a lot defensive tackle-wise that makes a lot of sense as it stands right now. You can kick the tires on Fletcher Cox or Dalvin Tomlinson. None of those guys are going to get me super excited, but that would be another way you could go with that. There's some good functional guys. There's no star level quality out there, but there'd be good. There's good rotational help out there. / guys like a Bobby or Jadeveon give you a little bit of impact as well. Mr. Turtle Hats, if Denver actually had the 5th pick, what do you think they would have done? Would they have traded down and gotten a receiver? That's a good question. Probably would have tried to trade down. Probably would have tried to. My cat's staring at me. Hi. Hey, kitty. They would have probably tried to trade down. If they weren't able to trade down, then they probably would have tried to go with an offensive lineman. I'd say maybe just take the best tackle in the draft at that point, like Paris Johnson. But I think you're right about trading down would have been probably their first inclination. Guys, let Megan be with the Jalen Carter stuff. You guys are hammering Megan on the Jalen Carter. Like, it's all good if she doesn't want Jalen Carter. I keep saying it. Like, you guys keep going at it with us. Like, just let it be. Oh, my God. Kyle B., I saw the tweet to which looks like deleted Austin Eckler to the Seahawks for a 4th rounder this year and next year. Also saw a tweet that said we are getting Garrett. Yeah, I got to be careful on these tweets. A lot of accounts out there. Jay Brumfield, Andrew. Oh, sorry. Rodney Pressure, Brandon, let's hope we don't go dumpster diving in free agency this year. If Pete and John have not figured that out by now, they will never figure it out. Well said. I'm hoping they're not. I hope they don't. Wu-Tang, can you imagine having a league average or better center on the Seahawks? Been so long. It has been. It'd be great. Especially because you have the rest of the strength of the offensive line in place. And that's where you really build great offensive lines, by not having any weaknesses. Not by having tremendous great strengths, you know. Not by having a Waldron Jones and a Hutchinson and a crap rest of the line kind of thing built. No, by having a strong line all the way through. Zhao says, Brandon, on the Rich Eisen, so Pete discussed that a quarterback is top of the mind for them currently, and apparently Anthony Richardson loves Pete Carroll. With 4 of 5 first picks are projected quarterbacks, will Seattle pick one? I think more of what they're doing there with that is they're just trying to keep a team enticed out to move up into the draft to trade up for them to take the quarterback. If you say that we're not interested in a quarterback at this point, we're going to just take the best player available absent a quarterback position, then you're telling every team behind you, Zal, at that point that you're going to be passing on the quarterback anyway. So what's the point of trading up with you to go get that quarterback? So you want teams to think you're as hungry for the quarterback as anything else. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily the truth. Hard to say on this one what they're leaning towards and what they're willing to want to do. It does look like increasingly, Zal, that the Arizona Cardinals are most likely going to trade out of their pick at number 3 or whatever they're at. And then that's going to mean, Zal, that you're going to likely see 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 4 picks. I think that that's where this is trending towards as it stands right now. So it'll sort of be irrelevant what they would have done if Richardson was there. He's not going to probably be there. But I think a lot of this talk between Pete and John is just them, you're gassing people up a bit, Zal. You don't want to show your hand either on the other side of it. It's all cloak and dagger stuff. Jay says, hey, Hawks Nest, where is all the Winers money coming from with this Hargrave signing? It's a signing that's going to have a lot of its guarantees built into the back end of the deal, Jay. So they're taking a page out of the Rams book and the contracts that they've recently handed out by giving Hargrave money that he's going to get a lot of guaranteed. He's going to have to wait a little bit of time for it, but then they're going to be able to lower down his first year cap hit because of that. Whereas opposed to if they've just given him a big amount of bonus money, it would have been a bit of a different scenario there. So it's lowering down the first year of the cap hit. It's not giving him as much bonus. It's burying that in a little bit of extra guaranteed money. It's burying that deal then into year 3 and year 4 of that deal. So the price eventually has to be paid. The bottom line on this, Jay, is that they're essentially robbing from their cap a couple years into the future, taking that money from a couple of years in the future to put it into the now. That's how they're doing this. And they're going to have to pay the price on that eventually, but they get the upshot of that now in the interim. Flag, you notice that the Lions and the Hawks operate the same way the Hawks do. You notice the Lions and Holmes operate the same way. They bring back their own, make a couple of outside signings. Holmes. We're getting some fat fingers in the chats. Double check you guys when you post on the chat, because it's hard to kind of, when you leave out like 3 words in a sentence or something, I can't quite always pair out what we're saying. New Black says, David Long, linebacker to the Dolphins. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate it, William. He says, if Ed Donatel is brought on, will it matter? Well, you have a guy that can teach this defense. If you don't have an Ed Donatel to run this defense, it's sort of like, you've got a defense in place, but you don't have the brain for it. I don't think Hurt can necessarily run this defense, or Scott, the other guy they brought in last year, can run it in the same way Donatel or Sean Desai can, advise it to be run. So if you're not bringing in Ed Donatel at this point, William, you're just as well to go back to the 4-3 defense and call it a day on that. But I do expect him to be probably brought on. And yes, it would make a difference because he understands how to run the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell. You don't have anybody else on this defense who really understands how to run it, especially the secondary stuff, as well as anybody like Ed Donatel. Does that make him have a great defense next year? Does it make the defense awesome? No, but it's better than not if you're going to keep this defense. Bear with me, folks. I'll be right back. Give me a little more coffee and water, and just give me a couple minutes here. Be right on back. All right. So yeah, Ed, I think Ed will make a little bit of a difference, William, but I don't think he's a game changer. I don't think he's an improvement upon Desai, you know. Wu-Tang says, I really like Clowney, even if his numbers don't scream out at you, generates great pressure and a good run stuffer. He's just a good overall player. And I think part of the tough part with Clowney on some people, Wu-Tang, is always thinking about where he was drafted and being a generational guy and people putting that tag on him and him never quite ascending to the spot people thought he was going to be at when he was originally selected. But if you take that out and you just kind of remove that from the situation, he's a really good player. He was our best defensive player when he was here just a couple of years ago. He's remained a good player for the Browns. They've kind of played him in weird positions at times that Clowney talked about at the end of the year not being real comfortable with, where he's being aligned, especially in that spinner role over the top of the guard, which is just, he's big enough to operate on the inside, but he's more, I think, comfortable on the outside. So I like him a lot still too. And I don't think he's going to cost a tremendous amount of money to bring him in here. Jay Brumfield says we need to sign Draymond Jones from Denver and Allen from Arizona to beef up the D-line. I'd love those signings, Jay. That'd be great. That'd be outstanding. Travis, I never said this after it happened, so I'll say it now. Congratulations on getting your quarterback signed long-term at the Hawks Nest. I'm glad he didn't hold out for that $40 million demand. Yeah, we came out of it very good, Travis. He's only going to cost us $10 million on the first-year cap hit. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Jason says something tells me we are bringing Shaquille Griffin back because he will be cheap and also knows the defense. Maybe, but I guess the part you left out of what Jason is he's not particularly very good anymore. So that might factor in a little bit with it. You know, an itty bit, just an itty bit. Bill Hamilton says Hargrave to San Francisco. Could this get worse? It's a little dark right now, Bill. I ain't gonna lie. It's a little dark, but we'll see. We'll see what they do here. You know, John says there's a Michael Sean Degar tweet about how the Seahawks are being quite quiet this wave of free agency because we don't want to make huge mistakes again. What huge mistakes have we ever made in free agency? I mean, you got to spend money to make the mistake, right, John? If they haven't spent the money, then how do you make the mistake? And they don't spend the money. Yeah. At least not on wave 1 guys. They've made mistakes on wave 3 guys. You know, Greg Olsen was a mistake. BJ Finney was a mistake. Benson Mayo was a mistake. You know, they've done that. But I don't know, man. That's a weird quote. Nate Ben Jones, a good fit in Seattle. I think he'd be all right. He is, Nate, a little bit old. He's not going to cost a lot. I don't know if he's as much a mobility fit guy that they look for, but he's a good functional center in this league still well rated by PFF. Bill, I don't know if we're in on Hargrave as much. And I mean, the Niners getting him is a big signing for them, and it's a good signing for them, but they paid a big market price for him as well. $20 million a year for Hargraves, who is not the run defender he was at Pittsburgh anymore. You know, he's really a pass rushing defensive tackle at this point in time in his career. That's a lot of money, and he's good at that. But that's a lot of money to spending for a guy that's kind of his one trick, so to speak, for the most part. Hopefully we can make some other moves that, you know, build up in the totality of it to be better in equivalency than going out and taking Hargraves with just all the money in that thing. And if you had signed Hargraves, Bill, with that money at $20 million, all of your eggs would have gone into the Hargraves basket. There would be not a lot of money left over to sign other positions. And we need to attack other positions, I think, in free agency rather than just one. Zach May says, I'm actually optimistic about David Long signing with us. Okay. We're going to get somebody, Zach. I mean, somebody's going to get signed here. And my number of middle linebacker free agents is starting to definitely get thinner and thinner. John says, God, Donatel had a horrible year in Minnesota. I sure hope he's not the signing Carroll was boasting about the other day. Very well. We'll see on that one. I give him a little bit of room on that one, John. When you look at Donatel's track record, it's pretty solid throughout the course of his career. And he's not always had the greatest of defensive talent to work with. Thing that stands out to me with Minnesota last year, John, is that they made the same mistake we made, and it's no surprise that it was a failure. You know, you went from a 4-3 defense through all those years with the former coach there, and then over an offseason, you changed to a 3-4 defense, but you don't change out any of the personnel. You just changed to this new defense. I don't know what NFL teams are kind of thinking with that. If you're going to go from 4-3 to a 3-4, you've got to get the personnel to fit the scheme. One does not work without the other to me on that one. And I couldn't quite understand why the Vikings didn't think that wasn't going to fail, John. But I don't think it's necessarily a reflection of Donatell being suddenly now a bad coach. Nick Rader, breaking news from Schefter. As a signing bonus, Broncos awarded Stidham Russell Wilson's office. Let's ride. New Blacks, I might scream if I have to deal with Donatell moving over from Vikings to Seahawks, laughing out loud. I think it's coming. Rodney says, Brandon, Donatell's defense got roasted last year. That's part of the reason he was fired in Minnesota. Yeah, the defense was bad last year for Minnesota. But again, I think that if you change over from a 4-3 to a 3-4 and you say, okay, we'll go sign Za'Darius Smith, and that's our one signing to change overall defensive personnel. All of our defensive linemen are now going to need to be from 4-3 to a 3-4. Our secondary in the same way. Our safeties are now going to be, I'm going to need Harrison Smith to do strong safety stuff and free safety stuff. I just think it's a road to failure for me. It always used to be understood in football that if you change your defensive scheme over, then you need to go get the personnel to fit it. Not this simply that you just expect somebody who's a 4-3, 3-tech defensive tackle to now become a 3-4 defensive end, like the Seahawks thought Poona Ford could be, after they'd already changed him from a 1-tech 4-3 defensive tackle. It's a little strange. So I'm not trying to make excuses for Donatell, but that's, I think, a valid excuse. If you look at, these guys had a lot of years in the NFL. He's had a long career in the NFL. And if you look over that time period, he's been a really, really good coach over that time period. He's got usually the most out of his defenses more often than not. Not saying he's going to get me super excited, but, Wu-Tang says, I just want to see Carter pick Kyler up in the air and carry him around. Me too. I want him to have him like pick up Kyler like he's an underarm, carry, like he's just got to carry him under his arm like a dog carrier or something, It's got him just kind of held up and Kyler's flopping along, freaking out. Put me down. You put me down. And Jalen's not saying anything to him. He's just holding on to him. And it's like that move, like you ever see there's an Isaiah Thomas cut of him on a basketball court back in the 80s. And he goes and he hits this tough guy of the 80s who's like one of the 80s tough guys who's like 6'8", like a foot taller than Isaiah. The guy just takes the punch and smiles at Isaiah. That'd be Carter with Kyler. Kyler's like hitting him and he's just laughing at him.
Kyler, stop tickling me. Stop tickling me, Kyler.
Littlewood 14 says, hey, Hawks Nest, what middle linebacker do you think the Hawks would pick up in free agency? I think it's one of Levante, David, or Bobby Wagner at this point. David Long's been mentioned as a possibility. That's certainly in play. There's a couple other minor guys we could look at, but those would be the two main guys I'd be looking at. Moose says Clowney was fantastic when we had him. He was great. That was a bad defensive year across the board for the most part, but Clowney was one of the bright spots. Kirk Bernard says, breaking news, Russell Wilson benched to make way for a backup quarterback. Breaking news, Denver Broncos. Yeah, Bugsy Bowles, I'm with you. Please don't bring back Griffin. Please no. He's not good. He's just not good. Your boy Michael says, poor Quandre. All he wants to get is all these guys he's recruiting. I know, he's trying, man. Come on, Seattle. Jay says, worst signing we ever had was BJ Finney. There's about 5 of them that year, that offseason. That was the offseason we had $50 million to spend, and we just blew it to the wind. To the wind. Jason Duder, it costs the same to keep Mo Brooks, and you're likely to not re-sign him in 2024. The only reason you keep him on the roster to get a comp pick when he signs elsewhere eventually. Well, no, you also need you need depth right now in your middle linebacker room, Jason. They could sign Bobby Wagner. They could go and pick a middle linebacker, and they would still need more depth where we stand right now at the position. So having him there as a backup plan, if you got Bobby and you picked Dan Henley, and you've got Jordan Brooks recuperating, and he's there as an option, especially having a guy in Bobby that's going to be an older middle linebacker and could have an injury come up, you've got a backup option to go to there where you're not restricted at that point. That would be where I would go with it, understanding that, to let him go, the cost would be exactly equivalent to let him go than to keep him. And you're not going to get any kind of trade value for him right now either. That makes it, to me, just hold on to him. Call it a day with that. King Bomber says, still nothing. Just hoping we sign Zach Allen and release Al Woods and Brian Monet. I'm with it. I'm with it. Bill Hamilton says, so $10 million for a quarterback, why save that money to sit pat? We don't know that they're going to sit pat yet, Bill. And there's a lot of people that are definitely chomping at the bit here, but let's also remember free agency has been going for 7 hours. And it's not a process that plays out in a 24-hour period. This is a process that's going to play out over the next 2 and 3 weeks. I would love to see them make a signing today. It would have been great, but let's see where they're at after all of this settles. When the dust settles, if we've stood pat, if we've not spent our money, I will be screaming to high heaven and pitching a fit like you guys wouldn't believe. So I will be right there locked and loaded for you guys to know that I'm not letting them off the hook here by any measure, but let's see what they do. Let's see where we land on this, how this kind of all, as I say, as the smoke settles. Kyle says the Cowboys want Wagner. Well, Wagner doesn't want you except for negotiating with the Seahawks. Leave our Bobby alone. Leave my Bobby alone. We don't need Jerry to set up Wagner for disappointment. He just had that in L.A. Exactly. Come home, Bobby. Come home. Tommy, the day Clowney single-handedly wrecked the Niners was worthy of a Norse Scholid memorizing it to history. Bring that back. Amen, brother. Amen. Mason Litt says David Long to the Dolphins. Well, there goes that option. Middle linebackers going off the board right and left. You could definitely tell with how many middle linebackers are signed today, the NFL is telling you something about the middle linebackers in this draft. They suck. Micah says, I hope the Hawks can get something like another Uchenna type signing. That's where I think Zach Allen is that guy, Mike YT. A different position, but an equivalent kind of player. Guy that's been improving over the last couple of years, coming off a career best year, only 25 years old. That's your guy right there. Bill Hamilton says, I agree on Hargraves. Cut or trade Adams and sign Neal. I think Neal's on a restricted point with this, Bill, so he comes back regardless. Nubelax, I agree with the Vikings personnel issues, but also they just were playing the most passive D I've ever seen, trying not to get beat deep, but getting beat deep anyway and giving up everything. It probably could have been a both thing, Nubelax, where you didn't change out your personnel and it could have been bad coaching within that too, to your point on that. Admittedly, I didn't do a deep dive on the Vikings defense this year, so I can't say for certain that it's just one to the other or maybe a bit of both. And it could be. But I do remember looking at last year because Ed Donatel was on our radar last year and doing the deep dive on him last year a bit when he was maybe going to be our defensive coordinator. Just being pretty impressed by what his track record had been. Hawks fan says, I want Draymond Jones. Me too, man. Me too. Boy, I'll tell you what, though, the cost has only gone up for him. Sam the Great, we let go of Barton. You got to be kidding me. We let him go. Jason E., does Brandon Jordan actually help us with him being a pass rusher specialist? Yes. You've had a lack of development from pass rushers recently, Jason. You could highly benefit from having a guy in here who can get you better in that aspect of things. Regime Green never really developed forward in his pass rush approach. LJ Collier never progressed forward in his pass rush approach. Darrell Taylor has not really progressed forward in his pass rush approach since he's walked in the door. It's a hole in the development of your team right now, and it would look to be one that he's going to be filling. John says they might be playing the comp pick with Barton, Puna, and other starters moving on. They could. Remember, if we do sign Bobby Wagner, that would not count against the comp pick game because he's been released by the Rams. So they could look to then target guys that are just simply released or then make trades on the other side of that, John. Well said. Bill Hamilton says safety class is weak and there's a market for safeties. A little bit. I mean, isn't really there just been like one major deal for the safeties handed out right now? Like, isn't it just the Jesse Bates deal? I don't think I've seen another big contract to a safety given out. Kind of a slow day for being a day one of free agency. It's been kind of a slow one overall. I'll say that. Things are moving a little bit at a glacial pace here with free agency this year. John says we need our Michael Brockers so bad if we want to sit in too high all game with Donatel. Yeah. Probably a couple Michael Brockers. Big Country says looks like the Hawks are avoiding landmines here early. Indeed it does. Especially $20 million a year for a... Kyle, it's going to be bad if John S. calls Carter on draft night and says, you remember what we talked about, right? Every time he says that pick doesn't work out, just take Anderson and be safe. Understandable, Kyle. I'm okay with that. And I think Anderson makes the decision a lot easier if he is sitting there to be selected. Rodney says, when Russ and the Bronco fans say, let's ride, my question is, what exactly are they riding? Please tell me, Brandon. Well, I don't know, man. I asked the question last year with Russ when he came up with the let's ride statement. I said, you do understand a Bronco is not the type of horse that you tend to want to ride. You do understand what you know what I mean? It was a little bit of an odd placement in general on that one. Like, didn't quite think that through, you know. That's an unbroken horse there. DB1 says the Orange Cat and I have the same look right now, judging our free agency. Yeah, she's unimpressed. Look at that. Look at all this action-packed excitement's doing to my cat. It's her face. John says, can you imagine Carter going to the Raiders after the debacles they've had already with draft picks and bad decisions and racing? I made that pick in my mock and it was like, oops, that won't happen. Yeah, you would think Henry Ruggs alone, John, would probably remove that. Damon Arnett and Ruggs alone would probably remove the possibility of Carter going to the Raiders. But I think the Lions would take him. I think they'll be all over him. John says on Sports Track, it shows San Francisco having $5 million, a little under $6 million of cap space, and Seattle having $30 million. Crazy that San Francisco can afford a Hargrave averaging $21 million over 4 years. It is. It is. Yeah, they're going all in, John. You know, I mean, they're making a conscious decision here to say, we're going to take the Rams approach. We're going to sacrifice the future for the now. The 49ers are in their Super Bowl window. The Seahawks have not yet gotten into the place where we're in a Super Bowl window, where we're truly that elite team. We've got a lot of work to do this offseason to get to that place. So from the Niners standpoint, this is a player to put them over the top. We're not a one Hargrave player over the top away from getting to an equivalent place of where San Francisco is. And I think that they're definitely, you got to give them kudos for going all in and being this aggressive and recognizing their window is now and that it's closing. It's not widening up. It's closing down for them. And they've done it with these last two deals that they've done here with the McCaffrey deal and giving up the picks they give up there. And this deal here now, it's indicative of they recognize right now is the time to strike. And good for them. But we're not quite, I think, in that same kind of place. Bill says you can't expect a rookie defensive line to compete in his first year. Sure you can, Bill. I think you can. Depends on the level of talent you have of a guy. But it's also why I've said, Bill, my approach this offseason would not be to look for some savior on the defensive line. Certainly Carter would be a guy that I'd love to help build you off of, but you're looking to build out a well-rounded crew across the board. You bring in Allen from Arizona. You'd make another pick in the draft early in those first 4 picks to go for the defensive line in addition to that. Maybe sign somebody else. You know, you're looking to build a rotation more than just having the front line guys. Connor Oshwagler says Bobby Oakrey got $40 million for 4 years from the Giants. Whew. It's a hell of a deal. Hell of a deal. It's a good player. But they definitely paid top of the market money at that point for him, didn't they? Zang. I got to add some of these deals onto my scroller here. DP says, okay, I'm going to sleep. Someone wake me when something great like Barton leaving happens again on day 1. Salute, Mr. Wilbert. Night. Wilbert, Joey Porter Jr. at 20, Brandon. I don't like taking cornerbacks early, Wilbert. We get such great value out of them and later on. John says, hey, we got a pick for Achilles Witherspoon, who we signed on a 1-year deal. That was so meta. That was meta. That's like Broncos. That's like Madden style there, John, where you only the kind of trade you can pull off in Madden. Bill asks, will the Broncos be better than the Hawks this year? No way, Bill. No chance. No chance. Moose says, if we don't get Bobby because the Cowgirls signed him, I'm going to be so mad. I know. That would not be great. 5-star, what about this? Chiefs, Chris Jones in last year of his deal and wants to be paid. What if we traded for him and paid him on a 4-year deal, drafted Carter at 5? Does that fix the defensive line? That would certainly fix the defensive line, 5-star. I love the creativity that you employed with that approach. I don't think that the Chiefs are going to let Jones walk. That's their one guy defensively that kind of carries the water for them all the way around. I think that they just end up probably paying him. Maybe they eventually get to that point where Mahomes' contract really starts to kick into a degree where they can't do that. But I can't see them trying to move him at that point. And if they did try to move him at this point, I think they would get a decent haul for him, even though he is a little bit now getting to be a little older of a player. I think they would still pull off quite a bit for him. But I would do that move if they were offering it. Sign me up, man. John says, I'm surprised Allen hasn't signed already. I thought he would have been coveted. Yeah. Kind of, it's been, like I said, a little slow free agency to begin thing. Usually got a lot more deals kind of coming down the pike here. Versus spring, any chance we get Zadarius Smith? Probably not. You already are 3 deep at the edge and you need other places to be addressed. And he's going to be paid something decent. James Morgan says Darrell Taylor hasn't developed. He got 9.5 sacks playing part-time last season. Yes, I said he hasn't developed as a pass rusher. Maybe not as a player, but yeah, I think his production is still coming from the same place, James, that got him his production when he first walked on the field a year ago. I don't think that he's gotten any better with his hands. I don't think he's developed any pass rush moves. His whole approach, James, seems to be I'm going to rush as fast as I can from the edge and try to beat my guy to the edge every single time. And he's good enough at that. He's got the first step quickness and bend, the things you look for in edge rushers that are at the forefront of the skills you'd like to have when you have a guy going off the edge. But that doesn't mean that he's developed his ability and his approach with his hands or his ability to run to a counter or to chain pass rush moves together, which after 3 years in the NFL, I would hope to start to maybe see a little bit more of that in his approach. On top of the fact that indeed he's a highly negative run defender, James. So part of the reason that you talk about being part-time is because when you put him on the football field as a run defender, he sucks. And he gets destroyed. Not just simply a bad run defender, he gets destroyed in the run defending game of things. So yeah, I mean, the 9.5 sacks is great, but he's doing it on what he had when he walked in the door, in my opinion. Maybe there's a slight bit of development there with it, but it's not substantial. Bill, I like the comp pick theory from John is spot on. It could be a way he goes with this, especially if he makes a big trade with a big player like a Simmons or a Buckner on the other side. That could be a way he goes with this. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, how is it determined which round the comp pick is in? It's certainly a little bit of a secret sauce from the league about how they determine that. It's supposed to be factored in by what you sign. It's also supposed to be factored in by playing time. But there is and obviously the amount of years you're signing for, all of that. But there's also it is a bit of a secret sauce in how they ultimately determine it. And they don't release the magical recipe. So we have to kind of guess you have to kind of eyeball it. Big Country, Alex Singleton re-signed with Denver. Wow, it is the day of middle linebackers re-signing all over the place. I'll tell you what. It's like the 7th middle linebacker today that's signed a deal? Crazy. The NFL does not like this draft as far as middle linebackers are concerned. Giovanni Manzo, who is the closest player to join Seattle? Zach Allen's the only one that we've seen somewhat possibly connected, or Bobby Wagner. connected to the team. John says Barton played a ton of snaps and racked up a ton of tackles, so he's got to be a high pick. Well, it's based on what he's going to do this next year, John, and also what he's been paid. Not what happened prior. So it's based on this upcoming season, because you don't get the comp pick this upcoming draft. You're getting comp picks for, I believe, it's as I understand, it's comp picks for next year that you get. It goes a year out on that. Nice try, Emil. This ain't my first rodeo. Bill, no one signed safeties for that much money. No. J.O., hey, Hawks Nest, I have a feeling that we're rolling with Geno and Drew again, and to be honest, I'm good with that if we destroy the draft. I'm okay with that too, as long as Drew doesn't cost a tremendous amount of money. But, I don't want to be paying him a lot then as a backup, but I'm okay with that. Moose says, I'm sure happy the window's closing. Really tired of cocky Niner fans laughing out loud. Yeah, I know. Boy, did they get obnoxious by the end of the season last year. So glad they didn't go to the Super Bowl, because they were getting to a point where I was just about to have to go scorched earth on them. Bill, well, this is the issue. Anderson and Carter left you take Anderson. Middle of a D line is still crap. If you want to be better, who is in there? I think that it doesn't have to be with the first pick to deal with the defensive line, Bill. You have 3 picks in the first 52 selections. There's going to be good defensive tackles to take at any of those potential picks. So, if you go with a Will Anderson at number 5, you can come back at number 20 with Brian Breezy or Kalijah Cansey. And if you don't get them there, then you come back in the early second round, you can take a Maze Smith. And if you don't go with the early second round pick, you come back with a Keanu Benton with the later second round pick. It's not about having to make the first pick towards the defensive tackle, because, Bill, understand, if you do that as your approach, where you say, well, defensive tackle is the biggest need, so therefore defensive tackle has to be the first pick, we take them with that first selection. Well, that's how you get into a little bit of a reachy phase of things. I do prefer Carter for the record. So don't get me wrong, Bill. I do prefer Carter for the record. But if you come down to the decision, and as I said, the decision on Carter is not driven by anything that any of us can know. None of us know what the background check of that is going to finish out to. So whatever John's got on his desk, Bill, whatever Mr. Schneider, our general manager, has on his desk is saying, this kid is either one of two things. He is either a character risk or he is not a character risk. And if you've got the opportunity to pick Will Anderson or a character risk of Jalen Carter despite his talent, they're going to go with Will Anderson, because Will Anderson's got the clean character background, and they could probably view them as very close players. The other thing to remember with taking Will Anderson, in my opinion, is that you're also going to have another trade that's going to happen in conjunction with that. Because I don't think that you're going into next season with Will Anderson, Boye Mafe, Uchenna Nwosu, and Darrell Taylor all on the roster. I think then John Schneider would look to try to move probably Darrell Taylor at that point, maybe Uchenna, for then a second round pick. And then you'd be recouping a back through, which would then allow you, Bill, to come back and get the defensive line dealt with later on at that point. So there's talent to be had all across the board on that. It's not just simply with that first pick in Carter. But again, Bill, I love Carter. So if they want to go with Carter, that's good. But the background check to me is what is really going to drive a lot of that decision making. Donnie Pearson says the Hawks Nest has been fun, but I must run. Thank you, Brandon. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. You have yourself a great night. Overnight, that works for me. Anderson at 5, Carter at 20. Hell yeah. Travis says, you were up for his stream last night. Sorry. Billy, do you this Breeze is a real deal guy at 20? He was good and looked healthy at the combine. Yeah, I think he's a real option at 20, Billy. I do. And you go back off his 2021 tape before the torn ACL and some of the issues he had kind of this year a little bit, I think he can bounce back to that. Craig and Knox says, y'all clowning on Barton, but when Nick Bellore is playing linebacker this, y'all be saying, why did we let Barton go? Ha ha ha, laughing out loud. That's right. Space, do you consider Aaron Rodgers a diva at the Hawks Nest? Yes. 100%. To me, a diva quarterback is going to have certain hallmarks to them. They're going to insist upon making every last bit of dollar that they can take. They're never going to take a discount. They're going to have times where you wonder about their leadership a little bit. They're going to piss and moan about the fact that they don't have a better supporting cast around them, while also being oddly blind to the fact that they're taking up the cap hit they are. That's holding back the team to be able to add that kind of talent in the way that they want. But yes, I would consider him to be that. Oh, Dwyer, thank you for the $10 donation. I really do appreciate it. He says, thanks for keeping me entertained while I'm working late. Well, hopefully you don't have to work too much later. We're 4:20 on this at this point, Dwyers. You've had a hard day. You've earned the right to go home, but don't go home too fast because I don't want you off the stream. Appreciate that, man, though. I love doing this. This is going to be always a yearly event. We do these streams where it'll be tampering day and free agency day in the morning time. I'll absolutely be going live on these days. I just like doing it. So I'm checking Twitter right now for any of the latest news here. We don't got anything going. But O'Dwyer, thank you for the donation, man. I really do appreciate it. We've got a lot of people on Twitter begging for Bobby to be back. Just sign Bobby. Just bring him back. Just bring him back. Looks like it's us and the Cowboys duking it out on this one, O'Dwyer. But my pleasure, man. I'm having a ball doing this. So thank you for much for tuning in and for your support to the channel, man. You're also a member as well. So thank you for that too. You're awesome. You're awesome. News and analyst with Arturo. So Darrell Taylor is the Diva or origami of the NFL. Good situationally, but not a starter. Yeah, he's fine as a rotational pass rusher, and they found the role for him, and then he can excel as that. He was your most efficient pass rusher, even with the limited skill set he has. It talks to a little bit about Darrell Taylor's upside, that if he ever developed an ability to have like a rip move, swim move, a counter back inside, something along those reins, he could be devastating as a player. But they haven't come along as of yet. They still very well could. He still is a young player, and sometimes pass rush moves do take a little bit of time to come about. But at this point, with the run failings that he has, yeah, he's just a rotational pass rusher at this point. Mr. M, I'd like to see McDonald from Iowa State for the edge in the second round. That'd be a good pick and a good spot. Real tools you got, you're getting in the second round at that point. Excellent. Talking about Darrell Taylor, right? And the same things that you like in Darrell Taylor are the things you'd like in McDonald. First step quickness, bend, dip, He's got some length, 34-inch long arms, I believe, on McDonald. But much like Darrell Taylor, a guy that doesn't really know what he's doing. He doesn't have much of a plan. He's going to get there going 100 miles an hour, but he needs a plan. That's where you got to develop him. And that's, you can't teach the physical tools that guy has, Mr. M, but you can teach the other stuff. But that's why we're bringing in a specialist. Zach May says Darrell Taylor was only this productive because he was a rotational player, physically talented, but lacks so much to be a complete player. Well said. Well said. I couldn't put it better. Power Code says, bring Bobby back. Come on. Lions Mania, what's up, man? Our teams are being quiet today. Quiet, too quiet. John's on board for Kazir White and TJ Edwards. TJ Edwards signed somewhere else today, John. Lions Mania, yes, we do want Jalen Carter. You can't have him. Megan doesn't want him, but most of the rest of us do. Some don't, some do. John says, when's the Geno Smith movie coming out? Very soon. Lions Mania, isn't it a blessing he's fallen this far in the draft? It is for me. But again, depends on the perspective. Some people think he's a big-time character risk at this point. Jack Maloney says if Anderson is off the board and the Hawks pass, it'll be a red flag for sure. It will. And this is where I come back to Jack saying I'm going to trust in the assessment of Carter from Schneider's standpoint, because he's going to have much more information than I have to operate off of Carter. And that gives me more confidence to believe that they're going to make the right decision because of it. Jack says Lions and Seahawks have the best future in the NFC. I think so. I think you make a good argument that they do. Yeah. Stephen Patel, Calais Campbell, should we grab him? I'd like to, Stephen. I don't think he'd cost a lot, but I certainly would love to bring him in here. And now you have the 3-4 defense, which you've always wanted him, but you've always had the 4-3, which wasn't exactly a fit for him. Now you have kind of a fit for him at that point. Let him come in and replace and be like an upgraded Al Woods. Yeah. Rotate him in. Magic Vlogs, Bobby Oakery is definitely off the board at this point. A lot of middle linebackers signed today. There's been a run on middle linebackers today. Wu-Tang Financial, Rodgers is the diva quarterback. The diva-est quarterback to ever diva. Bill says, I laughed this morning at the NFL this morning. Two hosts talking about Lamar. One guy talking about team and just saying pay him. One guy realistic, other out to lunch. Yeah, it's where you hear a lot of those people that just get to the basic tenet of it. He's an MVP. You've got to pay him. He's earned the money. And, NFL, with the way it works and where you can make a decision and things go wrong and a guy's broken forever if you make the wrong decision and you set your franchise back, especially the quarterback position, which costs more than anything else. It's a tougher conversation than just being so simplistic as that. And it's really rare in football to me, Bill, that you ever get to a spot talking about anything that you go, well, it's this or this. It tends to be, well, there's this, but you also need to consider this, and that needs to be considered that. And the people that I tend to find on this bill that sort of shortcut their way on that, on these kind of debates or these discussions towards, well, it's just really simple, then they're not really thinking it all the way through. And I think that is the case with this Lamar situation at times. I don't knock Lamar for wanting the money he's wanting or wanting all the guaranteed money he's wanting, but I also don't knock those other teams that are hesitant to jump into that. And just because the Cleveland Browns made the mistake they made with Deshaun Watson last year, that they gave out the stupid contract, doesn't mean every other team is now beholden to hand out the same kind of stupid deal. Not at all. Dennis says you just described Russell Wilson with the Seahawks, the diva description. Indeed, Dennis. And indeed, I would say that he fits the mold as well. Russell has leaned into it. Aaron Rodgers has leaned into it. Quarterbacks are always going to be held in a little bit of a higher esteem, the star quarterbacks, especially on an NFL football team. But it's gone beyond the pale with some of these guys where they've really started feeling themselves, and that's the place where that's where it's reached this diva edge of it, where it's like, you guys have kind of forgotten that you're part of a team. You're not above the team. You don't float on high above everyone. You're one extra helmet in this locker room. And yeah, you're a lot more important than the average other player or the 53rd player on this roster. But realize it's 53-man roster here. This ain't basketball with the 12, 13 guys they got on their bench. No, but these quarterbacks they're feeling themselves. I'm over it. I can't wait for the age to die. Hopefully it dies soon. Jack Maloney says, who is more of a diva, Wilson or Rodgers? I think Wilson, because Rodgers at least has got the receipts on the MVPs and whatnot. He's got the personal performance to at least be like, look what I've done. With Wilson, it never quite got there on that role of things. And Wilson's also the guy that did force his way out of town and was trying to force his way out of town a year ahead in advance after he had just signed a deal, meaning the team was going to get crippled with the dead money to move him. And then he comes out with a list of just the 4 teams he's willing to be traded to. Yeah, I'll go more. I'm going more Wilson. I know some people lean more Rodgers on that. I'll go more Will. Parker Smith, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. It says, hi, are we getting a new linebacker or what? Or are we keeping Penny? Are we keeping Penny still? We get Jalen Carter or Anthony Richardson. What do we need to get to the Super Bowl? We need to get our trenches better, Parker, to get to the Super Bowl. And especially defensive line wise, you really need to improve it there. Carter would be a big step to helping you get there. I'm in favor of it. I'd love to see it. I think that they're going to eventually address something here in free agency on the defensive line. So both the middle linebacker and defensive line will be at some point addressed by your Seahawks here in free agency. Where, which, when, I don't know exactly, but it will be. I do know that. So I think you got to do a combination of it. I think Anthony Richardson's less likely. Parker, I'm thinking even right now, it's more than likely than not that you're going to see 4 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks, that the Cardinals are going to trade out of their spot, trade it for a team that's quarterback hungry, which gives you then your pick of Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. So, no, I think we're going to get it in free agency. I just think we got to be patient, Parker. It's going to take just a little bit of time. Just a little bit of time. But thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate you. Bill Hamilton says, if I was the Jets, I would be questioning my desire to trade for Rodgers. If this is how he is going to start this time as a Jet, what's next? What did he do? Kyle Mookie, Ahmad Gardner said it's hard to be the best recruit in the NFL. Who has he recruited? Sauce Gardner, right? Rodgers' deal isn't official. He posted this after Diggs recruits Bobby. Ahmad, if you want to be a Seahawk, then just say so. Exactly, man. Exactly. Empower code linebacker options are gone with the exception of Big Bobby. Levante David's out there too, Empower. He's still there. He's still home. Fritz, is Darnold going to start for the Niners next year? I think it's going to be a training camp battle, Fritz, between him and Lance. And it's very dependent upon Lance's development. Darnold could come into that offense and be functional. We've seen Shanahan make do with less. Darnold's at least got an NFL arm. I think that, probably it comes down to who's going to be the more accurate passer, because Shanahan's offense, when it comes to the quarterback, you need to be accurate on the short stuff. You need to be kind of pinpoint on the short stuff. Both with Darnold and Lance, there's questions about their accuracy, consistently speaking. But I think it's going to be a fight. I think the Niners have done a good job of getting themselves insurance for Lance, because I think Purdy's going to be out for most of the year. And I don't know if he's even going to be at 100% after the surgery halfway into the year next year. It's going to be a competition. Tommy says, kind of scared we might have to play the Lions in the playoffs. We owe them one. I know. They're looking scary. Brandon Perry, has Bobby signed yet? Not yet, Brandon. What's up, Mr. Kane? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Young Bido Games says, I've been having a bit of a rough time. I really appreciate these streams, Brandon. You the man. Like and subscribe for this guy. Well, thank you so much, Young Bido Game. And do please, if you haven't already, hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate it. And subscribe too. We're on the road to 12,000 subscribers here. So trying to get hot and heavy down that road. And, hang in there, Young Bido Game. I know how that stuff goes, the ups and the downs. And you go through kind of a rough road where you just can't get the brakes to go in the right direction of things. Stuff does turn around. As they say, this too shall pass. So hopefully on the upswing for you, and the low is just on the precipice for you of just getting right back to being a high. But I know how it goes. And I'm glad I can be that for that, folks. I hope this place is just that way. If this kitty face alone can't make you feel better, But thank you, man. I appreciate that. Bot says Hargrave's coming for Geno. We'll see. It's a lot of money. Yeah, John, the fact that Bobby's his own agent does slow down those deals just a little bit from getting done faster. And yeah, Bill, I agree. Lamar's good, but he's going to be hurt a lot more. They've used him like a running back through the early part of his career. That's going to have its share of effects later on. Hell, he got injured this year. Maybe it's already starting to happen. Mr. Kane says everyone's head spinning from all these moves the Seahawks are making, or what? Yeah, there's definitely some frustration out there, Mr. Kane, watching especially the Niners making the moves they're making. It's like, we're just gonna let them do that? And I get it. We're patient though. We know something's coming down the track. GR152K asks, where does this dude read the comments? So I'm a little bit weird, GR. I do try to read most of my comments or questions as I can in the chat, but that does put me behind the chat just a little bit. So I try to catch up fast, but that does put me behind oftentimes. And GR, what did the Niners get for Jimmy G? It was a 3-year, let me check the numbers on that. 3-year, $67.5 million deal for Jimmy Garoppolo on that deal, GR. Mr. M says, Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, personality of which diva? Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, Beyonce? Oh, goodness. Aaron Rodgers would be Beyonce. Russell would be Mariah Carey. Yeah, Kid Gemini, the Broncos signed a backup for $10 million, but I think there's also a thought process of if he might be better than Russ too. Where Russ is at in his career right now. So this is also giving them a little bit of a insurance for if Russ isn't great. And they don't have a lot of picks to go out there and draft a quarterback this year. Bill says, do you think the league has sent a message out to owners about Lamar? I think there's a fire to the smoke. I mean, maybe. Certainly it's within the owner's purview to have done that in the past, and they could certainly do it again. I just think that what this comes down to really, though, from my standpoint, Bill, is that the Browns gave out a crap contract last year, and no other NFL owners want to hand out that kind of contract. Browns were desperate in doing so. They weren't doing it from an intelligent standpoint. They just, we're desperate. We need a quarterback. So, that leads you back around to their side where owners go, look, we aren't going to do something that we considered stupid. Why should we do the dumb thing this other team did that was dumb? That doesn't make it smart just because they did it, It's possible what you say, but I think that if we're going to say the owners are going to collude, we got to have some proof with that, rather than, well, somebody probably just made a call. Well, maybe. John says, I love how the Chiefs saw the offensive line problem a couple of years ago and immediately addressed and solved it. Wish we would have followed suit with the D-line. Me too. Joka, Puna Ford is gone as a Hawk, right? Yeah, he's not a scheme fit for a 3-4. Doesn't make any sense. They could do something crazy like bring him back, but I don't understand why you would. Moose says, I don't get all this Anthony Richardson hype. Sure, he had a hell of a combine, but why does that matter? No one talked about him and his season. Isn't that what matters more? Boy, I don't know, Moo, about nobody talked about him during the season. People were talking about him during the season. I was talking about him going into the season. We were bringing him up as this prospect coming in. So, I mean, he didn't come out of kind of nowhere. He only has 13 starts at the college level. He had, I think, 47 attempts coming into this year. There's not a lot of tape on him. He could have stood to go back to college, Moo, and have another year of development and get better, and that would have benefited him highly. But he chose not to do that. The fact that he didn't choose to go back to college has nothing to do about where his upside is going or headed. And when you look at the tape on him, the tape is good enough to say, I see the flashes here of a guy who, if he can continue to develop along in what I'm seeing from him, can be potentially the most talented quarterback in this entire draft when it's all said and done. He just needs the time to develop. Is there that team that's going to give him that year or two to sit on the bench, knowing they might have then walked out of this draft with the most talented quarterback by exuding that patience? And a guy whose top end is very much potentially could be up there with the best of the best if he can reach it. Now, he also has the bus factor, Moo, where it's not certain that he's going to get to that spot, but the ceiling is there on the guy. And it does show up in those flashes on tape. Bill Hamilton says Rodgers is squirrel turds. Not in a good way. Brandon Perry, I don't know if I should be happy or sad Cody Barton signed by Washington. I should be happy for Bobby, happy for us. It's a good. Sam the Great says the Lions are going to win the North. Those other teams are falling off. Certainly theirs to go grab now. Certainly theirs to go grab. Tom Eaton says, you taking the honey apple cider shots yet? Nope. I went to bed last night, got up and started streaming, man. So I've been just rolling feels like I've been streaming for about the last 20 straight hours. Ben Shambrook, does Kitty think that Bobby is coming back to the Hawks? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here down on the scene with Pumpkin the Cat. We're going to try to get her psychic opinion of the Bobby negotiations and where they're leading. She's not often willing to provide comment, very much a tight-lipped animal at that, but we are going to attempt to try to get an absolute direct source contact with the Psychic Cat to find out if Bobby is indeed due to return. Pumpkin the Cat, do you feel at this point in time that Bobby Wagner is going to return to the Seattle Seahawks? Can we get an answer? I think that was a yes, folks. I think we've got a confirmation that that was a yes, right? That was a yes? Okay, we've got confirmation. Psychic Cat has weighed in on these intense Bobby Wagner negotiations, and it has been determined that indeed Bobby Wagner is due to return on a 3-year deal for $26 million. It's Psychic Cat saying this at this point in time. I don't think that we can dispute it. Psychic Cat, of course, is in touch with the ethereal other side at all times, always 1 foot in both sides of the reality. And what? Who else? Who else? Who else? She says also Zach Allen. So Bobby Wagner and Zach Allen are the two she's saying. Psychic Cat is never wrong. It's 100% accuracy from Psychic Cat. Travis says, I appreciate you reading all the comments. Not many people in your position do that. Thank you. My pleasure, Travis. I love the interaction with you guys. I do. This is a fun thing for me to be able to do. And, the chat always keeps me thinking, laughing, and engaged on this. Part of why this also tends to be something that goes by so fast when I am streaming, where it's just like blink the eyes and it's blown by, blown by. Mr. M, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate it. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. CB, thank you as well for subscribing to the channel. You guys heard my call to the wild and you answered. I salute you, you fine gentlemen, for doing so. Danny McCormick, Draymond Jones still available or DeForest Buckner trade? Those are still out there, Danny. You got the Jeffrey Simmons situation, maybe with the Titans, worth kind of monitoring and tracking a little bit as well. So that's something to maybe pay attention to just a little bit. Still some options out there. Peter Gohawk says, at least Gina's not on the cover of Madden. He's got that going for him. That's true. You're very talkative now. Now you got a lot to say. Yeah. You let me know. You tell me what's up. John says Marcus Davenport could be a good signing for us to play the big edge in our 4-man fronts. He could. I do wonder if at this point, Johnny's more just kind of run stuffing edge than anything else. But he would give you at least that. Jeffrey says it's tampering day. Seahawks rarely do S on tampering bay. True. Very, very true. You tell no lies. Tommy says we should have made a drinking game out of this. 1 shot an hour until they do something in free agency. You have to bow out of the chat when you can't hang anymore. There we go. We'd end up with a pretty lit chat, I think, at this point. There'll be a lot of waiting. Maybe we'll do that on Wednesday if we got no signings still then at that point. Just see outdoors says Tranquil, please. Tranquil. Okay. I'm with it. J.O. Jimmy G got a great contract. You're right. And yeah, considering he only played 7 games, it was a hell of a deal for him. Raiders paid. Moo says, yeah, that makes sense. I just tend to get scared when I hear about a guy being drafted because of their ceiling, laughing out loud. Well, I think you're right to be scared on that, Moo. Because, I mean, if you're drafting a guy with maybe a 2nd, 3rd round pick and that's something. When you're talking about the 5th overall pick in the draft, I think your hesitancies and your worries about that are only magnified at that point. And they should be, because you would tend to like to find, if I'm going to get a quarterback in the top 5, that it's a guy who's ready to roll, who's got the talent and he's good and I ain't going to have to wait. And this is one of those ones where it's like, it's where you buy the pies in the store in the frozen section. And then you got to like let that sucker have like a full 24 hours to defrost in the fridge, not 4 hours, 24 hours. Right. And you're like, I got to wait 24 hours till I know I want this thing, which if it's not for an event or something, it's hard to know. I mean, I've got a hankering for it right now. I don't know where I'm going to be at in 24 hours from now. So it is worrisome when you're talking about that. And as I always say with this, Moo, you don't know that he's going to get there. I mean, Trey Lance was the same kind of player as far as, man, you're really doing your extrapolations here and projections here about where he's going versus where he was and what he was coming into the league. And it can be a road fraught with a lot of ruin, because the guy just doesn't end up developing in that way. 12th man for life sounded like yes. I'm saying I think it was a yes. And she can pronunciate. I have taught her words. She knows yes. She knows water. She knows lay down. See? She said lay down. What? Yeah? You're chatty now. You're pretty damn chatty now, aren't you? You better be saying stuff like we're about to sign some good free agents. I need to hear some good news today. Tobias says, haha, Pumpkin's the best. She is the best. Bill Hamilton says, my thing about good rookies, Hargraves played and Davis redshirted, so we'll see what happens in Seagull land, Philly, this year, Seagull. How many comp picks will they get next year? Oof. They're going to do pretty good on this, Bill. I mean, that's a third-round pick for Hargraves, probably. Some of their lesser signings are probably fourth and fifth round pick, but, Fletcher Cox is still sitting there, and he might bring him in another fourth rounder, so 4, probably. That's the max you can get. Joka says, would I sign a guy like maybe Marquise Goodwin or Marvin Jones? I'd probably go for Marquise Goodwin over those guys. I'd go for what I know there at the position. Pumpkin the prognosticator. I like it, Tommy. That's right. Ben Shamrock says, that's a yes. Go Pumpkin, go Hawks. I think that's a confirmation of a yes. I do. I think she said yes. See? Yes. Kelvin says, when I hear people say a team like the Lions, Jets, or Browns are going to be great, I'm going to need the proof of that, laughing out loud. Well, I think the Lions did a lot more last year in establishing themselves with what they did and capping the year off in Green Bay as they did when Green Bay needed that game. They didn't need that game. I think that's an indication at that point, Kelvin, they're not only getting more talented across the board, but they're also creating the kind of environment you need to create to build a winner. And so I think they kind of showed you some of that last year and the way they went about what they did. There's more to be done for their standpoint, but they're also sitting in a really nice pole position spot here, Keldon, where I think they've got 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. They've got that top 10 selection now here from the Rams that they get to add to. And at this point, with the quarterbacks being picked at the top of the draft, as Lion Mania said above, our resident Lions fan in here, both the Hawks and the Lions are kind of the main benefiters from this, because we're going to have our pick of one of the 2 best positional players in the entire draft if 4 quarterbacks end up getting taken with those first 4 picks. Tommy says, am I drunk or is that cat legit talking? No, she's talking. She's got some stuff to say. Jeffrey says, watching Darnell push that sled is so alpha. It is alpha. He's a big boy. John Robinson, I don't know about Deshaun Hand. Remember the time says 2 meows is a yes. It's absolutely a yes. Megan says, nice Pumpkin. Can we get you in the war room in the draft with the boys and Jody, please? She'd love to go in there. She knows there's some salmon treats in there somewhere. Kyle says, imagine if the video of the Jets players during the cheesehead to recruit Rodgers comes off as disrespectful to Rodgers and he doesn't sign. They'll look dumb just like the guys who voted for Sauce. Indeed they will. Indeed they will. Tom Eaton says, you need to get the Johnny Carson Swami hat and an envelope for Psychic Cat. I know. I do. That'd be a cool little bit to pull off. Be like, what is it, Johnny? Johnny would say something, and then whatever was applied in the envelope would be applied to what he was saying. I have no idea. I have no idea what is in this envelope. We're going to find out next year. Let's see what they're going to say. I don't know what happened to Sean Hand, John. It sounds like a familiar name, but he's not jumping out at me. It's not jumping out for some odd reason. Chase Stern, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you, Chase. Says, Chase says, ask the cat if we're drafting Will Anderson. Okay. We'll try this. We'll see if she's still going to be talking here. She's in deep lick mode, but let's try this out. Are the Seahawks going to draft Will Anderson? Will Anderson to the Seahawks? Will Anderson? Yes? She's not answering now. How about Jalen Carter? Jalen Carter? Okay. One meow for Jalen Carter, 2 for Will Anderson. Which one's going to be? Neither one? Come on, don't go quiet on me now. She's ignoring me. She says, I'm not a monkey. I'm not a talking monkey. She'll give us an answer at some point, Chase. I'll check back with her in a minute. She's in the middle of a heavy bath session right now that needs to be taken care of right now. It is absolutely pressing for her. Look at that. She's got the aggressive licks. She's trying to tap into her psychic self on the Anderson Carter prediction with this one, Chase, and it's a hard call for her right now. She's like, there's a lot of moving parts here. Get Will Anderson? Will Anderson? Jalen Carter. Will Anderson. Which is it going to be? Tell the people. Can you say Carter? Can you say Will? Look at her. She's gone all quiet on me. She ain't giving me the goods now here, Chase. She ain't giving me the goods, bro. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to check with her in a second. Will Anderson? She's not giving me a yes. I don't know. I think something's up with the top of the draft. Are we trading the pick? Psychic Cat is not giving us any answers on the 5th pick. There must be another reality that I'm not proposing to her, because that's why we're not getting the answers. It can be only a reason. Bill Hamilton's laughing out loud. Pumpkin, you're the best. We had a prime minister in Canada that used to make decisions by the way his dog's tail wagged. Left, yes. Right, no. True story. I believe it. Hey, this year, Bill, I'm going to be doing our schedule, and I'm going to put it at the end of the hallway, and I'm going to put the schedule where it's like Hawks against the opponents and have a treat on each, and then she's going to pick the schedule ahead of time in advance this year. So that's already part of my plan. You know what I mean? Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you, bro. He says, maybe Lamar should get some massages. I don't know. Yeah, he's probably over there like, I got MVP awards. I make the playoffs every year. I put this team on my back, offensively speaking, for 4 straight years. And then this guy with all of his massages and all that gets traded for all that guaranteed money, and I can't even get one contract. That's why I say Lamar, I can get where he operates from in this. He's not being unrealistic, or it's like, well, if Lamar would just get it, be realistic with it and just understand that it's not what he's going to get. I get why he'd want to ask for that money and believe that he deserves it. And he's not insane for kind of thinking that. I think that's very sort of realistic from his standpoint and how he views it. But it also doesn't mean that the teams have to pay it either on the other side of it. But I think this thing will get figured out one way or another with Lamar somehow or another. I don't think he just has to sit out a year. That would be horrible for the NFL. And you would hope that wouldn't have to come to that. Thank you, though, Taker. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $20 donation. Peter coming in big and hot. Thank you, man. Appreciate the big donation, bro. Very kind of you. He says, first 3 picks, Jalen Carter, Kalijah Cansey, and Ndunki Uzuma, who is a edge player, I believe, out of Kansas, if I'm not mistaken. Really good, really fine edge rushing player with some real good skill to Ndunki. He's got some good advanced skill to him and what he brings. So you get yourself your interior guys, and then you get an edge guy there, Peter Go Hawks. That's a way of really dealing with this defensive line in a major way. All of those 3 guys, I think, are really interesting players. I think you take the value in all of the right spots at that point. Carter, you're getting the best defensive tackle in the draft at 5. Cansey, I think you're getting the second best defensive tackle then at 20. And in Ndunki Azuma, I've got right now a 2nd-round grade on him. I've got him just behind, for me, Tulipuolutu, Will McDonald, Lucas Van Ness, Nolan Smith, and Felix would be the next guy for me on that list of edge guys. So you're tremendous value there, Peter Go Hawk, and who you want to pick up with on those 3 picks. I like all 3 of those guys. And not only do I like all 3 of those guys, I like the value of where you selected him. There's no reaches in that spot. You're picking the guys essentially lower than where they should have gone in the draft for the most part. Maybe with the Dookie and Ndunki, you're right on the spot where he should be picked. But there are no reaches there. And all 3 of those guys would tremendously help this team, and especially the defensive line. I love it, man. Magnificent, Peter. Marcus B28 says, I think Cody took the first offer out there and was just happy to get a deal. Yeah, he knew he had to get while the getting was good, Marcus. He wasn't going to be able to wait for that wave 3 situation. First offer he got, he was probably like, signed, deal. And power code. And Power Code, of course, is according to Pumpkin, it's official. Bobby Wagner is signing with Seattle. Well, you see right there, I couldn't get her to talk now. She was when we were asking her about Bobby, she couldn't talk. She couldn't stop talking. Bump it a bump it a bump it a bump. Rob Terrell, with the release of Shelby Harris, does it feel like the Hawks might be going back to a 4-3 concept? They could move Taylor to the Sam and Brooks to the Will. I'd love to see it, Rob. I'd love to see it. I don't know if this is an indication of that. I just don't think that they felt like they were getting the value of what Shelby Harris was costing up against the cap versus going a different route. And, you look at last year, he was injured and out of the lineup, older player. You just kind of, you go, well, we can do better in this. And certainly the fact that there wasn't a team out there, Rob, that was even willing to make a trade for him at that price shows you that that's kind of where Shelby is right now in his career. I don't think it's necessarily related to what they're doing with the scheme. I hope you're right about that. Oh, that'd be great. Keldon Nyla being an alcoholic, I would play that. Oh, wait, I'm not allowed to do that anymore, or so it has been explained to me. Oh, we might have to institute it anyway. We might have to just institute it anyway. Seahawks 02, if Jackson Smith-Njigba is somehow on the board at 20, would you consider us taking him? I think it would be a great move. I think we need to find Tyler's replacement soon. Yeah, my opinion on Jackson Smith-Njigba is that he's a slot-only guy. He's a slot-only guy. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me type this right here. Let me bring up his numbers here so I can make sure that I'm referencing this correctly. Jackson Smith measured in this combine 6'1", 196, and he's got 30.5-inch long arms. He also didn't run a 40. I don't think all of those things are, connected here, Seahawks 02. And I really do feel very strongly about this. You can go find these stats pretty easily, I believe, Seahawks 02. If you do a simple Google search, you'll find that the information backs me up on this. And if you're going to be a wide receiver that's going to try to play at the NFL, you've got to have at least 32-inch long arms to operate on the outside. If you don't have 32-inch long arms, then you better have some kind of skills that really can counter that. You better be really fast. Did you notice with Jackson Smith-Njigba is that he did show off all of the short area burst stuff, but he didn't actually do the 40-yard dash. And he's only got 30.5 long-inch arms. I have big questions about whether or not he's really truly Seahawks 02 going to play at the next level on the outside. I think he's more of an inside-only guy. I think he's only more of a slot-only guy at the next level. And if you're going to bring him in at 20 at that point, and now you're committing to do that, that means you're committing to running 3 wide receiver sets 60, 70% of the time, which then means Seahawks 02 that you're doing away with the two tight end packages. Say nothing of the 3 tight end packages, which were so successful for the Seahawks team last year, and also do help out significantly in the run game. I just don't quite see the fit at this point with Jackson Smith-Njigba. You'd have to change your offense around. You'd have to be more of a pass-happy approach with 3 wide receiver sets. You'd have to lean a little bit away from the running game a little bit more. Not totally, but just a little bit more. I don't think that it makes a ton of sense from that standpoint of things. Just for me. He's a good player, but he's a slot only for me at the next level. Mr. Kane says, I'm an alcoholic, so I'll have to take a pass. I guess I could take a toke every hour. There we go, man. That's equivalency. It's a good equivalency there. Mr. Kane also with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, Mr. Kane. Says, who's available for second wave of free agency for our Hawks? Oh, I think certainly Zach Allen of the Cardinals still stands out to me. Obviously, Bobby and Levante David are sitting there, Mr. Kane. Connor McGovern, the center for the Jets, I believe, is still out on the open market. Jadeveon Clowney, an edge, could make some sense for you here. Ben Jones, the Titans released their center here. You might see Ryan Kelly released out as well. So the center market might get a little bit more expansive, Mr. Kane, a little sooner as well with that. Those would be the main guys I think would be at the forefront of who you'd be looking at in wave 2. The Allen one just feels right, especially with him still unsigned throughout the course of this day. And obviously Bobby too. J.O. says, hey, TheSeahawksNest, what do you think about Kendricks from the Vikings? I think he's getting older as a player. I don't think he's as good as he was 4 years ago. I think you're paying for past performance if you're looking to bring him in. I don't think he's going to help us out that much. Travis says, Pumpkin reminds me so much of Garfield sometimes. She's got that Garfield energy. She does. And she's a big girl. She's a big girl too. But those would be my guys, Mr. Kane. I like those potential picks. Seahawks Gaming Eagles are smart. They drafted last year for this. Jordan Davis to replace Javon Hargrave. Nakobe Dean to replace TJ Edwards. Indeed, they did. They got out. Smart teams get out ahead of things, right? Preparation. Mr. Kane, how old's Kendricks? He is 31 years old. So not tremendously old, but let me give you the PFF scores for him. So you go back to the guy, go back to, let's say, 2018. He posted 64 PFF. 2019, he gets up to 90. So a great year in 2019. 2020, 82. 2021, 59. And then this past year, he was sitting at 61. So the past 2 years, he's played at below league average play for a middle linebacker, according to PFF. I just don't think there's a lot there left with him on that, Mr. Kane. I think he's kind of just at the end of the road a little bit. Probably could do a little bit. Pumpkin Space could be a weekly segment. They will be. I'm going to be doing it next year. I promise you guys on that. I should have done this last year. Yeah, Hangwolu Bears will improve, but they're not a force quite yet. Chewable Orb says Tranquil. I can't say any words at the end of that. Says Barton's replacement. That'd be a good replacement. I'm with it. I'm with that. Bill Hamilton says the reason Canada doesn't have nukes is because Deffenbacher's dog tail wagged left. What a country. Laughing out loud, no lie. Oh my God. Well, it's a reason not to have nukes, I guess. It's good as reason as any, Bill, considering some of the other reasons with it. Considering the others. Jacob says, does she like lasagna though? I've never put lasagna in front of her. I don't eat lasagna, so she's never had to try. If I did and she started eating it, that'd be hilarious, legit. And I'd have to film that. I would have to film that, no doubt about it. Wu-Tang Financial says, love Lamar. It's insane to me that teams like the Jets or Atlanta haven't jumped at him. Thank the Bozo Browns for giving Watson everything. Yeah, if they hadn't given Watson, that's the sad part here. If Watson had not gotten the contract from the Browns, Lamar Jackson would have already had his contract by this point. That's the tough part about it. So true. John says the Patriots trade Jonnu Smith and are targeting Washington as a replacement. I can see Belichick loving him. Me too, man. Well said, John. Yeah. I think he's going to continue to go up the board. Move up them boards. Move up them boards. JNC Outdoors, I'd rather have Nolan Smith than Cansey. Yeah. Megan says the Carson impression is pretty damn good. Thanks. I've tried to do a little bit with him. He's got a cadence you can kind of match up on. I have to work on that one a little bit. Megan says pumpkin cleaning herself, saying, I'm right, people. You know she is. It's the decent Carson. Okay. I'll try to work on the Carson a little bit more. Tommy says, this is the only sports comedy series channel I could think of. Unique. That's kind of my little, everyone's got to have a little, niche, You need your niche, Tommy. It's my niche. Fun Piece says, Pumpkin's interested in Carter. She had the look in her eye. She just couldn't commit to a meow. I was trying to get confirmation of meow, and now she's eating food. Now she's drinking water. She's all over the place right now. John says, Deshaun Hand, ex-Detroit Lions, big edge, big boy, 6'3", 300 plus. He was a big guy. I remember that. Mason says, this is a hard no on Carter. Woot woot. Kelvin, I can remember when the Lions had Matt Stafford, Calvin Johnson, one of the best defensive linemen that liked to kick and stomp on people. That team went poof like it never existed. They did. Definitely maybe an underdeveloping, man. They had Fairley too with stat. They had Ndamukong Suh and Ron Fairley at that time, two defensive tackles that were really good. I think they even had Ziggy Ansah playing good ball for them in that crew. So they had a couple teams that probably should have been better than they were. And yeah, they've got still room to grow here, Kelton. They did make the playoffs last year. You know, they need to take a step forward, but they've got good fundamentals in place, in my opinion. That offensive line is on point. They've got an offense that can function in the passing game very well. They move the chains. Their defense does a good job at times of getting 3 and outs where they need to improve their defense, though, mightily. That's a place to improve. But I just like the direction they're going. It isn't that they're there. It's that they're on the right road to go there. And there's a lot of NFC teams, Kelvin, that aren't necessarily on the right roads. I mean, you know, most of the rest of that division, for instance. Megan says, let me think, Dad. Megan's going to be annoyed if I say yes to Carter, and she won't donate to the Salmon Fund if I say yes to Carter. That's right. That's right, Megan. She knows which side the bread is buttered on. Chillable says, I may be in the minority, but I just wish we would go back to the traditional 4-3 with more of a press coverage emphasis. I don't think you're in the minority on that, Chillable. I think you're quite well within, I think we're all pretty stably in this group. Let's just go back to the 4-3. The 3-4 ain't going to work. It's going to be hard to fit in the personnel. Let's just go back to what Carroll knows, and then build up that defensive line. I think there's a lot of people that are in favor of this, Chewable. I do. Fun pieces, we might be trading Meow. Daily contest says, Clowney, please. Come on, man. Get us Clowney in here. How about that as the first signing? That'd be kind of cool. John says McCole Hardman hasn't signed yet. I could see the Hawks loving him. Maybe. Maybe. That's funny that the PM had the McAndy, the yellow lab, making decisions. That's funny. People get connected to their dogs and pets. I can attest to that. Irish Seahawks, Zach Allen is a guy I think fits very well in our D, and I expect we sign him tonight or tomorrow. I hope so, Irish Seahawk. That'd be great. I'd love to see that. Mr. M, you have Isaiah McGuire rated. I've seen him rated 4th round, but film looks like he's much earlier than that. Thoughts? I don't think I've done the deep dive on him quite yet. So you'll have to maybe give me till... you're going to have to give me till the next show to kind of get the full meal deal scoop on him. Yeah, I think the first look I had him, I was like, oh, maybe a 4th rounder. But then I went back a little bit at Mr. M and saw what he did at the combine. And I went, oh, well, hold on here just a second. You know, there maybe is a little bit more there than I initially saw at first view. 4.7, 40 at 6'4", 268 is fantastic. 36.5 inch vert with 122 inch broad jump. So he's also explosive. 33 reps on the bench, 33 and 7/8 inch arms. I mean, all that stuff is great. So he's a guy that very well, I think, could maybe even end up into more of a 3rd round territory here, Mr. M, when I get my final look at him. But admittedly, I still do need to take a little bit more of a fuller view of who he is, what he is, and where he is. I just haven't had a chance to yet. Joe Warb, I want to see Washington chip Bosa and put him in his butt. Me too. J.R. Sanchez, Panthers making Matt Corral available. Would you trade a 5th or 6th round pick to make him our backup quarterback? J.R. Sanchez, it's kind of a meme here on the channel. My dislike and disregard for Matt Corral going back to last year's draft is fairly deeply interwoven into this channel's history. I'm not a Matt Corral guy at all, even as a backup. No. They may try to do that, but no, I don't want to do it. Nope. I'd rather just go take no, I just don't want to do it. I'm not a big Matt guy. He's going to get broken anytime he goes and plays the quarterback position. He's made of glass, and he's built like a pencil-armed tiny man. No, can't do it, JR. I'm sorry, man. But I have some anti-JR stuff going back for a while now. I'm not surprised Carolina's trying to trade him after having him there for only 1 year. Bill Hamilton says, you have Van Ness that low. I have him 12 to 18. I don't like that. I was just throwing that off the top of my head, Bill, because the prior mock I had done was before the combine. So I just need to go back and adjust. I need to do a 2-round mock of all the NFL teams again after the free agent period to kind of adjust it. So I'm not big on Van Ness. No, but I'm league wide. I'm hearing there's a higher opinion on Van Ness than I have of him, or maybe you have of him. You know, it seems like people are liking him a lot more than I do off the tape. JL says, hey, Hawks Nest, a team filling their locker room full of high character players sounds like the perfect spot for someone with character issues. Maybe that's exactly what Carter needs. I agreed. I think that could be a helpful place for him. You're putting him into the right environment. You can take on to the character concerned guys. If you're putting a stable environment and veterans around him and allowing him to be able to grow with that. Agreed. Jared Goffrey, thank you for the $10 donation, Jared. I do appreciate it, and I hope you're having a great night. Thanks for watching. Says Pete Carroll, John Schneider are 100% taking a quarterback. They've been showboating on TV much more than usual, getting their brand out there for new ownership. They want to be recognized for drafting the next franchise quarterback. It's possible here, Jared. I think it's a tough situation to read because the things that they're also doing with, like how you say it, showboating, crowing, being out there like, oh, we like the quarterbacks, we want the quarterbacks. You would also be saying these same things and putting this out in the press if you had an intent to want to achieve, if you get a team to trade up for that spot and for you to get yourself a mighty haul back in return, you'd be saying exactly these same kind of things. So it could be what you're saying, where there is that intent. The one thing I would wonder about the new ownership and all that, Jared, is that with new ownership coming in, I think their logic will be driven more towards, we need to impress this guy. And by impress this guy, we need to be a winning franchise. We need to be a franchise that looks like it can be a Super Bowl contender as he walks in for him to want to keep us. Because I think any new owner coming in, Jared, is going to want his own guys. Because then he can take credit for if you go win in Super Bowl, those are the guys I hired. See, I was the guy who did that. I was the guy who put them in that position. And if they're in a position where they draft a franchise quarterback and it comes at the expense, Jared, of making their team better for next year, and they go out next year and they have an underperforming season, and a new owner comes in on the back end of that, doesn't that then put them on immediately a very, very hot seat where that owner already has that predilection built in to want to go get his guys, and now you're kind of giving him a reason to do so? All in the name of being those, and all in the name of then to go and say, well, we were the one who drafted the next franchise quarterback. It's possible that that's the way that players out the way you're saying, Jared, but I think this other alternative is just as likely to be the kind of the reality of the situation. You want to let teams know you're open for business. You want teams to think that you're in love with whatever quarterback that is going to be facing you there at number 5. Because if there's any team out there that loves him equivalently, they're going to know they have to give up the goods to go get him. They got to go pay those Panther prices to come get this guy at number 5 now. And I would be doing the same thing if I was Seattle, Jared. I would. Bruce Solt, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Bruce, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you jumping aboard. Jared, thank you for the $10 donation, man. And if they go with quarterback, I certainly won't poo-poo it. Wouldn't be a bad pick. I'm with it. Jermaine Knowles says, I believe Jackson Smith and Jigba is more than a slot. We still don't know everything about those guys, to be fair. It's potential, Jermaine, that he can go out and play on the outside. The stat that I think stands out to me, I believe I looked this up about a month or two ago. There's like 2 guys with under 32-inch long arms starting on the outside in the NFL at the receiver position. Let me say that again, Jermaine. 2 guys with under 32-inch long arms starting on the outside at the receiver position in the NFL. There's a lot of reasons built into why this is the case, but that's a bottom line stat. And so if you're going to be a guy that's going to have 30.5-inch long arms, and you're a guy that he didn't run the 40, Jermaine, because of the fact that he wasn't going to run a tremendously fast 40 at the combine. He knew he ran all of the short area shuttle stuff because he knew that was where I was going to be explosive. And this is where I can stand out from. And those short area explosion stuff is definitely going to help him in the slot. And it makes him I think he's got a great chance to come in and be one of the better slots in the entire NFL, Jermaine. I think he could come in and instantaneously be like a top 3 slot for you in this league. But I don't think a guy at 30.5-inch arms who's probably running like a 4.5 40, so he's not creating separation by his speed, on contested catch situations where you got both parties even, he's not going to go gadget arms it to go out there and outstretch and take that ball away from a cornerback who's likely to have longer arms than him. Because here's the other conjunction stat with this, Jermaine, is that if you look at the cornerbacks in the NFL, not a lot of cornerbacks starting on the outside with under 32-inch long arms either. So it works kind of on both sides of the ball in the way that the data bears out on this. He may be able to do it, but here's also the thing with that, Jermaine, and him being able to do it. He hasn't done it in college. You know, if he was so fantastic on the outside in college, why hasn't he been moved to the outside in college? And you go, well, the other talent with Chris Olave and Wilson and Marvin Harrison was so good that you didn't want to move out there. Well, so he wasn't good enough to overtake those guys. So we know he's not good enough to beat out them, or they would have had him over them. They didn't bounce those guys into the slot, right? They bounced him into the slot. So he's only been playing slot at Ohio State. So if he goes to play outside, it's going to be kind of the first time he's doing it at that point at the pro level. I wouldn't want to be taking that risk at 20 for something that he hasn't done, knowing right now the markers have historically how it aligns with guys that have 30.5-inch long arms. It's just they don't get to play on the outside. And again, the data on this is pretty succinct. It's not in question. It's not like, well, there's 40 guys on the outside in the NFL with under 32-inch long arms that are starting at the receiver position. There's just not too many. Kevin Klein, Seahawks taking Hooker at quarterback in round 2. I think that'd be a little early for me, Kevin. 3rd round is more right for a guy that's going to be an older prospect who's also got the torn ACL thing going on with him. Yeah, I'm with Irish Seahawk on this one. I think he'll last to the 3rd, Kevin. He probably is picked potentially in the top of the 3rd, so that's the risk here, where it may not last to your native 3rd round pick, but I do think he probably lasts to the 3rd. John says it's so funny when anyone used the word long before arm to describe arm length. Don't the inches make the length implicit? 32-inch arms, 32-inch arms, 32-inch long arms. Yeah, basically. Sam the Great, I want lasagna now. I'm getting myself a burger post-stream. Church of Genotology. All praise to the Geno, for the Geno shall provide. The congregation is accepting all who embrace the Geno to be a genotologist. We meet on Sundays and occasionally Monday and Thursday in the fall. Sign me up for the congregation at Geno. I'm all in. Praise him. Praise him. Bill Hamilton, are you not just dropping a tight end for a more explosive inside guy in JSN? I would trade a tight end and draft another one to get cap space. Well, I think there's two different things there. I certainly would like to see the Hawks move on from Fant, save the cap space, and then just go draft a tight end, potentially getting a 4th or 5th round pick for Fant. That'd be great, Bill. As far as moving JS into the inside, yeah, you would be committing to do that. I'm hesitant to do so because I know that Coach Carroll wants to run the ball with a certain amount of balance. And if I'm going to be a team that's going to commit to running 3 wide receivers 65% of the time on the football field, then that means that I'm probably going to have 2 things happen. One, my passing game is probably going to become more lethal and explosive and potentially better, but then my rushing attack is going to probably take a step back. I'm losing a run blocker on the field with a guy like Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's not going to be a plus blocker out of the slot. So you're losing that other angle of it, the impacts of how this then affects the running game, not just losing the tight end off the football field. I liked the Seahawks' use of packages with the 2 tight ends last year. I liked the 3 tight ends look last year, Billy. I thought they were a big part of what helped to make our offense go. I like when you go to 2 tight ends, you put defenses in a pickle. Do you want to go with the base defensively with the extra linebacker, or are you going to try to go with the cornerback? And now I've got a tight end blocking a cornerback, which is highly beneficial to the run game at that point, if you draw the defenses into making that choice. I'm not anti-JSN and that I'm down on him as a player, but this just doesn't go fluidly with Coach Carroll's philosophy. We've never been a team that's run a high amount of 3 wide receiver looks really at the end of the day. You know, you're going to run base, the 2 tight end looks, occasionally some 3 and 4 wide sets here. But if you draft him that high in the first round at that point, Bill, you've got to go whole hog with it. And I just don't know if that goes in quite alignment with what we want to do. Irish Seahawks defensive end Zach Allen is very similar to our signing of Nwosu last year. He's 25 and coming into his prime while showing improved pass rush the last couple of seasons. Time to be your best with the Hawks. Agreed. I've been making that comparison too, Irish Hawk. He's this year's Nwosu to me. Diva Martzall, Mr. Kane, I'm with you 10 years in April. Let's smoke, buddy. Cheers. Hell yeah. Good job, guys. Well done. John says, I think with Lamar, Patriots are immediate Super Bowl contenders. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Their receiver position still light there. Defense isn't as strong as it's been in recent years. Brian O'Connor's asking what you think of Jadeveon Clowney. Do you like Jadeveon? Can I get a soundbite from you on Clowney? What do you think about Clowney? What do you think about Clowney? Will you sign him? Can we sign him? Yes? Say yes. Say yes. Say Clowny. 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 Come on. She said it. She said it. You heard Brian. We have another confirmation. 2 confirmations from Pumpkin. Write it down. Write it down, right? Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it. It says, any player signed today you were interested in? I liked Hargrave, but not at $20 million a year. So that's a no from me. I like Tremaine Edmonds, but not at the amount that he got paid with the Bears. No. No, I don't think that there's been any guy signed today that I would have been like, man, that's who I wanted. No, I think Adrian actually got a good point in your question, actually. No, I feel pretty okay about it. Feel pretty good about it. Rob Tomeo, and thank you, Adrian X, for the donation. Appreciate you. I wish I could give you an answer, but I'm looking at these names. I'm like, no. Stidham, no. TJ this, no. No. Wiley, no. Just go down the line and kind of like, no, really, no, Rob Tomeo says, Rob and Henley starting linebackers next year. Henley learns from the best and becomes a beast. I did a mock scenario built just around that, Rob, about a week ago. So I'd love to see it. Seahawks02 says, great breakdown to my GSN question. You and Brandon Nelson both like Zay Flowers. I guess I was just looking at it how Cowboys went a couple years ago when they took CeeDee Lamb. UW has dogs at UW for the next year. UW has some dogs at wide receiver next year. Absolutely, they do. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, let me double check on this to make sure that I'm speaking from a place of certainty on this one. So CeeDee Lamb came in at 6'2.5" and did have slightly shorter arms at 32 1/4, but he is over the 32-inch long arm thing that I was talking about. So he at least does fit over that side to play some of the outside, and he's been able to play some of the outside. And I do like Zay Flowers, Seahawks 02, but I do have a feeling with Zay Flowers that I kind of feel in the same way with him. He might give you a little bit of outside, but he's really going to be just a slot guy to me too as well. I don't think that he's a guy that fits out to be an outside guy. He's 5'9" and sub 30-inch arms and, not fast enough. He ain't that Deshaun Jackson low 4'3", 4'2'9" type 40. They're 4'4" guys, at 5'9". So don't have the length, don't have the size, don't separate from just how are they going to do it on the outside to me. So I do like Flowers, but I do think he's probably an inside guy only at the next level. Jager Rodol says 4-3 is terrible. Well, the 3-4 we're running ain't all that great either. JNC Outdoors, Clowney and OBJ. OBJ looked good in workouts reportedly recently, but he's also reportedly wanting a lot of money. But Clowney, sign me up. Michael YT for M's News. Kelnick is batting .462. I know it's only spring training, but that's getting me excited. It should. At least he's showing you he's doing it. And that's what we need to see more from him. It's a step in the right direction. Bill Hamilton says, no more Clowney. Bad actor. Megan says, if you think Jamal Adams is injury prone, and he is, Corral is far worse. IMO, exactly. Rob Drell says, over the cap gave the Hawks an A+ for Gino's contract. They would not be understanding anything to do with the salary cap if they didn't. It is absolutely an A+ type deal. Cameron Robinson says, come on, B-Wags. The suspense is killing me. Come on back to your second home. We need you and miss you. Hawks for life. Hawks for life is right. Bill Hamilton says, Van Ness is a former hockey goon. Has that scary demeanor. Had to stop fighting. Was hurting guys. All those trash talkers had better back it up. Oh, there we go. Well, look, he's a bad man majama. He can stack and shed with the best of them. But, the thing I do tend to like, Bill, for my guys is that first, especially edge rushers, give me that first step quickness, give me some bend, give me some lean, give me some dip. He doesn't have any of that. It's going to be all like a power session with him. Doom Train says, no, we just lost Puna. We had to, Doom. He wasn't a fit for us anymore. He wasn't a fit. Bill Hamilton says, what is the deal with the ownership? I thought Jody can hold this team as long as she wants. It's complicated, Bill. There's a couple moving parts on this. The first part is that the Seahawks cannot sell the team prior to next spring. If they sell the team inside that time period, then the city of Seattle has right to 10% of the profits of the sale. So you're not going to see the team sell. Not going to see the team sell in that time period. There is a mandate down with the Paul Allen Trust that does say Jody's got to liquidate everything, and that includes the football team, which means the football team does need to be sold as mandated by the Paul Allen Trust. Now, the timetable for how fast she has to sell the team is the part that's open to debate because she gets the control of that, and there's not like some, Will Sheriff out there that's like looking over his shoulder going, now you're supposed to have the Hawks sold by June of 2024. But there is she's mandated to do it one way or another. Shade Apex, are you shocked that the Seahawks didn't do much today? No. They don't tend to be active in this period, Shade Apex. So I was hopeful, but I'm not shocked. Dev Dog 31. I'm calling the Virginia Mason Athletic Center to make sure John and Pete are both awake. Wake up! Apex says, so we have no D-line and the Seahawks think it's good to sit back. I just think there's not been a lot of defensive linemen that have gone off the board today, Shade. I mean, Hargrave's gone, but that's a 4-year, $20 million on average per year deal. I don't think that was realistic that the Seahawks were going to sign that kind of money at that price. There hasn't been a lot of other defensive linemen to really go today, and they may be in on other deals. There's a great amount of impatience right now in the Seahawks fandom, and I get it. You want to see this team make moves. They need help. They got money to spend, so go make a move. And I promise you, Shade, and to the rest of the folks that this will be a common sentiment in my chat today of they're not doing anything. This is pissing me off. I'm angry as hell. What's going on? I get you. I hear your frustration. I'm going to hold out to reach that point of frustration until we're, let's say, a couple weeks through this process. Free agency is not a 24-hour gig. This is something that's going to unroll over the next few weeks. So let's let it unroll. Let's see where it finishes out at. Let's see if they actually get to the spot where they don't really truly sign anybody. And then at that point, let's bring out the knives, if that's the case. I'm all on board with it at that point. But I want to make sure that we actually wait till we get to that spot before we've reached the spot of going, well, they're not doing anything. Same old Hawks. We don't know yet. Let's see. Mr. Turtle Hats, who do you think from the Legion of Boom era will get their number retired? Has Wilson lost his chance with the news of him wanting Schneider and Carroll out? It's going to hurt it. Definitely doesn't help it. I think that Cam Chancellor, I don't think anybody in the Legion of Boom era is necessarily going to get like their number retired. I think they'll get their name retired or whatever. There's that whole difference of you're in the Ring of Honor versus having your number retired. So I think Cam Chancellor, Bobby Wagner, maybe Russell Wilson. When it's maybe Russell Wilson will be in the Ring of Honor. You're probably going to see Bobby be the only one that has his number retired. I would say. Eduardo Bueno says, any chance we see a Jamal Adams trade? No. Nobody's going to trade it for him when he's rehabilitating right now. He can't pass a physical. Drew Hanna, if Trenton Simpson is there at 37, would you take him or would you rather take Henley or Campbell at 51? I would take Simpson at 37, Drew. I think he's a first-round player. So if you pick him up at 37, then that would be tremendous. Tommy says 12 personnel. I'm for 14 personnel. Load up on the tight ends. Let's go. Let's get big. Get real big. Hey, DK is kind of like a de facto tight end out there. Jeffrey says Pumpkin sounds pissed. She's had to put up with back-to-back days of me streaming plus 5 hours. She's not a happy camper right now. Bill says JSN did not run because of a hammy. Look at his play rate from the inside to outside. Not sure it lines up with what happened last year. I need to see his 40 at his pro day. Well, and don't forget, remember too, the Ohio State has one of the fastest 40 tracks in the nation, if not the fastest. Historically, that's been the case, and it's renowned for that, Bill. You can do a Google search, you'll find that it's known for being the super fast track. Maybe he has that game. I will say though, again, just if I'm picking a player, I don't want to be looking to try to find the anomaly. I think when you're starting to look for anomaly or for things that are not the general rule of thumb when it comes to positions, you're going to end up setting yourself up for a little bit of a fall with that. And I think that if you draft him to be a slot, you make your peace with that, and that's okay. We're going to 3 wide receivers, then okay, great. I do come back and say though on this again, the offense is in a good place right now. You've got good receivers on the outside. You can do other moves where, let's not forget with this, Bill, you're also taking Jackson Smith and Jigba at the cost of doing something else. And if you're going, well, I'm going Jackson Smith and Jigba, so I don't go with Brian Breesy, or I don't go with a Kalijah Cansey, or I don't go with a Trenton Simpson. It's nowhere near in the vicinity of as big a need as those other positions are. Is Jackson Smith and Jigba so good at that point? Are we so certain he's going to be able to play on the outside at a high level that overrules what could be a higher value player at a higher value position at that point? I think that's got to be a part of this equation too. Brandon is not a closet Baker Mayfield fan. Never. No. Bill Hamilton says only one meow for clown. That's a no. Yeah, no, she was trying to enunciate clowny. You could hear it. That was an exacerbated long pull, Rob Terrell, Clowney only had 2 sacks last year. If you bring him in, it's only to stop the run and be a part of your rotation, but I wouldn't pay him too much for him. Yeah, he spoke about the fact that they used him all along that defensive line a little bit, Rob, where he wanted to be a little bit more off the edge from in there. You're right, at the bottom end level is at least he gives you a run defender, a minimum as a great edge run defender in that case. I would also, though, put to you that, okay, he has 2 sacks last year. He's never been a high sack guy. He's always been kind of a high pressure guy. But he's also just the year before that set career highs with 11 sacks the prior year to that. So, it's maybe last year as much as just kind of a down year as it's that, well, he's no longer able to generate any kind of pressure. I never think he'll ever be the guy that's at the 13, 14 sack a year guy. But again, you're bringing him in not to be that guy. You'll bring him in as a rotational piece. Irish Seahawk, I think you get Clowney for right around that. Yeah, $5 million a year, maybe a couple million more, but right in that area. Posick just re-signed with Cleveland. Makes sense. Jeffrey Thistle, I want nothing to do with Bryce Young. Neither do I. And yeah, Nudero, Clowney gets great pressure rate. He does get great pressure rate. Bill, if I'm Cowboys, I take a certain running back and flesh Zeke like a bad burrito. Yeah, Zeke's out of there at this point. I don't think Bijan Robinson's going to last to their spot though in that 20 whatever it is in the first round. I think Robinson goes top 15, but Zeke's gone. He's done. I think that's what I've heard. The going word on the street. Irish Hawk says in Euro exactly. Clowney is pressure percentage and run D as his main value. Exactly. And then you're also getting him at the low cost. Like we're talking about here. It's 1 year, $5, $6, $7 million deal. Getting that for that level of production he's going to give you on that's fine. Sounds good, Megan. We'll see you in an hour. TP1 says, well, Shelby Harris had the 3rd most pressures for us last year on the bad D line, so we need some real help there. Yeah, we do. Bingo. We don't get a lot of guys with consistent pressure rates at times. It's a lot of get the sack, get there once, like Jefferson last year, where he's good for 1 sack every couple of games, and he ends up with 5 or 6 sacks on the year, but really at the end of the day, he wasn't that good of a pass rusher. Keldon says Panthers should get OBJ for their new quarterback, especially since they traded away that wide receiver to the Bears. I'm sure the Panthers got money. Who are they paying? They don't have a lot of money. They came into this offseason a little bit cash strapped in where they were. I don't know who exactly all they're spending the money on. You've got a couple guys, I think, around there that there's some money invested into, but maybe. OBJ wasn't great for a Baker Mayfield with Cleveland. Is he the best thing for a young quarterback? I feel like I got to probably pair OBJ with more of a veteran kind of quarterback that can kind of override him if he gets a little bit weird in his way. But that could also be a fit with Stroud, with them looking at Stroud potentially there. They need a wide receiver. Bills is another World Series, home to Canada. Sam says, I think the Astros only have one more year of dominance. Maybe. They're a well-run franchise. There's other moves they can still be making too, but maybe. I think they take a little bit of a hit this year from where they were last year. And we rise. As Ethan says, see us rise. See us rise. Joe the Whale, I love your confidence. He says, Jamal Adams is going to be the Pro Bowl next year. Let's go. Jeffrey says, Bobby Wagner is our only first ballot Hall of Famer from our Super Bowl. Yeah, crazy, but it's true. It's very, very true. Nick says, Cam, Sherm, Bobby all should be in the Ring of Honor. I think Richard's got a chance to get into the Ring of Honor. Bobby and Cam are definitely going to get in there for sure. Yeah, Russ is fringe Hall of Fame player at this point, Jeffrey. I think that's right. Bill says, can she sell it to another company she controls? I would do what I had to do if it were me. No, I mean a goon, not a mouth, a real knock them out guy. The numbers were there on Van Ness. The numbers were there on Van Ness. I don't know what you mean on that last sentence. On the numbers were there with Van Ness. As far as the combine, his numbers, yeah, he did show up. It was better at the combine. He definitely helped himself out with that. But there's other things with it too, like the 31-inch vertical leap. 164 is fine in the 10-yard split, but that's not elite. I think some of the combine numbers also showed you there that short area burst ain't there. He's got the 4.5 40. He's a rally to the ball kind of guy for me, Bill. Like he needs to be into me a defense that's like rally to the ball. They're gonna keep everything in front of him. Our defense would be kind of a fit in that way. But he's going to get a lot of stuff with rallying to the ball. He's going to be a high motor guy, high effort guy. He's not getting you a lot of quick, easy, fast pressure. And there's a value in that. There is. But there's a difference between that guy and the guy that's sudden, who will create the pressure in under 2.5 seconds, which is, of course, the marker for pass rush success in the modern NFL as far as how they gauge a lot of these pass rushers. What's your pass rush win rate? And I feel like he's not going to win a lot of battles in under 2.5 seconds. But he's a solid player too. He's got a higher floor to him, I think, as well with that, Bill. I've got Lucas Van Ness he's like a Howie Long without the dip and the bend. It's kind of like how I think of Lucas Van Ness. Now, dip and bend were a big part of Howie's game, but Bill says I get on John Jackson Smith and Jigba. I'm talking to receiver for outside later. Yeah. No, I'm with that, man. No, it was 12, 11. But no, I'm good with taking a receiver another place in the draft. There's not a lot of outside guys in this draft too, Bill. I'll say that. I see along with Jackson. I've got along with Jackson, I think Kayshon Boutte, Marvin Mims, Tyler Scott, Nathaniel Dell, Zay Flowers, Josh Downs, Xavier Hutchinson, Parker Washington, Jake Bobo, potentially, I think Jalen Moreno Cropper. I think all of those guys are going to be kind of just slot guys at the next level mainly anyway. This is a very heavy slot draft for receivers. Heavy. I appreciate where you come from. I'd like to go find it. We need it. We need some help out there. Wilbert Devin Witherspoon at 20. Hard to see him doing that. It's possible. He's a good player. I liked his tape quite a bit. And he's feisty like the old Legion of Boom style guys were, Wilbert. Denko says, hey man, I swear every time I open on YouTube, you're on. Putting in that work. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm grinding today. We're going. Jorge Najera says, we're not signing anyone until last minute. It'll be like 3 vets overpaid. Maybe. It may be. Ed Armitage's first 3 picks, Carter Clancy and Mazi Smith. I'd love that, Ed. Sign me up for that. That'd be a beautiful start to the draft. Nick says, I can't see a team taking a running back in the top 15, even as good as Robinson is. We'll see. I'm going to be very interested to hear what kind of scuttlebutt we hear as we approach the draft on this. But he is a difference maker at the position, and even bigger than what we've seen in recent years at the position. And guys that tend to be this talented in recent NFL history, even in the recent drafts where we're told running backs don't go this high, you don't take a running back that high, You still have your times where Ezekiel Elliott will go high, or where Saquon Barkley goes high in the draft. It still will occur from time to time when there's that super special guy that comes down the track. We'll see where he lands, but I think he's going to be good enough on it. But I admit, you don't see a lot of running backs taking that high. Bill Hamilton says, you really think that Clowney is a good teammate? For me, I guess, for 5, I guess, but it's him. Does he still need double teams? You really think Clown is a good teammate? Well, I think that, when you saw the other day, Quandre Diggs out there trying to recruit Bobby Wagner, he was trying to recruit Clowney too. If Clowney was a bad teammate, I think that'd be reflective of that. I haven't heard any real proof other than the Browns thing that happened at the end of the last year that Clowney's a bad teammate. That was the only time any kind of situations approached that has been like that. What you need to do, in my opinion here, Bill, is we need to rebuild the defensive line. So that means that's more than finding one guy. This is why I wasn't all in on Hargrave, for instance, is that this has got to be dealt with a numbers situation. It ain't about just finding the one prime guy or just finding the starting stack to roll with. You need to find depth, rotational depth, guys that you can float through there to keep guys fresh. The Eagles did this with this defensive line this past year. I think it's the new, smarter approach to go at in the NFL rather than trying to just find those frontline guys that, as you say, you look to find that can command a double team. Beyond commanding a double team, I want quality all the way throughout. Is Clowney the guy that's going to draw the double teams like he drew 4 years ago? Probably not. But are we bringing him in here to be that at that point? No. Are we paying him prime market prices to do that at that point? No. You're bringing the guy in to be a solid rotational piece, to be a great early rundown defender, and to get after it and give you a plus pressure rate as far as an edge. And you're going to do it at a good price, a price that if you're talking about $7 million, and I get a couple of other guys that are equivalent to that now, now I go get a Zach Allen, Bill, right? So now I got Clowney. Now I got Zach Allen. Now I add a third player. What's better, Hargrave or those 3 players I'm able to add instead of that? I would go with the 3 players instead of that myself. And I think you end out with a more quality-driven team by going that other pathway with it. So it's more of a strength in numbers for me. Rodney says, Brando, do you think that Jody could buy the Seahawks? She's interested in buying it. Somebody I think you just asked, and I didn't answer the question on that, about does she have to sell it or not. The Paul Allen Trust mandates that she sells everything. So all assets have to be put into a point of liquid state so they can go to the pet projects of Paul Allen. That's very explicitly what the trust is dictating. So she's got to sell the team. If she sells the team is going to sell for a very high cost. Football prices aren't going down. Is Jody Allen sitting on somewhere around $6 billion in money after she liquidates everything? Has Paul Allen left her $6 billion on the side to go spend on the team at that point? I don't think so, or I think Paul Allen would have built that within the trust. He would have already gone out ahead of that a little bit in his planning of this. And since he didn't, no, I don't think that that's going to be the case at that point. So she's got to sell it. I think she's got to sell it sooner than later. And I'm expecting as soon as we pass that spring period of next year where the city of Seattle no longer will have a right to 10% of the profits, you're going to see the team sold very soon afterwards, in my opinion. I could be wrong on this, but I feel pretty strongly about it. Bill says, I will be honest, I hate Carter for some reason. He checked box, but the drive, he's a divisive guy, Bill. Some guys, people seem to be in one of two camps where they either love or they hate him. I haven't quite understood the hate part that comes out of it. I get that he's got some, he's a young man that hasn't made every choice be perfect and right and true. And that, that's, I guess from some people's standpoint, that's a point to kind of just throw him into the trash bin. But I don't stand on that point. I admit, though, that he's a divisive figure. And people where their opinion is at on Carter is kind of, Bill, where it's going to be. If you are anti-Carter, you're not going to be won over to the other side. And if you're pro-Carter, you're probably not really going to be run over to the other side either, to the other end of the scale on that one, I would say. But my standpoint is on a Bill. I think he's been the cornerstone piece of a Georgia defense that's just won back-to-back national titles. He's been the biggest problem on that defense over these past 2 years. And not Trayvon Walker, not Jordan Davis, not any of the linebackers, not Nolan Smith. It's been Carter. And if we just take on who he's been on the field and what he's been as a player, I consider him the best player in this draft, bar none. Anderson's close to him. Bill Hamilton says, you said Van Ness has no bend and bad cones, so another Clowney. Yeah, maybe. Eventually. Difference being is I wouldn't be picking for the Clowney skill set. I wouldn't be picking a top 15 for. I'd be paying it on a 1-year contract for $6 or $7 million. For Van Ness, you're going to have to probably make him a top 15 pick for the convenience, right? For the pleasure. Connor Allswagger says, I don't think Witherspoon falls to 20. He's getting a lot of hype in the draft. He is indeed. I've got him as I believe my number 2 corner right now, where I sit on him. So he's right behind Gonzalez for me on my board, with Porter just behind him. Bill says, I like Tank's hands. Me too, man. Dell's a good player. Just a little guy, but he's a good player. Kelton says, what are the great coaches and players that Donald ever got to work with on the team with? Maybe they were there, but I can't think of any. No, he's not necessarily had some amazing coaches to work with. No. But it doesn't necessarily mean just putting him with an amazing coach means you're going to get the most out of him either on the other side, right? The logic works kind of both ways on that one a little bit. He's had a couple opportunities at 2 different locations and has yet to succeed in either of those 2 spots. Is the best spots for him? Maybe not. You are a victim to your circumstances as a quarterback or any player in the NFL, and you sometimes don't get to determine what those spots are going to be. So he'll certainly get his chance here with the Niners, and I like it as a landing spot, Keldon. I do, for him. Danko says, now Barton is gone. A linebacker is a must draft position this year. Yes. 100%. 100%. BP 1989, the notion that the Seahawks are not aggressive in free agency is false. If you take a look at early years from 2000 to 2010, we overpaid people. There's some overpayments in there. I think you were just more active in your free agent period at that time and how you spent your money. I mean, there were some successes in there though as well, wasn't there, BP? Patrick Kearney was a success. I think we got Grant Windstrom. Wasn't that was a pretty good success for us. He helped us to get to a Super Bowl. You have your TJ Hushmanzada that would be a bad signing. So there's a couple bad signing in there, but that's going to happen, I think. If you're going to be active in free agency, you're going to have your good and your bad signings with it. But they've not been aggressive in free agency for the last 10 years, BP. I think that's a completely valid criticism to go out there and make, and they have their reasons for not doing it, but it's also been an advantage that they have left on the table that a lot of their teams aren't leaving on the table. Eric Kendricks to the Chargers, says Jermaine. That works. Makes sense. Dev Dog 31, Cam, Earl, and Sherm are all 3 first ballot Hall of Famers. First ballot, huh? You're going full first ballot, not Veterans Committee or anything else. I do think Sherman gets in there. Cam is going to have a hard road, and I don't think Earl gets in there. Not quite enough production from Cam and Earl, I think, at the end of the day. They didn't have long enough careers, Dev. They had they say 10 years of dominance of your position. Those guys are 5 to 6 years. I think Cam's case 5, maybe Earl's case 6, I guess, is what you could add in that. But that's not going to be enough, I don't think, to get them in. BP says, so with the sale of the team, do we remain in Seattle? Yes, BP, we're not going to be moved. Jody's not going to dismember her brother's, deal in that way. He's going to sell him to somebody who's going to keep him in Seattle. It's probably going to be built into part of the agreement, quite frankly. Jeffrey says, Carter's not a Boy Scout. You don't want a Boy Scout on our defense. That's right. We need some edge. Data tells us, I'm glad the Seahawks front office enjoyed the day off. Bobby Denkins says, Zach Allen is staying in Arizona. Just in. Damn. Damn. Well, there goes another one off the board. Bill says it's not choices. He has issues with stamina, and he kept saying he would work on it. He did not fix the issue. I would love to see the VMAC test at the combine. And I guess, Bill, I'm going to kind of intimate from kind of the way your philosophy seems to work on the defensive line, that you're less of a rotation guy and you're more about, I go put the guy out there and I want him to play 60, 70% of the snaps. And if that's not the case, you're free to correct me on that. So this is a little bit of, I think, of a different philosophy in the way that we view this. The modern NFL is not one where it's built on, in my opinion, you running a guy out there for 60, 70, 75% of the snaps a game. I just don't think that that's going to get the most out of the player. I think that the statistics on that show, Bill, is that when you start to run these guys out for those 1980s style leaning, like this is how they did in the 80s, so this is how we have to do this now, what you tend to find is that you get less performance from that guy going along. When I turn on the tape with Carter, and Bill, I've watched just about every single one of his games the last 2 years, and I've watched all the tape, and I've done a video breakdown of the guy, and I've looked at him left, right, backwards, forwards, up, down, and in between. I'm not a guy, if you've watched this channel or you go back and watch any of my draft coverage on this channel over the last 4 years, and I do comprehensive draft coverage at that. I'm not a guy that tends to fall in a place that tends to say, here's what I think about this guy, sort of happenstance or willy-nilly or casually or without thought or without really truly looking through and considering it. And if you take away all of this minutia about him being able to run wind sprints, or he needs to get in better shape, or there's this thing, and you just turn the tape on and took the tape on, he is a dominating force, the likes of which there's not an equivalency in this draft. He's the best defensive tackle that we've come out of the draft in many different years now overall. And that's my assessment of him. You can pick him apart. I think some of this, in my opinion of this, is getting a little bit of the lost in the woods despite the trees, Bill. I think this is a little bit of a paralysis by analysis situation. There is some character stuff here, which is completely valid. And that's enough for me, as I've said a couple times on this stream, and I'll probably have to say this about 50,000 times before we get to the next draft. If the character stuff doesn't match up from John Schneider's perspective, then you go ahead and you kick him on out, Bill, so be it. I'm good with that. If the character stuff aligns out, the tape matches up, he's the best player in the draft for my money. I don't really buy into this whole lack of conditioning, or he says he needs a condition thing. He's a force. He's going to be a dominant force. You went to the Super Bowl in back-to-back years. You didn't have anybody playing more than 40 snaps in that game. So when you had your greatest success, Bill, as a franchise, when you went and won a Super Bowl, Bill, as a franchise, when you went to back-to-back Super Bowls as a franchise, you were rotating defensive linemen out. You weren't asking guys to play 1,000,000 trillion snaps. That's not the pathway to success for defensive linemen. I think this will be a place where we probably just have some disagreement on this. But that's where I land on it. You're building towards a rotation. So if you've got to rotate him out every once in a while because he's gassed out, that's not a death knell for me. Nick Bosa gets rotated out in San Francisco. Ask our resident Niner fan Keldon in here. He'll tell you as much. I watched the Niner fans bitching and moaning about it this playoffs when he was taking series off. You know, it's the way the modern NFL goes with defensive lines, in my opinion. You turn on the tape, he's wrecking shop. Offenses are running away from him. He's a problem. You're seeing offenses on tape not only block him with a guard, but then also put a tackle. You see that rare thing with a defensive tackle in Jalen Carter where he's getting doubled by a guard and a tackle on the outside. That's how much of a threat offenses considered him. Again, I think I come to a part on this, though, where I just got to go to a spot where I go, look, I've seen this on the tape. You don't see that on the tape. I respect your opinion, where you're coming on from it. But I think at this point, if I can't convince you of Carter, if you turn on the tape and you're not seeing it at this point, or it's in question to you, or I just don't see it. I'm not going to convince you of it. But I do a lot of these evaluations. I'm going to get through looking very closely, game tape of some 300 prospects in this draft. I do this every year. I don't arrive at a place, Bill, I don't arrive at a place, Bill, where I just sort of, like I say, willy-nilly put these kind of labels on these players. I'm very actually hesitant to do so. So I guess if you hold any kind of reservation or any merit into my opinion on this and what I'm saying and what I'm bringing to you on it, this is a rare cat. Don't come along like this very often. He is very unique. And that's my bottom line on him. Jason says it's not about throwing Carter into the trash bin. It's about whether he's a risk at 5. You don't have to hate him to think we shouldn't draft him that high. No, where I come to the trash bin, though, is just like I've said with it. Nobody knows the character stuff really at the end of the day past this racing thing. And what I've seen with this, Jason, by saying throwing the trash bin is everybody seems to be their own private investigator on this. They seem to have some of their own insider info and knowing that Jalen's just this bad dude. And that's what I mean by throwing him into the trash bin. If we're going to assess that he's the risk, then let's lean back on our general manager and the evaluation he's making and his process with that to look at it and say, is this guy character risk or not? And if he says, no, he's not, then it's okay drafting him. Then our own personal intuitions about this guy. And boy, I can't wait for the draft to come just so I don't have to talk about Jalen Carter anymore. I got to be honest with you. It's wearing me out as a subject. Like I'm getting to a point on where I'm like, I'm about good talking about this. So it's really about that. I've watched a lot of people, Jason, the way they talk about this very quickly be willing to throw him to the trash bin. And it's not that there's the characteristics that I know what he is, he's gone. And what I've said with this is that I don't know what he is on the character front. I'm going to trust my general manager with that, but I'm not hearing that equivalency from other fans in my chat, Jason. I am hearing them just say, off with his head. I've heard enough. He needs to do wind sprints. He likes to race cars and he's not in good enough shape. So I'm done with him. And I think that's in my opinion, that's the equivalent of just throwing out a trash bin without really having all the information there. And that's why I reference that in that way. John says Patrick Kearney was good signing. Julian Peterson was a hit out of the park. He was a good one too. Peterson is the guy I want them to target because if you're going to overpay, do it for the blue chips. Great examples, John. And we did indeed. Zach Allen to the Broncos. Well, it's the Broncos who got him and not the Cardinals. Okay. Signed with the Broncos. My gosh. Where are the Broncos getting all of this money? 3 years, $47.5 million for Allen. That's a lot of dough. That's a lot of dough. John, Draymond Jones has a horrible PFF rating. He must be bad against the run. No. I don't think that's been what I've heard about him. I think some of what happened, John, is a little bit of that issue that you have with bad offenses and great defenses where they're holding out, but it's 3 and outs. They're just on the field constantly and they eventually get wore out and it's, you call it a day on that one. So that's my instinct on that is he probably got a little bit of wear out mode on that just a bit with that line, but I have not yet done a deep dive as much on Draymond Jones, John, because I just didn't anticipate us really having him as a possibility. But maybe I should have taken a look at him because he's looking like maybe a possibility. Mark Sanchez has been a member for 5 months of the Hawks Nest. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. He says, Brando, the more the time winds down, I think the quarterbacks get taken 1, 2, 3, 4 in the draft, leaving us with the pick of the litter. What do you think? That is exactly where I think this is headed, Mark. I think the Cardinals are looking what the Bears just got. They're like, let's try to match that. Let's try to make that happen. And so, I do think that that's going to lead them to trading back eventually, Mark, and that will be for a team to move up to go grab a quarterback, and you will be led with a 1, 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks. So, I think that's where this is trending towards, which, as you say, then we get the pick of the litter, man. Will Anderson or Carter at that point. Surf or ski. Can't go wrong, And that would be a beautiful development for us in this draft, Mark, if it plays out that way, I think. Because we're going to walk out of it with one hell of a player. Bobby Deccan, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Bobby. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Yeah, $15 million a year for Allen is a bit much. And I don't know how the Broncos are doing that. They're tapping into that Walmart money. Walmart money. Joshua says, I'm not sure why John's taking an approach of being passive. He's acting like we have defensive line and linebacker depth. Definitely being pretty quiet today. Very, very quiet. Wayne says Carter's game record. That's what we need. I agree. Yeah, John, it probably won't be 15 million when it all breaks down, the final numbers. That's the agent release on that one. That's just the agent release. New Black says, I swear the Broncos handed out $200+ million in contract money today. Kind of close to that. At least about 150. Joshua, if Jack Allen's worth that much, how much is Draymond Jones worth? Well, at least that. At least that. That's a lot. Ryan says, if we don't pick Carter, we won't get him at 20. I say go for it at 5. I'm with it. Yeah, Ethan, it seems like you got to overpay for everyone right now a little bit. That's a big price for Allen. I didn't see that one coming. 3 years, $45 million. Oof. Ooh. Sam the Greats has been saying this since last year. Give me Anderson or Carter. I'd be perfectly happy with ending up with Anderson. Mr. Turtle, would you rather have Zach Allen or Jadeveon Clowney? Considering that we just got an excellent edge coach, I feel as if taking Allen would have been the better choice. Well, it's again about the cost. If you got Allen at $14-15 million a year, but you're getting Clowney on a 1-year deal at $7 million, what's the better investment to make at that point? I mean, maybe still Zach Allen at that point, but you are paying kind of double the cost on going the Allen route versus the Clowney route there. New Black says, you answered the question I was about to ask. If we drafted Carter, would he play in a rotation or more full-time because of the perceived conditioning issues? I think the defensive line is always going to be in a rotational state. As I was referencing, even back when you were in your Super Bowl winning team, right? You had Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill, Clint McDonald, Brandon Mobane. We had Bruce Irvin, Chris Clemens, Red Bryant. Go back and look at those Super Bowl teams and how deep of a rotation we had. And not simply we had depth of players on the roster. All of those guys were playing snaps. All of those guys were being worked into the rotation, and you were able to keep those guys fresh, not only throughout the course of the football game, throughout the course of the season. Let's remember within this, New Blacks is the 17-game season is now elongated things and made the need for depth that much more important, made the need to rotate your guys over the course of a football game that much more important because you got to save some of the tread on those tires. And so I think this is where the modern NFL is moving towards. I think it's a different place than where we were in the 1980s or the 1990s or the early 2000s, where you would tend to go out there and trot a football player out there on the defensive line and you'd say, okay, you're going to play 80-90% of the snaps in this game. We're going to run you out there 24/7. But I think the modern analytics have shown these guys wear down when you play them that many snaps. The extra game in the season, it's just about building more of the depth of talent there than it is finding the true blue chippers just on the starting front. Just my opinion on this. I 100% could be wrong on my approach with this. So this is just a personal viewpoint and personal theory on this. That's where I would lean in towards. And I would expect once you get Carter in a professional program and now it's his job and he's doing this for a living and he's not going to classes or he's still a kid doing kid stuff, where now this is your job. You got to live full time. You got to be in shape. I don't think that it's going to be as much a problem with the conditioning stuff when you've got the guy able to stay on point like that. But this is also where I come back to, if the conditioning stuff's the big issue, if he has a huge character concern, then John Schneider is going to know about it. And I'm going to trust in John Schneider's decision on this. Yeah, I'm going to trust John. Spaces, if we take Clowney and get Carter too, lethal. That would be lethal. And Bobby. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, Megan, the Walmart money's kicking in for Denver. Big time. Vlad says Cowboys getting Wagner probably. Maybe. Space says, what about Anderson at number 5? I'd be okay with that. You're asking the other guy there, sorry. Mr. Hollis says they should add active roster spots at the extra game. They should. It's been silly that they did that and they didn't do the other on the other side of that, Mr. Alla. But then when they don't expand the rosters and it comes down to you got who you've got and you can't count on just bringing in depth for backup to keep guys fresh. Well, now you've got to have the quality all the way through, in my opinion. It's got to be a little more down through the deck of the guys you're bringing out. Maybe not all the way down through the complete aspect of your defensive line rotation, but it's got to be prevalent and a part of what you're doing from a purposeful approach in how you're building the defensive line depth. Bobby Deckins says, Hawks Nest, do you think Bobby Wagner chooses his team this week? I think he does. I don't think there's necessarily a rush on it, though, or anything. Bill Hamilton says the games are so close. The difference is depth. You're 100% right. Well, thanks, Bill. I really feel like this is where this is going. I look at the Eagles last year and the devastation that they had in the sacks. Those sacks, they have 70 in the regular season, but it's not all just coming from one guy. It's Hargrave, Cox, Graham, Robert Quinn. You get Ndamukong Suh coming in there, Jordan Davis coming in there. Like, you get all of that together. It's more about building the strength of that group up. And then that's where you can make them killer. I mean, and even we're seeing with the Niners take the same approach. A Niner team that's got the frontline guys in an Eric Armstead and a Bosa, but they're still adding Hargrave, Kinlaw. They're still bringing in the edge rushers to kind of surround those guys out and right out. They got the kid from USC last year who's on the development for them, Bill. So even they are kind of looking at it, I think, through the same kind of lens. And I think it'd be a smart approach to build it this way. In Power Code, Jameis Winston returning to the Saints, huh? Interesting. Probably not much of a market out there for him. Mugo says, I had someone at my school come up to me a while back and talk to me about the Hawks since I had my jersey on, then show me a picture of him and Michael Bennett. They're good friends, apparently. Oh, nice. Nice. Well, give me an interview, man. Tell him we need to interview Michael Bennett here on the Hawks Nest. Nick Guzman, I'm with you, B, on this. You need multiple guys who are capable if you want to compete at the highest level. Our best teams had a 6-man rotation at the very least for the defensive line. It's where I do sit. It's where I think you get the best defensive line performances when you get those guys rotational. And I do think this is where this is going from an NFL evolutionary standpoint. Sam the Great says Carter will change in the big leagues. I don't see us passing on him at 5. I don't either. Bill Hamilton, the big rotational issue is Mahomes time. No huddle, 2-minute drill. Oh, I agreed. I mean, that's still going to be a place where he can kill you in those moments and tire you out. But if you've also, Bill, up until that 2-minute rotation, if you've been able to rotate throughout the course of the game, maybe the guys then in that moment that are on the field for a couple of those extra snaps at that point have a little bit more gas in the tank left because they've not had to blow it all out through the course of the game. And maybe not, but I think they will maybe there. But that is a place where offenses can kind of get around that. And that's certainly why running up tempo and hurry up is should be a key part of what you do offensively. It was a key part of what we did offensively last year because it has that effect on those defenses that want to rotate through. It's the good counter by the offenses to what the defenses are kind of doing. Dylan Ortiz, do I think we go for a quarterback at 5? No, I don't think so, Dylan. I don't. I think we're going to have too good of a player there from a positional standpoint to pick from to not want to do that. That's not driven to do that. Mahdi says, I trust this team with what they do because of what they did last year. I think that's valid, Mahdi. It's a valid reason to trust him. John says, what free agents do we have coming on the pipeline next couple of seasons? They got to spend some money. We're not going to have many under contract. Yeah, we don't have a lot of contracts coming down the pike on young guys coming out of deals. Obviously, Jordan Brooks, if you don't do his 5th-year option, you have Damian Lewis that's going to be a free agent, I think, after this next coming year. So you got to make a decision with him. Anybody impending beyond that, though? Darrell Taylor. That's about it, John. That's about it. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Brando, would you rather us sign a receiver for the 3rd spot or draft a receiver? I'd rather us sign a 3rd receiver for the spot. Part of the talk on this, Mark, has been a little bit of the discussion in regards to Jackson Smith and Jigba. But I think that I would rather, absent us going in the 4th round, Mark, because this draft is loaded to the hilt with slot receivers in the 3rd and 4th round. If they wanted to go in there and grab it instead of signing a guy, I think you could find a quality guy in there in the 4th round. I look at Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs, Xavier Hutchinson, Parker Washington, Jake Bobo, Jalen Moreno-Cropper. All of those guys are likely to be, to me, slot guys, and all of those guys are probably likely to go around the 4th round area of things. So you could also find some value in there if you wanted to go with that, Mark, knowing you still have Eskridge coming back, knowing the team is still very high on Derek Young as far as where they stand and how they sit on that. There's been rumors, Mark, that Adam Thielen might be out on the open market here from the Vikings or available via a trade. I certainly would be open to looking at Adam Thielen as well because he can play all 3 wide receiver positions for you. And I think that would be helpful. But I just don't want to draft in the first couple of rounds for the slot. Because then you're not only are you bringing in, you're now committing to running 3 wide receiver sets and you're tossing out the 2 tight end packages and you're already, Mark, spending the money you are on 2 tight end packages, partially because you are committed to running 2 tight end and 3 tight end packages. I can't quite get on board with putting a lot of value into a third wide receiver spot at this point. Thank you, though, for the donation. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, if quarterbacks go in the top 5 like you guessed it might, good for us. Am I crazy for thinking this quarterback class is being overvalued by desperate teams? No. No. As I say, Wu-Tang, when you track back to a lot of the quarterback decisions that are made via free agent signings, guys that are traded for, or draft picks, a lot of the time, and maybe even a high preponderance of the time, you could say that those decisions are being made for one of two reasons. Laziness on one end of the scale, but the bigger end of the scale, the more likely end of the scale, and the word you used, desperation. Desperation drives the decision making. And what you had last year, Wu-Tang, is a draft where there were no quarterbacks worthy of really being selected for the first couple of rounds. I know Pickett went, but whatever with that one. It was one of the worst drafts we've seen from quarterbacks in the last couple of years. That's going to cause an obligatory fallout to the next draft, where automatically, even if the quarterbacks kind of aren't worthy, you're going to see a false amping up of those quarterbacks and their value because of the desperation and the scarcity of the situation. And so, yeah, I think that they are being overvalued a little bit. The fact that an Anthony Richardson guy who probably really at the end of the day should be more like a late first to a second round guy, by where he is in his development, by how long it's going to take him to get to where he's headed. The fact that guy's now looking at maybe going in the top 5, I think that's telling. I mean, Lamar Jackson had way more. He had a Heisman Trophy. He had 2 years of starting experience. That guy got picked at the end of the first round. And now you're going to have a guy like this going in the top 5. Yeah. I think that we've absolutely seen a place now where there's some definite stretching by teams to talk themselves into guys, as opposed to really looking at these guys with sober eyes. And, I feel like they're all doing shots of whiskey and stuff before they look. Like, all right, roll the tape. Let me see what we got with him. Oh, he looks beautiful. He's great. Let's get him. He'll be perfect. I think there's a little bit of that going on. There's a little bit. But understandable. They are a commodity in this league. There's no doubt about that, Wu-Tang. BP 1989, that Zach Allen deal is overkill. Nope. Yeah, I mean, both with the Hargrave and the Allen deals I'm seeing today, which would maybe be the two likely players our Seahawks would have looked at. I'm looking at those deals and I'm going, I wanted those guys. But $15 million for Zach Allen? No. Bit too much. Crack and Hawk, I have a really bad feeling that the Cardinals are going to get defensive line Carter and we will get Anderson. Normally that'd be okay, but we need interior defensive line so bad. We'll see. I think maybe they're going to trade out of that pick, man. I think they're sitting in kind of a great position right now. Data tells us I just want Al-Shiri. Dude is a beast. Well, it's getting thin. We got to get somebody here. Craig and Hawk, Broncos seem to be building Saints 2.0. Break the cap every year and just kick it down the road until Sean Payton wants to leave. Laughing out loud. I have big facts on that. Huge facts on that. Ethan says, I'm pretty sure the 2024 free agent defensive tackle class is going to be insanely stacked. Some of them might get signed still. There's some guys I think due to be on the class, Ethan, that are going to be franchise tagged or signed one way or another. And Seattle 808, yeah, it sucks that the Niners got Hargrave. Dwayne Nowak, do I like the Mozzie Smith for the Hawks? I do like Mozzie Smith for the Hawks, Dwayne. I think he's the best zero tech in this draft, the best nose tackle in this draft on the defensive side of the football. So if you picked him up in the second round, I'd like that. He doesn't give you a whole lot as a pass rusher, but as a run stuffer, as a wall in the middle, absolutely. John says, we haven't had any signings because Schneider lowballed guys and they got to mull it over. Probably. Bill says, I would take Bosa, Armstead, Hargraves in the 2-minute. Wouldn't we all? Green 80 says, Adam Thielen got cut and he's a $20 million a year guy. Yeah, he's not going to make that now. He's more of like down into more of a $10 million a year range, I think now, but certainly is an option. Jeffrey says, what scares me about getting rid of Adams is he'll be one we trade and puts in a Hall of Fame back half of his half-life because oh my goodness. We trade and puts in a Hall of Fame back half of his NFL life because I know the talent is there. It's possible, I guess. He'd have to get a lot healthier, a lot faster to get there. Mr. Turtles, what's your thoughts on the Zach Allen deal? So yeah, I liked Allen a lot, Mr. Turtles, but I was liking him more in that like 7, 8, maybe 9 million range, not at 15 million per, not for the deal the Broncos gave out. We're talking about an equivalency to a Nwosu signing, right? Well, Nwosu was a 2-year, $20 million deal. Now this guy basically got a third more than what he got last year. It's a bit rich for me. Nick says, I think Pete thinks he can swing another 5 starters from this draft, and that's contributing to us being quiet so far. Maybe. Megan says, the Hawks Nest. OKB in 12 has been up for 13 hours. Need to step away from the tablet for a while. Maybe back later or not. See you on the next one. Well, I think Megan touches this off well. Let's go ahead and kind of start to put a button on this. I'm 6 hours in. I'm really getting a little bit hungry here, so I want to go get myself a burger before they close up down the road. So let's get the last of the questions, comments, trials, tribulations, anything you guys got as far as today's goes, and then we'll kind of put a button on this, and I'll be back on Wednesday. So Dwayne says, do you think our first 4 picks should be focused on the trenches? I don't think that you want to necessarily do that with like a certainty. You just do that in general terms. What I want to do, Dwayne, in NFL drafts is you pick best player available on the board. I don't like being driven to pick towards positions because that's where you now start to stretch outside of what's the best value in that spot. So pick for best player available. Now, would I like to lean towards trying to find guys in the trenches? Yes. If I can, do kind of a general degree within that. Dad tells us Singleton or Long would have only cost us $6 million a year. Yeah, but if they end up getting Bobby for like 9 or 10, you probably would have wanted to go with Bobby for a couple million more, right? Marty says, man, I am happy we're not paying these free agents this money. Yeah, I don't want to go up this high for it. I think we can spend our money a little more smarter. I'm not saying let's go to bargain basement shoppingville, but we can do this through trades as well. Adrian X says, Dallas creating cap space. Don't tell our boys going there. I hope not. No. Connor Oschleiger, PFF has Draymond Jones contract projected at 4 years, $70 million, which is $17.5 million a year. If he's going to cost that much, I don't even want to consider him. No, that's too much. Draymond Jones is not a $17.5 million player. No, thank you. No, thank you. Half Daddy says, dang, Zach Miller's off the board. Denver's improving their elite defense. Well, they're losing some guys this offseason too, though, right? They traded Chubb last year. They're losing Draymond Jones. So it's a little bit of kind of maintaining. And Power says, no, I love this dream. I got to get some food, man. I got to get some food. I'm hungry. Haven't eaten all day. Data tells us Fletcher Cox isn't looking too bad right now. No. First day of free agency at the start of free agency, Fletcher walks by. You're like, hey, what's up, Fletcher? You know. By the end of the day, though, Day Hiddell, you're like, hey, Fletcher. What's up, buddy? Hi. Hey, why don't you come on Seattle? What's up? The day unwinds in a strange fashion. Wu-Tang, you have a good one, man. Appreciate you. Half Daddy says, is it true that Seattle is expected to have $124 million in cap space next year? Let's go take a look. I got Sports Track right up here, and let's take a wee gander here. 2024, your Seattle Seahawks are due to have we have right now $96 million to spend. So you're probably referencing numbers that were prior to the Geno contract, but still a lot of money, almost $100 million. That's substantial. Hayden Hutchinson, do you think we'll draft a quarterback? I don't think we will, Hayden. It's a possibility, but I think we draft the quarterback maybe 3rd or 4th round, Hayden, but not in the 1st round. I think Hayden Hooker or Dorian Thompson-Robinson are your likely targets there. I think 4 quarterbacks potentially go in the first 4 picks with the Cardinals trading out of their spot. Cameron Robinson, like always, great work, B. Let's get it, Hawks. Hawks for life. Thank you, Cameron. Appreciate you. Folks, do me a favor, too, here as we wrap things up. Hit that like button if you haven't. If you're not already subscribed, do please get subscribed. We're on the road here to 12,000. I'd help you. You'd be helping out if you'd be joining up. Join on up. So Half Daddy about 100 million. JL says, I got faith in Pete. Pete and John have a master plan. I'm going to trust in that too, JL. I'm not jumping any conclusions here as of yet. Let's give it some time. Let's let this cake bake a little bit more. Let's see how this fully rounds out when all of the numbers are said and done. Ryan Ball says, yep, so far so good for the Hawks. Landmines avoided so far. Amen, brother. Amen. So Hayden, I think later is when they'll draft that quarterback, Hayden. I don't think we'll draft it early, but later I think they may look to target a guy 3rd, 4th round. Bobby Deck and Caden Ellis to the Falcons. They not playing any games. Another linebacker off the board. Boy, linebackers were the position du jour of the day, were they not? Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Uterus' cap will go up around 25 next year. It will. So that would increase our savings to 125 at that point if it does that. I think they do a little bit in those projections of the cap going up to that certain mark, though, too. New Black says, I really think 2024 is when they should go harder in free agency. Maybe. Bill Hamilton, haha, and Fletcher. Yeah, you're walking by earlier today like, Fletcher's like, hey, what's up? Yeah. I'm busy, Fletcher. I'm making deals. I'm making moves. I'll get you. Just. Now you're at the later end of the day and like all the calls are going to hell. You're like Jerry Maguire when he's trying to keep all of his clients after he's just been fired, you know? And you're down with Fletcher on the phone. You're just sitting there sweating, yelling at him going, show me the money. Show me the money. Rest of the office is looking at you with sideways glances. That's how it's playing out right now. Jermaine Davenport to the Vikings. Wow. Another one off the board. There's another one. And another one. And another one. Nicholas says, is this the stream when I was on lunch earlier, Brandon? It is indeed, Nicholas. You know I go long. I got to do it. Big country, I hope you're right. Let's expect a B-Wag signing tomorrow. Let's just make this happen, right? Isn't this The Secret? Isn't that what the book The Secret told us? We make our reality. Well, all of you better be making your reality that Bobby Wagner's a Seattle Seahawks tomorrow. If he's not signed, then I know you guys sold on me on that. You didn't buy into The Secret. You half-assed bought into The Secret. I want full buy-in on The Secret, okay? We're all visualizing. There's words of affirmation and gratitude. I'm thankful Bobby Wagner's my middle linebacker this next year. I'm thankful Bobby Wagner's my middle linebacker this year for the Seahawks. I'm thankful. It's affirmations and repeating it. It makes it set into the universe. I don't know how this science works, okay? I'm not a mystical magician, okay? But I've been told this is how it works. The book told me so. I watch Hargrave to San Francisco, Allen to Denver, rich defensive lines getting richer. In the meantime, we have 0 linebackers and defensive tackles. Laughing out loud. DJ says, no signings on the first day. Shocker. Half Daddy says, Los Angeles Chargers getting Eric Kendricks is sneaky good. Vikes defense has taken a hit. Well, I mean, it wasn't a good defense, though, in the first place, right? So Kendricks has not been doing as well in recent years, Half Daddy. I don't know if he's the same player he was a couple of years ago. But it's good for LA. They needed to upgrade their position at least a little bit, and they had a low bottom line where that position was at as far as their baseline goes. Yeah, Wu-Tang, I agree. Big Country is lips to the God's ears, I hope, on that one is right. Half Daddy, I like Aziz as well. He'd be an interesting target. Ishak Bay says, Raider fans not happy about Jimmy G signing. How would they be? How would you as a fan base be enjoying that signing? I mean, that's a tough sell. I don't care where he's going. That's a tough sell. Bobby Decken says, Quandary Diggs is disappointing at the Seahawks. He's trying, man. He's recruiting. He's trying. Megan says the Queen song, another one bites the dust, springs to mind here, B. Exactly. Ethan says, I'm thankful Bobby Wagner's my middle linebacker next year. See, there we go. You're on board with me on this, Ethan. We're making this happen. We're making miracles happen out here with synergistic energy. Greg Gaines and Bobby would be good. I'm with it. Bill says that linebacker carcass is picked clean. Bobby. It is. We're almost down to bones here. Akathosaurus, the middle linebacker from Buffalo, going for cheap, and we don't have him. Going for cheap. Akathosaurus, he went for, I thought he went for a pretty tasty little contract. No, he went for big money, man. He went for top of the market prices. You were going to have to pay all the money for Edmonds. I would like to have seen him, but that was a cost. That was a cost. A Cathoris, would I take Carr or gimme G? No. Bill says someone call Maui and get Pete and John back. Get them off. They're doing the tandem thing on the what's the thing with the parachute behind the jet boat? They're doing the tandem on that right now. Can we get them off that, please? They've been riding it all day long. All day long. Keldon and I still like Jimmy. I'll cheer for him. Yeah, but you're happy he's not your quarterback anymore, right? You didn't want him back. You know he was going to get broken again. Big one for the Seahawks. Sources say they are expected to sign former defensive tackle Draymond Jones, a huge addition in the middle of their defense. There we go. Hey, how about that? We got a little breaking news as we finish up here. How about that? How about that? I swear John just dropped that to make me try to stream for another 4 hours. I'm not doing it, though. I'm 6.5 hours in, folks. We're putting a button on this. I'm starving. I streamed for 7.5 hours last night. I am not a machine. So we've got to put a wrap up on this with it. We'll talk a little bit about the Draymond here, but I've got to take a break, guys. I'm starving to death. I'm really, really hungry. So we'll have to cover the Draymond Jones here on Wednesday. I can't go 4 more hours. My stomach is hurting. My throat's done. My brain's on auto mode. You guys do this for 13 hours over. It's a lot. So we'll have to cover the Draymond thing a little bit later here. Of course, John drops this. He's doing this just to mess with me. I know he is. Drops this news right as I'm just about to sign off. Swear to God. Swear to God. Yeah. Well, we'll bring back on this. I need to get some food, guys. So I'm sorry if I'm going to kind of wrap this up on just right now as we get some notes coming down. But I'm 6.5 hours in on this stream. So you got to give me a little bit of you know what I'm saying? We will be back on Wednesday, though. I will talk a little bit more about the Draymond Jones signing at that time as we kind of find out what the deals are on this signing. It's good to see our Seahawks be active on this point. Draymond is a good player, so you're bringing in something that's going to be a handy, helpful addition to this team by bringing him in. It's going to be for some big money, no doubt about that, but you are getting a pretty tremendous player for being willing to do so, and a guy that's kind of on the rise. That Denver Broncos defensive line and their scouting of that defensive line have been fantastic in recent years, right? They've had guys like Shaq Barrett that even gone through because they've had so much depth. You know, they get plucked and pilfered every which way as far as their defensive line is concerned. So getting a defensive lineman for the Broncos tends to be probably a pretty good place to go and check out in regards to that. So if we got some more signings going down tomorrow, I'll try to go live if we got a little bit more happening. I will absolutely be live on the official start of free agency, which is, of course, Wednesday. But otherwise, other than that, we will go ahead parasailing. That's what I was trying to say there, Jordan. Parasailing. Exactly. Ryan Ball, we are still fleecing the Broncos. One signing at a time, my man. One signing at a time. Well, we got to finish the day with a little bit of fireworks. How about that? It was a long day of waiting, not a lot happening. Everybody wondering, come on, do something. You know, it's that meme where you get the kid poking the horse, the dead horse, going, come on, do something. Well, they did something. So we get a little bit of encouragement here as we get to go to bed tonight. Maybe we'll get even a little bit more news with the Bobby Wagner signing, some other additional things in addition to this. But as I said, your Hawks are going to do something. They've done something. We're a little bit of a step forward. We're matching the Niners with Hargrave. We say, I see your Hargrave. I raise you a Draymond Jones. I raise you a younger player on his rise. You're paying for past performance with Hargrave. We're paying for the now. We're paying for the future. So do get excited about that. This Draymond Jones is a great signing. He was one of the better inside defensive line players that was available out there on this free agent market. So it's great to see by the Seattle Seahawks. We're hearing 3 years at $82 million, which is a lot, but you're going to have to pay high prices. Or I'm seeing 3 years, okay, we'll wait till we get the numbers tomorrow. So we got a variety of different numbers being posted in the chat here. We'll have to kind of, it looks like 3 years, $48 million is the right one. So 84 is not right. 3 years, $48 million. That's not a crazy price. That's okay. 84 would be pretty nuts. I can't see it being 84, right? So $16 million a year on a 3-year contract. That's all right. That's good. That's about what you're going to have to spend for him. That's the going cost. We're looking at these deals with Zach Allen and Hargrave and all the people coming down the line. That's the going cost. You're going to have to pay top market prices if you want to get top market talent. And we do not want to have to go into the draft having to make the draft everything about how we built up the defensive line. So We'll cover a little bit more, though, in depth again on Wednesday minimum. And again, if there are some more signings over the next day, I will go live and we'll just go ahead and back it right back up again tomorrow. But I do appreciate everyone in the chat. Thank you for all of the new subscribers, all the people that donated the chat throughout the stream today. You guys are tremendous as ever with that. We will be back here again within about 24 to 48 hours. So thank you for everybody hanging on in there with me on that. Appreciate all of the new folks that have jumped aboard here on the channel and the membership program as well. You guys are tremendous in all of that. So I know we had a few people down when we were making these signings. Hopefully this brings you back up. Hopefully you're still keeping the faith. Hopefully you're not in that where they're never going to sign anybody. They signed someone. This is the start. As I said a few hours ago when people were turning over their hands about a lack of inaction, have patience, have faith. And when we get to the end of this free agent period, a week or two from now, and we come to find that this team has not been active enough or not done enough, then let's call them on that. But let's give them the opportunity to fail first before we decide that they've already failed in that respect of things. This signing is not a failure. This signing is a plus. This signing is a benefit. This signing is helpful to taking this team forward now. So let's go get Bobby. Let's go get Clowney. Let's add a couple other little extra parts on top of this centerpiece of free agency. Let's go make some noise. Let's go compete with this plucky, dodgy Niner team, and let's go out there and win this National Football Conference. Let's get ourselves back to the Super Bowl. Let's open up the Super Bowl win, and let's have this expectation right now. Not tomorrow, not 2 years from now, not rebuild mode, right now. So I hope I don't have to tell you. I hope I don't have to remind you, but I'm going to do it anyway. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.